while you're sort of around this area. Gents, I think it is. It's the very end one.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Well, anyway, we wanted to do it. We were just a bit worried. It's so unusual. I know it was last year. Last year it was ill. Yeah. Well, that's what I said to him.
all white blocks are the
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for what I feel is probably one of the most exciting 4-day games you're going to see, potentially for a long time and for the longest time. Surrey are here at the Cooper Associates County Ground to take on Somerset in a top of the table clash. We've got signings coming in from all over the globe. We've got two fantastic lineups. We've got a pitch that, if you had a look on my Twitter this morning, definitely will interest the bowlers. Somerset have won the toss and have elected to bat first. So a brave move from Captain Lewis Gregory, but certainly one that makes a lot of sense looking at the pitch. Let's just have a little look at the team. Before I do so, introduce my co-commentator for this morning, Mr. Victor Marks.
Morning, everyone. It's exciting. I'm excited, and I'm very old.
It is. I was up. I was early, which is very rare. Let's have a look at the teams. Here's the Surrey lineup at the moment. You've got Rory Burns, captain Dob Sibley, who's having a fantastic season as he always does. Ryan Patel, Ben Geddes, Ben Folkes, overseas signing Shakib Al Hassan, spent a lot of his career as the #1 all-rounder in world cricket. So quite a player, and I suppose it'd be really great to see him up against Jack Leach in the left arm spin department. Tom Curran, Jordan Clark, Cam Steele, Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. There's a lot of bowlers towards the back end of that lineup that are going to be very, very excited about this morning's play, Vic.
Just look at that side. They're missing, I think, 7 players. They're saying, on England duty or injured, but it's still full of internationals.
Would they get in this team?
Well, I don't know which 7 they would be leaving out, actually. But it's a very strong lineup, no matter what international calls Surrey get. Rory Burns is in fantastic form. Ben Folkes, Shakib. I think if you're looking at this from a Somerset perspective and you're thinking Shakib, as one of the blokes said when I walked in, it's a bit fresh this morning. I think you need it a bit colder to negate the presence of Shakib.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the first observations. How many woolen knitted jumpers is he going to be wearing? Yeah. It's a little bit different from his home climate in Dakar, but yeah, he's going to be great to watch. I think you've got the classic sort of over the top left arm spinner Jack Leach, who sort of has to purposefully bowl that skid on one, whereas I think
he bowls a lot of skid on.
He's almost the opposite way round. In the past playing against him, he sort of undercuts the ball, but he's very dangerous. He skids the ball onto the pad, almost sometimes gets a little bit of in swing actually as well. So
you've faced him a few times, which is interesting. Yeah, I mean, he's not a classical left arm spinner, and he's been very successful in both forms of the game, but especially in one-day cricket. But he's a very clever cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that old school phrase of "you've only got to spin one" it very much comes to mind with Shakib Al Hassan. Let's have a look at the Somerset team sheet. We've got a pretty familiar sort of lineup here. We've got Lewis Goldsworthy, who I believe is going to be opening the batting today with Archie Vaughan. So that's a really exciting prospect for the young batter. We've got Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel, Tom Banton. Any more Toms? Right, a lot of Toms. James Rue, Lewis Gregory, Casey Aldridge, Craig Overton, Jack Leach and Brett Randall. I know you might be thinking Randall, but we've had it confirmed that he pronounced it Randall, so we'll stick with that.
Well, I'm impressed by your research, Pete. You've been ringing up New Zealand, texting New Zealand to get the pronunciation right.
Well, we like to get things right here on the Somerset live stream. Yeah, he plays for CD, the club that I played for when I was over there. A recommendation from Matt Henry. So over to you, Brett. Let's have a great week.
And what Somerset have done from the last game, they've left out Andy Umeed. So they brought in Randall, who is essentially a bowler who can, I think, bat a bit for an opening batsman. And that, in part, I think, is because of what's ahead. There is the T20 finals, a small matter of, at the weekend. And they don't want to overburden the likes of Craig Overton in particular. Lewis Gregory doesn't want to do a lot of bowling, I'm sure. So that's one factor. The other is, this is a game where Somerset really have to go out and out for victory and to win a game. And you think there will be 40 wickets falling in this match or something like it. But to win a game, you want plenty of firepower. We think, you've been out there, that this pitch, like its predecessor against Durham, which was an excellent cricket pitch, I thought, because it did actually favour the quicker bowlers a little bit on the first day, although you wouldn't think so looking at the score. But then it turned, and it turned a little bit more as the time went on. Now, this one, who knows when it starts playing a few tricks. But it's unlikely, if we get good weather, to be a bore draw, which we've had a few of.
No, it certainly looks like the kind of pitch that will be set up for something that, you know, is going to look like a win for either team. You have a look at the Shakib Al-Hassan there warming up.
How many sweaters do you think?
I would say, I reckon we got base layer, 2 shirts and a long sleeve woolen jumper. You know, the way that he keeps on adjusting it after he's bowled every ball. I mean, that's one of the great things about the old school jumpers. You know, they're not very elastic, are they? So you bowl a ball and you end up losing your hand. You end up with a jumper like a wizard sleeve sort of effect. As you can see there you go. His hands disappeared. There we go, like a magic trick. No, but he's talking of magic. He's a magic bowler, so he's going to be one to watch. It'd be really interesting to say. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if a team like Surrey go, well, okay, let's have a look if this will spin and get him on really early, maybe even straight up. You just don't know. The only thing that Kemal Roach and Dan Worrell, they're such great performers. There's Green out there. If the camera at some stage can go onto the pitch, Vic, you will see that we have had for quite a few seasons now a pitch that's sort of green and looks like it does a little bit for the seamer on days 1 and 2, and then what I've always described as an area of interest for Leachy, a patch that looks like it's sort of left out to bake a little bit more so it'll break up through the game. I have to say that the area of interest looks a little bit more prominent. You know, we're best part of sort of 70 metres away at the moment, and is it fair to say even your eyes can see?
I can see an area of interest.
About?
Yes, yeah. I can see from here an area of interest where it's not quite so green, a little browner. And there was an area of interest in the Durham game, but a very legitimate one, if you see what I mean. Where there were a lot of runs scored in that game.
Yeah,
but I agree with you.
Yeah, we have a look on screen now there, Vic. You can see, the white lines. I think for everyone watching, for those who don't spend countless hours on a cricket pitch, the 4-yard mark that you'll see just in front of the popping crease there on the side of the pitch, that's probably about as full as you'd want to get as a spinner. With the keeper up, the batsman has to have the back foot in the crease, so you have to get an enormous stride in to negate balls landing around that 4-yard mark, but the area of interest stretched way beyond that. So actually, in terms of finding the length for Leachy and Shakib and the other spinners, there is quite a large area. You'd struggle to miss it. It'd have to be quite a rank ball actually to not be in that area. So yeah, I mean, it looks like this pitch is almost certainly set up for being a real challenge for the batters, but yeah, it was a really important toss, really, in the context of what this pitch looks like it might do, to bat first, get runs on the board. If Somerset can play well this first session,
I mean, it's a huge undertaking. If we were sitting here in April and pondering the opening batting combination, it would have taken a while for us to get to, well, it's Goldsworthy and Vaughan. But things happen, and swerves happen, and here we are. It's a huge challenge for Goldsworthy and particularly Archie Vaughan, who was so good in the last game, but a great opportunity as well. Well, they're up against some really clever, experienced. Worrell moves the ball in the air. Roach.
Well, this is
what an opportunity. That's the way to go.
Surrey's bowling attack will always be as close to a test match bowling attack as you will find. They've got international quality bowlers throughout the lineup, and I was coaching here on the weekend for the Western Storm, and I spent a bit of time in the Somerset dressing room. I was actually looking for a little Tom Bowler on top of one of the cupboards somewhere where they just drew the opening batters' names out of the hat, but I couldn't find one. But I like this combination. Lewis Goldsworthy's had a brilliant Metro Bank. He's full of confidence. He stays deep in the crease. He's pretty good technically. And he's certainly expanded his attacking shots, but a massive challenge for Archie Vaughan.
Well, it's a massive challenge for both of these. I mean, one of the issues that Mead had, actually, I think, is watching him, is that, his reputation was as quite a regular opening batsman. He looks pretty secure when he's running down the wicket and smacks it over cover. But when he's pushing forward defensively, His face seems to be slightly open, and he's been countless times, actually. His mode of dismissal has not been when he's playing one of those magic shots, preposterous shots, but it's been the forward defensive nick to second slip, hasn't it? And those sort of deliveries are stock for particularly Worrell and indeed Roach. Anyway, we're going to get going. It's a autumnal day. It's not warm, but there's excitement around the ground.
Yeah.
James Hildreth stands filling up. Everyone's got their overcoats on, but we're in for a cracking game, I think.
Yeah, there's certainly a hum about. But, talking about the technical side of things, I can remember playing with a number of batters that were far superior technically for anything that I could deliver. And I never really understood this thought process until I got, very much later on in my career, where most bowlers in county cricket are trying to shape the ball away towards the slips. They pack the slip cord and try and find you on the outside edge. And some of the great batters I've played with actually try and play with the inside edge of their bat.
Well,
so they're playing outside the line.
That's right.
And is that a thing that gets spoken about anymore? You just don't know. But here we go. First ball, Kemar Roach to Lewis Goldsworthy. He's one of the newer style bowlers.
He goes in most of the time.
Stock ball in, and he's got the ability to shape it away. So, that would go against, obviously, that theory.
No, but that theory, I was actually talking to Jamie Cox, our new chief exec, extremely accomplished opening batsman about that. And I just remember many, many years ago, Brian Close saying, when it's moving around, I play with the inside edge of the bat, or it's inside of the bat, to avoid the outside edge. I try and play.
Oh, second ball, a Kemar Roach special, in swing and nip back through the gate of Lewis Goldsworthy. Very disappointing start for the 4 days. Yeah, it's just shaped in. It's a good ball.
It's got through.
But he hasn't really gone anywhere. That is one of the characteristics of Goldsworthy. He doesn't get huge amounts of movement, but it's almost hard to see how that's got through.
Well, I think there might have been a little bit of either inside edge. Let's have
It's
another look.
It's beat him on an in swinger that's beat him on the outside edge. So again, that philosophy of playing with the inside edge would really have worked that time. Yeah, he's played.
It's a strange dismissal, actually,
isn't it? Just
because that ball was angled in, which is Roach's stock ball, as you were saying. Now
well, it hasn't moved away. It hasn't moved. It's swung in, and it's kind of
kept going,
and he's still managed to miss it on the outside edge.
Well,
yeah, very, very strange.
He does. I mean, you're right. He doesn't. I mean,
how's that hit the off stump? I mean, that must have done an awful lot in that last couple of feet. Well, Lammonby, this is not going to be an unusual feeling for Tom Lammonby to be walking out in the first over.
Yeah.
So the combination has not worked.
No, it hasn't. I mean, if you're anyone could get out in the first few deliveries, that's obviously the case. But most openers would be saying, that you don't want to be bold.
That's really unusual.
You need to get something in line with that ball. And you might be gambling with an LBW, but you need to cover it, you'd think. But it's a weird dismissal. I naturally thought it had gone through the gate the first time because it was moving that direction.
I would say that a really confident opening batter to Kemar Roach, right-hander, would stand on off stump.
Yeah. And also, at this stage in his proceeding, Goldsworthy, I suppose, is a lot of opening batsmen set themselves to be back foot players, don't they? And they don't really want to come forward. That's why they would hate facing a Darren Stevens, because their game is geared to new ball bowlers of pace who tend to bowl back of the length of a little bit. And they don't get forward. That was a sort of delivery that if you were actually lunging, which you shouldn't really lunge, but if you were lunging,
well, you'd be outside the line.
You'd be probably safe. You might not hit it, but you'd probably avoid.
So I don't know what you think about this, Vic. I don't really want to. We've got an exciting games cricket to be played, so I don't want to get too technical. But I really like my sort of coaching philosophy for opening batters is to practice intensely the short ball to a point where you're very comfortable that if there's a short ball bowled, you'll deal with it, and emphasise the word deal with it. But I always encourage batters to press forward and look after nick off stumps and pads, because that's, you know, if you're talking about like the percentages of how you're going to get out in your career, how many times will a short ball get you out as opposed to how many times with a ball at the knee roll get you out? And I was like, that's the one you need to focus on.
Well, that's also especially true in the county game, as opposed sometimes to the international game, because there aren't that many really quick bowlers in county cricket, but there are a lot of people who are skillful seam swing bowlers who do bowl a full length, that full length. Oh, actually, I mean, this is a ridiculous memory, and it's an old one, but it sort of applies. And I remember being in a dressing room or a team talk way back against when England were playing Australia, and Derek Randall, you may have come across when you get the nuts, who was a scatty character in many ways, but he had a good cricket brain. He said, Dennis Lillee, I tell you this, and he was right. He won't bowl you any bouncers to start with. He's going to try and swing it. He's going to bowl full at you to start with. I mean, he might bowl some bouncers later on. But essentially, he was new ball, Kookaburra ball, it swings. Dennis Lillee, who's one of the quickest bowlers that were ever, he was going to bowl full to start with, because he was looking for the outside edge. And that's how new ball bowlers essentially operate.
Well, I always think about, you know, again, with my sort of coach's head on, you think about, you know, the way that you see, you know, the stats of the game play out and where people get out. By the way, great over there from Kemal Roach. Dan Worrell is going to be the opposite challenge. He's a hit the deck bowler. He's going to swing it towards the slips, as we see there.
Yeah. It was shaped from wide.
A Craig Overton style bowler, but bowls probably slightly fuller, from not quite as high up, but really does hit the pitch hard. So yeah, the batters are going to get tested left, right and centre here this morning.
Well, you can see where he's aiming for, that outside edge with full slips there, lined up.
Yeah, it's always a pretty good indication with the field setting. But I always think about, right, you know, again, you can go into the stats, but I don't think in this particular subject you need to necessarily. You know, LBW, bowled, nick off, that's the high percentage. So create a technique that sort of works for that, and then try and find some people that have success that kind of align with that thought process. And I always used to look in particular at someone like Ricky Ponting, who was obviously had an exceptional average in all forms of the game. But if you can picture how he played a pull shot, he was moving forward onto his left leg. So his left leg was sort of in a position where he was going to play the full ball well. And then he used to, like, you know, spring back off it a bit. And then he used to absolutely climb into the short ball. So I always thought that he was like the epitome of how I saw batting. Yeah.
The only slight problem there is that he was also freakishly good at that.
Well, that helps. that does help.
They used to hear, Rob Marsh used to tell me, people, when Ponting was about 16 or 17 in the Adelaide nets or in indoor school, people would come and watch him back when they had the machine going up to about 90 miles an hour, banging it short, and people would queue up, go into the balcony especially to watch Ponting, essentially pulling off the front foot. He did, didn't he?
Yeah, he was an exceptional
but the other
talent, no doubt about that. We've just a bit of clattering in the back of the commentary box. You might be able to hear, and panting, huffing, puffing. I'm thinking that Charlie Taylor's a little bit late today because he might have had a puncher because he loves his bike. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Well, he might have had a very long debrief after the morning breakfast show.
Or he was at the
went wrong?
He was at the Western Storm end of season dinner Saturday night. Maybe he? Maybe he got lured into Della's Wharf. I don't know. No, great start here from Surrey.
Ponting, forget that bit. But he, like some of the great, he defended on the front foot a long way down the pitch too. He came forward a long way, I reckon, when he defended. And some of the great players can do it. It's not easy to do that. Tendulkar took a big stride when defending, when playing the forward defensive. Anyway,
we top over there from Dan Worrell, a maiden, testing, both hovering around the off stump. And I think with the skill attributes they've got, these two are also metronomically accurate, aren't they? I mean, everything you want out of an opening bowling attack, certainly in England with a bit of moisture around, a brand new Duke ball. They're not going to waste too many deliveries, are they?
It might be a Kookaburra though.
Or one of those. That'll do.
Yeah. We'd have to check that, but I'm pretty sure it's I thought I heard last time that they were playing Kookaburras, but we'll see. Anyway, there's a lot of tension out there, and there's probably a bit in the Somerset dressing room, although it's usually quite a relaxed place, but it's a big game. 2 overs have gone, and all that's happened is that Somerset are 1 wicket down.
Even more so, slightly going into the favour of this bowling attack. Bowlers that have bowled a lot with a Kookaburra ball. Beautiful stride into the ball from Tom Lammonby. Slightly open blade, square drive for 4. Nice little positive sign for Somerset there. Slightly over pitch from Kemal Roach, but I don't think he'll be that disappointed with that.
Well, he was kind of
in the game,
offering the invitation, Roach, early on in the innings, and it was taken. But on another day, that could have nicked to a 4 slip.
Lammonby's been a brilliant performer. He's pretty much opened the batting, you have to say, for Somerset this season. He's right on course to tick over that 1,000-run mark. I think he's averaging somewhere in the mid-40s, I saw the other day, so he's having a brilliant season.
Yeah.
He had that great start to his career, a bit of a slump, but very much like Tom Banton, he's worked really hard with Somerset batting coach Shane Berger and the other staff, and really seeing the fruits of his hard work, which is great to see. Oh, a big swish outside off stump. 4 slips waiting for that away swinger to a left-hander.
Roach, I guess, would have played in the West Indies series. He wasn't really fit at that stage, so we didn't see him in the Test series. But he's become a regular at Surrey.
Yeah, he looks. Well, we know how good a bowler he is, but you know, seeing him up close, as you know, we're right behind the bowlers are now. He looks like a brilliant athlete, fit, strong. Looks like he's got big thighs and backside, which is massive attribute for a fast bowler.
Yeah, and he's not quite in the sort of. He's in the modern West Indies. He's not rapid, is he? He's you know, he's fast enough, but he's not one you'd have sleepless nights about the short ball, probably.
Perfectly suited for English conditions, you have to say.
Yeah. That was the one. That was the one that didn't swing away. That was a straight on, if you like.
That's a seriously good leave there from Lammers. Oh, he'd have had a little bit of a swallow. That Adam's apple would have gone up and down.
Yes, might have just gone over the off stump rather than around it.
A lick of paint, a lick of varnish. Yeah, great start from Surrey, really setting up day one here. There's like I said, a lot of nervous energy from all of us, even us old timers, me and Vic. We're excited, aren't we? Have a look at the speeds there. We've got our Eurolay speed gun, so he's very much in that
80 mile an hour, so just under sometimes. So it's not express by any stretch of the imagination, but it moves. That's the thing. It moves in the air.
And I always think that if you hit the right length, it has that feeling of being quicker, doesn't it? When it's always hitting near the stickers of the bat.
Absolutely. And if the rhythm's right, you used to see, you know, the great Glenn McGrath bowling, and the keeper would be taking it around his shoulders, and you'd actually look at the speedometer, what do we call it, and he was bowling about 81. You know, but when the rhythm's there, it kind of seems to accelerate. It doesn't really accelerate off the pitch, but it seems to bounce off the pitch. With
I always love the phrase
hard ball, heavy ball.
I always like the description. You have like, you know, you have bowlers like a Mitchell Johnson or a Freddie Flintoff who hit the deck, and then you've got the bowlers who kiss the deck, and that's kind of the difference. Sometimes the kiss the deck bowlers on their day can, with the right conditions, can feel plenty quick enough. I think the short ball will be used very sporadically. Certainly in this early phase of the game, they're looking to maximise that hardness of the ball, the lacquer, the swing.
Yeah.
It's perfect sort of slightly overcasty conditions. Starting to blue up, which is a good sign for Somerset after winning the toss.
This is a big test though for Archie Vaughan. He hasn't got off the mark yet, but no, I think that's not so bad anyway.
Lovely save down towards the left-hand post there from Ben Folks.
It's sort of, I mean, this is also fairly ridiculous, but it's reminding me of watching his father making his test debut in Johannesburg. And he was batting at number 4 at that stage, and he was at the crease at, I think, 4 for 2. And he got a very good 30, but in the context of the game, it was a very good 30. Donald was steaming in. It was tricky, but he was very calm, Michael, in that situation, and well, we'll see what Archie does.
I mean, his shape's like, you know, you look at the way he's, you know, nice and tall. He's in a great position. Very sort of looks like he's going to be quite left shoulder led, like his dad was. He played beautiful sort of back foot drives and cover drives, perfect technique. You know, when you have a moving ball, it looks like Archie Vaughan has got a really good chance of getting through that period, the way he shapes up. Well,
it's a stern test, but he was very impressive against Durham with the ball, wasn't it? And
I mean, that leave there just, I mean, yeah, you could go back to 05 and think, yeah, okay, I know what I'm watching there. It's amazing how how the sons of fathers we've watched.
Well, they do.
I've seen movements.
That's right. I've seen Archie Vaughan actually on stream playing for the second team. And he's, you know, just vaguely looked at it, and he played a cover drive, which was so reminiscent of his father. And they say Rocky Flintoff has similarities with his dad. But at the moment, he's just digging in. And
well, I think that's a really good sign of the right temperament as well. You know, I think a young man coming in, you're desperate to get off the mark, aren't you? And he hasn't really shown that, you know, after a dozen balls that he's going to go outside of a, you know, play the ball on its merits mentality, which is a good sign of temperament. I mean, this game has come with quite a billing, but it certainly lived up to it in the first 15 minutes.
Well, yes, I mean, it's only 6 runs, but there's plenty of tension, a lot of testing bowling.
Nicely played there from Tom Lammerby. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for sponsoring our live stream, helping us to bring the footage, the technology, you know, we've got speed guns now, we've got it all, haven't we? Thanks to all our partners, Eurolay, Trade Nation.
Well, I suppose we've still got that win predictor.
Virtue, we've got. I still haven't seen you drive the old Virtue Motors radio controlled car. That's a popcorn moment for me, that, Vic. And no, it's not wind up. Lovely bit of shape there from Kemal Roach. High skill on show here on day one. Lammers having nothing to do with that one.
The start of this innings is not that different from the one against Durham, where I think Andy Mead was at about second ball.
Yeah, it's almost become the poison chalice, isn't it, opening batting? I mean, you know, going back a couple of years when, you know, Dixon was signed as the cure, and, you know, he ends up being an absolute shoe-in in our T20 and one-day teams, and has played beautifully in that format. Hasn't found his feet, and we've tried other combinations. Cola Cadmore has had a go. Umid, Dixon of late. Renshaw's come in at times.
Yeah, well,
obviously
Renshaw,
that is his role, so that's obviously a better fix.
That he's done pretty well. Actually, Lammonby's done pretty well when he's done it adequately, you know, for a young fella.
I mean, where he has batted, it's got to. I mean, that conversation must have been had with Lammers. You might as well open, lad. Just.
Well, I don't know whether whether it comes. I don't know whether it comes from him. It's almost superstition because he has, on countless times, found himself at the crease within 5 minutes. But I think they just feel that they've found a formula in the middle order that's been working, and they don't want to disrupt it. But logically, when things are gone, he's actually operated as an opening batsman anyway.
Yeah, I think there's probably going to be a time where you've got to, I suppose, find your banker and then really sort of invest time in someone. Archie Vaughan might be that man, and that would be great, because I look back to sort of eyes opening a little bit when we had one of the best opening batters in world cricket at the time in Marcus Trescothick, playing county cricket where arguably he was still plenty good enough to play for England, but for other reasons. Yeah. And there was always that Errol Sapaya, he normally bats sort of in the middle order or 3 or 4, and he's going to open. And then you actually, you sit back here, 15 years later, and you think, how good was Errol? He averaged probably 32, 33, something like that. But I mean, Somerset would snap your hands off for that sort of numbers now. Up the other end to a quality opening batter, and then those two as a pair were exceptional for Somerset for a long period of time. So, but it certainly wasn't like, he's going to open the bat and he's going to do well. It was just a feeling that we had that he
Let's give Errol a go.
But it was the temperament. Errol could bat and bat and bat and bat. I can remember going into the indoor school and I was watching Errol on the bowling machine, and after sort of 10 minutes, I realised that he was down there practicing leaves. And I'd never ever seen anyone practicing leaves. I mean, how boring could you possibly be?
Well, I have, but anyway, go on.
But I mean, but again, he had a mindset, and he worked on it, and he was given that license.
And he had a sound technique too, didn't he?
Good, but also had a license to fail a little bit as well. I think you've got
I think expectations.
You've got to give someone time, haven't you?
I do remember coming down here just after Marcus had been picked for his first Test match, but before he played, and he was playing against the West Indies. And I don't know, I was down here, and he was having a net. I think Kevin Shine, was probably throwing balls. And what was he practicing? He was practicing leaving. He said, "I'm going to be up against Courtney Walsh." And I just remember him practically leaving every ball. And he said he's going to bowl round the wicket perhaps at some point, go around, throw it from round the wicket.
That unique way Marcus actually did leave the ball. He offered the bat, but inside the line. It was incredible to watch him cultivate that.
He practiced leaving. He's one of the more aggressive opening batsmen we've ever seen. Still can't get off the mark. But
it was just a little sign the previous ball that Archie Vaughan's getting a little bit itchy to register that first run. He had a couple of steps down the wicket, but didn't play a rash shot. He's still very much looking to play the ball on its merits, just trying to negate a little bit of movement there. But I remember you were probably there on the exact days where I was there. I can remember, Shiny, I think I spoke about this in the last game. Shiny had decent pace as a bowler himself. He's a quick bowler. And he was quite recently retired when he became a coach. And he used to bowl at Marcus, but off of about 16 yards to really ramp the pace. And I can remember, like, you crazy? Because Shiny could bowl quick enough off a full pitch, and he was like halfway down, and in classic Shiny fashion with the mullet flowing, sweating and snarling at him. But Trez was loving it, and he, like I said, we watched him cultivate this sort of play not play shot, and the rest is history. But Archie Vaughan's doing a grand job at the moment, but he'd sure like that first run, and that's going to be it.
Well, let's get a warm round of applause.
Almost a little ironic cheer there from the Cooper Associates County Ground faithful.
Well, that's sort of a bit of relief too from them, as well as no doubt Archie Vaughan, although he doesn't show too much.
See the speeds there from Dan Worrell, a couple of miles an hour above Keemar Roach. You certainly wouldn't guess that from watching up here. Yeah, he's in the 82 mark. So I do think actually this particular speed gun we have, it's obviously sponsored by Eurolay. I think the speed gun has ate a little bit too much cheese, because I've seen a couple of bowlers over the last few games that I feel like it registers a little bit low, maybe a couple of miles an hour, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Well,
and that rings true to what I'm seeing at the moment, but maybe we can just get the old Eurolay speed gun on a diet for a few days. Beautiful shot there from Archie Vaughan. That's going to race away for a boundary. Another massive cheer from the crowd here. It's not full, but the fans that are here are completely engaged in what's going on out there.
I mean, they don't open all the stands, but James Hildreth's stand is always pretty full. Harold Gilbert's Hills, rarely any space there. And you always, where we're sitting up in the top of the Marcus Trescothick stand, this stand below us will be very full, but we can't see him. That's a nice shot. He's away now.
Well,
I mean, it's such an opportunity for Archie Vaughan, actually, because there is this gap there at the top of the order, and you know, get a couple of good scores at the end of this season at the top of the order, and there's every chance he'll be inked in with the start of next season, which is a huge
and against the attack. I mean,
in big games too.
You can't hide today. I mean, I think you mentioned it earlier about what Somerset have got on the cards at the moment. We're still in the stage of the season where every day's cricket is now very, very live in terms of winning trophies. But what I like about this game is Surrey are in the same boat as well. I know Somerset have that.
And we're playing them on Saturday morning as well.
Yeah, we have that extra sort of added game, the Metro Bank, but that's a lot of the players out there haven't represented either team in that tournament, but both teams in finals day, both teams within a win of each other in the county championship. Fascinating stuff.
Well, it's sort of reminiscent. I remember going too much ancient history, but when in '78 and '79, when Brian Rose had taken over the captaincy, and Rosie, as you know, is not a sort of great Churchillian orator. Before just about every day of every game in sort of July, August of those 2 years, he just said, "This is the most important day in the history of the club," and off we went.
Well, I think as a leader, I think if you just need to. I think the important thing is whether you're sort of you're a great orator like you say there, or you're just a good body language reader. The important thing is you create some kind of emotion out your players. Don't let you.
Well, the other thing,
let your team go across the line flat.
But the other thing is, you can't pretend to be someone you're not, if you see what I mean. You can't pretend to be all gung-ho if you're, you've got to be in your own character, otherwise people don't believe you, do they?
I have to admit, I would they're one of those, they talk about like, if Gavaskar played in this era and all those kind of like stories that, those unanswerable debates that you can have. But I have to admit, if I had a time machine and I could place myself anywhere, I would have loved to have played in the team here at Somerset in that sort of era. I mean, that would have been fascinating. And actually, I think the main reason was not necessarily to have been alongside yourself and Botham and maybe in the dressing room with Viv and all those great players, but it would have been to listen to Rosie.
You didn't say much.
Well, yeah, maybe it would be quite an underwhelming dream, but I think, you know what?
Oh yeah, no. We always kept looking at him. What's he thinking now? Is he thinking now? No. So, has Lammonby been up this end yet? I don't think he has. They've got sort of two men who are kind of in catching positions on the leg side. He likes to flick it there.
So in terms of the speed gun, Vic, I've played cricket in speed gun world.
Era.
And I used to bowl between 78 and 82 miles an hour, depending on how stiff the back was.
Right.
You can't tell me Keemar Roach is bowling 79 mile an hour. Yeah,
Well, I have to say, my
That's gotta be
impression,
skiddier.
my impression is that you didn't bowl quite as quick as Worrell or Leach, but you know.
yeah, I think we
Well,
might
there's
we might need to send a bit of WD-40 downstairs and get that oiled up a little bit.
unless you tweaked the radar when you were bowling. I mean, I would have loved it, I think, out of curiosity, because I find it fascinating to see what speed spinners are bowling and how they vary their pace. And you can sometimes see it with just the naked eye, but it's nice to see it on the monitor there that Leach actually in the last game bowled a little bit slower than, because he often bowls about 55, 56, and he was coming up around, perhaps this supports your theory, around 51, 52.
Yeah, I always like to see, like, in terms of watching Leachy bowl, it's not so much. I mean, it is obviously linked to the pace. I always think he gets the most out of the Taunton pitch, where there's it just looks like the ball's dropping onto the wicket rather than sort of skidding through onto the wicket. That's, I suppose that sounds really obvious, but I think you can. I used to field at point a lot when Leachy was bowling, and we would often have a little bit of a mothers meeting. I would say, Leachy, it's just drop it a little bit more onto the pitch.
Yeah, well, it's easier said than done, but that is the critical thing about slow bowling, is it's not so much getting it to turn, although that you've got to do that. That's an ugly shot. He got out weirdly to a short ball early on. He used to be so good at them.
Yeah, just got a little bit cramped there, trying to hit that in front of square. So really good that he's seeing it so well and so early, but yeah, a little bit of a heart in mouth moment there for these two who have actually, since the dismissal of goals,
weathered a little bit of a storm. But that was the first false shot from Lambie. First bouncer from Worrell took him by surprise. You see, he hasn't bowled one. But yeah, getting back to, I mean, it is obvious, but people forget that the key thing, and you being square of the wicket, you'd see it. Even when the ball's turning, the key thing, what enables Leach, say, to just bowl that perfect ball that hits middle leg and clips off, is to get the batsman to misjudge the length slightly. You've got to get them misjudging the length, and if it's turning and they're just misjudging the length because the ball's just dipped a bit and it's not quite as full as they thought. And
more revolutions on the ball helps the ball dip.
I mean, I always quote and remember watching a friend of yours, Ian Blackwell, when he was with the England Academy, I think, and Monty Pandesar bowling at Adelaide against Nasser Hussain in the nets. At nets at Adelaide, you can stand as if you were first right behind. It was great to watch. And they were both pitching the ball in exactly the same place. And it's not to denigrate Ian Black was a fantastic cricketer, but Blackie's balls were basically zoom straight down onto that length. And he bowled perfectly well. Pandesar, when he was really in rhythm, it did, and he bowled quickly, but it dipped at the end. And even Hussain was struggling to pick up the length, whereas you could pick up the length of Blackwell in that particular little net session more easily. And I don't think even Blackie would claim he had the same dip as Pandesar when he bowled his left arm spin.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's the crunch. The best ones just make you misjudge the length.
As Robbo would say, a bit of flight and guile.
Yeah.
Get Swan's neck over the rope. Beautiful clip off the pads there from Lammonby. Keemar Roach just getting a little bit greedy, one would think there.
Yeah, well, he's nice to put away. So we'll have plenty of Leach in this match, I'm sure. I don't think it'll be long before we see a bit of Saqib. I would have thought he would be amongst the first change of bowlers. They've got Jordan Clark, obviously, and I think one other, but they've also got Cam Steele with his leg breaks and Saqib, and I think you want to get Saqib explore things with Saki.
Jordan Clark, Tom Curran,
Of course.
Cam Steele, Shakib Al Hassan.
Yeah,
I think they'll be the bowlers that will do the bowl. That's
quite close, isn't it?
just feels like that needed a bit more of an appeal.
Well,
If he's not, I'm assuming he must have hit that because that was pretty straight.
yeah.
Hard to tell on.
It's the one that keeps coming in instead of the one that keeps going, that swings away.
Well, if he hasn't hit that, that's
Close.
very.
Maybe just a bit high, I don't know.
That's pretty out, I'd have said, but.
Anyway, still there. That's really so good.
He's going
Picking
to pick
those
up
up.
4 for that. Lammers, again, a little bit too straight. Obviously got away with a big shout there. Either hit it or just got away with one. And Kemal Roach, with a bit of frustration, hunting that pad out again, has gone a little bit too straight. And Lammers has made him pay. Beautiful bit of batting there from Lammers, who's moved on to 16. Somerset 22 for 1 here in the middle of the 9th over.
So Tom Curran, I think, has kind of come out of. The plan was, that he was a white ball cricketer this year, but he's deigned to come play with red ball because Surrey are missing so many people. Well, that's a little fortuitous, but he'll take it.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, he's bowled the whole of the spell pretty much with four slips, and that would have been straight to the 3rd or 4th one, and they've changed.
They've retreated a bit.
They've gone for 2 and a 1 and a man through or a point.
Yeah, extra man. Well, it's sort of a man hovering at sort of short extra cover, wide short. It's sort of a bit of a showy position.
That does surprise me because
early day.
Roach, you'd think he'd get fine nicks because of his height. The taller bowlers generally get gullies in play, and yeah, I think he's gonna regret that move.
Where's that? He's got to mid off. They're getting very excited behind the stumps. It's not entirely
on the live
calm
stream.
Viewing.
On the live stream. Welcome to all Surrey fans, and I think we've probably accrued a few from overseas. Everyone that's watching from Bangladesh, maybe in Dakar, Chittagong, maybe.
Yeah.
All over the place.
Well, you're all
welcome. We hope you enjoy the footage.
We'll do our best to be as objective as we can. What a good ball. No, sorry. It's a good game, though. It's a good game, and it gets your palms sweaty. It's such a sort of lovely game to have at this stage of the season with so much resting on it. 2 terrific teams. I mean, Surrey have been the champions, as we know, for the last couple of years.
I've got a thought for you, Vic.
Yeah.
Because it would certainly happen in other leagues, not necessarily professional leagues, but I think it's relevant. Should you have had to have played a game in the first 50% of the season to be able to play in the crunch games? I mean, is it right that you could literally just sign anyone in the last game of the season if you needed to win, if you had the budget?
I think it's a very fair question.
I don't have an issue, but is that is a fair question?
This is not, one should add.
Well, Somerset have done it as well.
Exactly.
So
I was just about to point out that Somerset are playing Brett Randall,
this isn't,
who has flown over from New Zealand.
This isn't an anti-Surrey sentiment.
No. Well, I think I have sympathy with that view. In fact, in the Blast, there are regulations that prevent you bringing someone in. They've got to have played in at least, I don't know the chapter in first, but in order to be able to play in the final, or the finals day, you have got to have played at some point in the sort of qualifying period. So, for example, last year, Somerset signed Ish Sodhi quite late in the proceedings, and he played in a couple of games before they got to the finals, and then played significantly.
So he played in the back end of the group stage it went to knockout.
He had to do that. He couldn't have been drafted in just for finals.
And that's my point. I vaguely remember Worcester needed to win the last game to get promotion, and they signed Ashwin for the last game, prepared a sandpit, and he took God knows how many wickets. So I just think for the integrity of the competition.
I think I have sympathy with that. I mean, Surrey will play. Well, Surrey might play, or we could play Somerset. That, you know, pressure of fixtures, blah blah blah. Surrey providing 6-7 players for England. Not the case with Somerset, of course. You know, extreme measures should be permitted, but I have sympathy with that view, actually. And I think it might be something worth looking at. I mean, there's so many things that have to be looked at the moment.
Oh, that's a shot of from the ages, that one. Archie Vaughan rocking back. A beautiful pull shot through mid-wicket. Outstanding shot. But then again, I suppose, you know, Archie Vaughan's only played the second half of the season. So, I mean, but a registered player.
Yeah.
That's played second.
That's not a worry.
Yeah, you could go down like large rabbit holes, but yeah.
No, that's obviously not the case. If he's on the start, for heaven's sake, anyone can play. So that's something to look at. I mean, the only other argument from an objective point of view, it's not going anywhere. He's
very confident appeal there from the 4 Surrey catchers. I think he looks like the bottom of the bat has got nowhere near his pad, so it's not that.
They saw it as a regulation, but then a lot of teams do. He's pushed forward. He can't have hit anything else other than the bat if it hit something.
I mean, going on body language.
He's not going anywhere there.
Going on body language, that looks like a regulation, but old Shawnee's had none of it.
Steve O'Shaughnessy, is it?
Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Milnes, the umpires. Lovely to see the two of them.
No nonsense, both no nonsense umpires, I'd have thought.
Yeah, get on with it, lad.
I played against Steve O'Shaughnessy. Must be coming to the end of his. Because I played against him.
I think he's just ticked over to 63. He looks magnificent for it. Doesn't look a.
Yeah. Well, no, I could have played against him. I did play against him.
Doesn't look a day over 61.
Yeah. Well, David Mills is his own man, strong man, isn't he? Doesn't stand any nonsense.
I played a bit against Milnesy towards the back end of his career, and I know, you know, this was kind of his modus operandi anyway. Like quite a lot of buttons on the shirt. He used to have like all the shirt undone, big, strong barrel chest, bit of a hairy chest. The old St. Christopher medallion. He was like,
he probably wasn't quite as quick as in his pomp then.
He was actually a bit of an Adonis of a man, to be fair. Big, strapping.
Did you did you take notes really and sort of? Can I look a bit more like this?
A foot shorter, not as heavy set.
Certainly not quite as quick, really.
Definitely not as quick.
Shakib's on. We said he'd be on pretty early. It's 11:10.
Here we go. It's going to be lighting up here all over. The old Wi-Fi in Dakar's going to be crashing.
He's taken all his jumpers off.
Sorry to everyone in Bangladesh who's trying to watch their Netflix at the moment. Everyone's online.
He's got his own shirt already. It didn't take long to get that one organised.
The best all-rounder in the entire world is one of the comments as soon. He hasn't even bowled a ball yet.
I mean, going on about your argument while they're sorting out the helmet, the upside is that we get to watch one of the great international cricketers of this era.
I think I'm right in saying so. I played in the Dakar Premier League for Abhani, and I believe Shakib Al Hassan played for Mohammedan. I think I'm right in saying that.
Yeah.
And it was that was the big clash, and you know everyone, you know, we filled the stadium in Mirpur in that game.
That's 30,000.
And I'll tell you what, you think facing him out here is difficult. You wait till you face him over on those pitches.
Well, he's not a magical spinner in that sense. He's just canny with a low arm that is slightly unusual. You faced him, but he doesn't bowl magic balls, does he? You know, the balls that you can't pick.
No, I think it's important as a batter that you're really fixated in the game, in understanding how he's trying to get you out. He has the ability when he stands that seam up to get the ball to straighten and turn away from the bat, but how he wants you to play is outside the line. He wants to skid the ball.
LBU.
Stumps and pads. You've got to protect your stumps and pads against Shakib.
Yeah.
He has a brilliant knack of just tilting the seam in an undercut fashion. It skids onto the shiny side of the ball, the leather, and it will just almost go in like an off spinner and can just trap you on that inside edge.
Or generally in swinging.
Short legs very much in play for a bowler like Shakib. As you see there, even on a pitch that looks like it really ought to spin.
Well, it's early days yet.
That is skidded. Come on, trying to create some theatre, Vic. Come on.
No, you don't need extra
Come with
theatre.
me.
There's plenty of theatre already. But he's not. He's got a low arm that skids in. There was a guy, and that can be difficult because it's so unusual. Cramping. He must cramp you up too. He doesn't give you much width at any stage, I don't imagine. You don't get much
played from Shakib Al Hasan. I think
you don't get much cutting opportunity.
Well, it's very so. If you picture the way the really good Indian players play spin, very much a case of standing open, playing with your hands and looking to score through extra cover, making sure you keep your front pad out of the way so you're never playing around it, and you're actually looking. I mean, the really great players at some stage would just try and like ping him over extra cover or over mid off. I think that would probably be the way that the better players of someone like him would try and score. So we have a look at that scorecard there. Goldsworthy went early to that rather extraordinary dismissal, and then Archie Vaughan and Lammers have just nestled in against a really high challenge attack. They've done a really good job of it so far.
Yeah, we've got a change at the far end. I think this is Jordan Clark coming on. He's got a terrific record since he came down to the Oval, didn't he? He was at Lancashire, wasn't he? And you'd have played against him as well. Clark.
Jordan Clark, yeah, Lancashire. Actually, I think he actually left Lancashire quite early on and went down to Surrey. I think he had one good season. Surrey snapped him up. He was an excellent white ball bowler, but he's got the knack of getting wickets. A beautiful delivery. Always has to be to get rid of a player of Lammonby's quality. Bashed in, round the wicket, may have straightened a little bit what you'd probably imagine would be the wobble seam, and that's flown through to second slip. Yes, that's a very good delivery. It's just straightened towards the slip cordon, and he struck immediately. So I mean, I think that all the billing would have been that he was a great white ball player and and a good all-rounder, but he's bowled a lot with the new ball for Surrey as well, Jordan Clark, and struck immediately here at Taunton. It felt like the game was going flat. He's one of those guys as well. He creates that theatre.
Yeah, I mean it's flown through to second slip. Actually, remarkable pace. I'm sure he was in a great position to be in the air. It was like crookedly defended. First ball, new action, new man.
I think that's nipped quite a lot, It looks
Away
like
from him,
I think that has. If we can get another replay of that, it looked like it was coming in towards off stump, and I think the reason why Lammonby got in an awkward position because it did straighten.
Left him a bit, yeah. Nice catchable height, but going at a pace, head high. So what a start for him. Tom Abel, he comes to join Archie Vaughan, so plenty of tension there.
You have to say that's a great way to start your week at Taunton with a divider. The bowlers always used to get a bit stressed at Taunton with, God, if I'm going to go for a couple hundred runs this week, I need some dividers. Clark struck.
Oh, I see. A divider, dear listener, being
for the old
wicket.
The old bowling average. You don't want a 0 for 100, which plenty have got here at Taunton.
Well, I don't think many will get 0 for 100 on this surface. So there's not misbehaved drastically at all, but there's been a little bit of movement, and we sort of anticipate that there'll be some help. We didn't see any spin actually in Shakib's first over, but it's early days. Ooh, quite like that too.
He's going to be up and at you, Jordan Clark. Yeah, another little bit. That's. I think that's the danger ball for the right-hander. That one that nips back. There's a lot of love for Shakib Al Hassan on the live stream at the moment. I think we've already had the phrase "world's greatest all-rounder" about 30 times already. So
he's played in England before, hasn't he?
Yeah, he played for Worcester, definitely Worcester.
Yeah.
Not sure if he's played for anyone else, but yeah, he's a high-quality batter as well. He's a fine player.
I mean, he is a genuine all-rounder insofar as it's hard to distinguish. Actually, I think he's in some ways he's a more dangerous batsman than he's bowler, but you know they're equally good. Those two bits of his game. Sun's out, but.
A bit of a ray of sunshine just lighting up the ground a little bit. When I drove in this morning, I thought, there's half a chance you might get some floodlights on quite early today, but sun's doing its thing.
Yeah, it's probably still quite chilly out there. We're closeted away behind our lovely massive window in room. I can hear the wind in my earphones. And I can see the anoraks.
There's always a lot of anoraks in a county cricket game.
Yeah. What a good probing start from Clark. He's just occasionally just checking his hamstring. Bolstered by that early wicket. It's nothing better, really. Relaxes you. I've never thought of it as a divider before, but I know exactly what you mean.
We've got a birthday in the ground today, Vic. You might have been playing when Nick Evans made his first team appearance for Somerset. He's downstairs. He's celebrating his 70th birthday today. So a few people in from Weston-super-Mare, and they're not in the Weston-super-Mare box downstairs. They're actually in the Froome suite, but we hope they have a great day today.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I played in Nick's first class. I remember playing a fair amount of second team cricket with Nick. He bowled lively away swingers in his youth.
Bit of a Dan Worrell.
Yeah, I would say so. Not quite so tall as Dan Worrell, but yeah, that's my memory. And I think he was on the Lord's ground staff as well, possibly with Beefy.
Yeah, well, I suppose if you do need to calm yourself down today, that's the place to go. The old Thatcher's Gold on tap. You might have to see if they can pop one in the microwave right now at the moment. It's a little bit chilly. Certainly will be a bit fresh for Shakib Al Hassan.
He's found a length, though, inevitably.
Yeah, it won't take him long to get in the action. Archie Vaughan noticeably getting quite a lot lower in his stance when he's playing spin, as opposed to standing nice and tall like he does facing the seamers. There's that little knee bend, getting low to the pitch, which is a really good strategy there to pick up length, and a beautiful sweep shot played on line down to the scoreboard next to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and he's going to pick up another boundary. He's played nicely, Archie Vaughan. It's really impressive, a young batter there who's obviously got a good cricket IQ. The way that he's changing his technique slightly for the different challenges, that shows that he's well coached. He thinks about the game.
Yeah, well, forced a little field change. You sent one back there now.
That was a big Trescothic thing, actually, when spin came on. He used to widen his stance and get low, and he always felt like he could judge the length and the drop better from lower down.
Yeah, well, it is very marked with Archie Vaughan, because he's a tall man, and he stands pretty tall when he's facing the seamers. Butler used to, Butler still does. He seems to get lower against the spinners sometimes than he used to. Mind you, he has that sort of almost crouch.
He does the crouch and the shoulder shake that you see all the kids copying these days.
And he's put that through the gap beautifully. I don't know if he'll go before. I think it probably will. It's fast out from this. It's a good chase. Oh, and they've broken it. Yes, they've got it.
Poor delivery there from Shakib Al-Hassan, and a very stiff-looking chase from Tom Curran out to the point boundary. Looked like he had the old Submariner boots on.
So, conceding a few runs there, Shakib. No obvious sign of spin. What was noticeable in that Durham game is the ball spun a bit from both ends, but Leach was adamant that he only really liked bowling at the river end. Bowled a few overs from this end, where it seemed occasionally to be turning a bit more, but no, he's much happier for whatever reason.
Yeah, he's definitely bowled a lot of his overs from that end down there, and I think maybe a lot to do with the fact that a lot of the tall seamers prefer this end.
Yeah,
Caddick always used to say that, pretty much in Caddy's language, good bowlers at this end, you rubbish all rounders down the other end.
So you bowl at the river end?
Of course, naturally.
That's runs too.
Beautiful shot there from Archie Vaughan, straight down the ground. Going to pick up another couple of runs, moving into the 20s.
I gather Leicester are 11 for 6.
Yeah, that's
who they playing.
I'll have to look at the old ECB app, because that is a forgettable start to your county championship match.
Well, if he's playing, I expect Ben Green's in.
11 for 6. No, Ben Green. I saw him. We had a little chat about curating moustaches this morning.
Oh right, okay.
And then we went about our business. I'm assuming he hasn't made it up to Grace Road.
No.
You're missing the first innings if he does.
Well, no, he's got work to do at the weekend. I expect he's not available.
Coden Fisher cleaning up. That is.
Oh, it's Yorkshire.
11 for 6.
Well, Yorkshire, of course, hunting promotion, along with Middlesex and Sussex, really, isn't it, in that division?
Looks like there might be a result pitch being produced.
Where is it being played?
Let's have a little look. It's at the Upton Steel County Ground, Leicester. Grace Road for those slightly more mature listeners.
So Yorkshire can't be blamed for that then.
No, that's one of those, probably, strategised by the coach. The groundsman's done his job, and they've just watched that coin flip end over end, praying that it comes down on the right side. Can backfire these things, can't they, Vic?
Yeah. Well, what can certainly backfire is the notion on when the coin goes up and you win the toss, and then suddenly half the dressing room thinks, "Oh, we've won the game then." Because it's never that simple.
The Hyderabad era was certainly one of those. Do you remember that? Whatever happened? I want to know what happened and how much wine was drank at the ECB during the no toss, when they got rid of the toss.
Yeah.
Was there any debate over the positives and almost certain negatives of that theory?
Well,
whatever happened to that?
Well, it was abandoned. I don't know how
was
many
it
years.
the opposition could choose? Was that?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, there was a certain logic in that it was in an era, and it still happens a bit, where the home side
can't have home advantage.
We're gonna manipulate the wickets to their benefit, what they thought was their benefit, and we're prepared to gamble, I suppose, on the toss.
So the cricket equivalent of Southampton playing Man United on a thin pitch.
If you like, yeah. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Well, me and you, Vic, we just don't think alike, do we? But it works. It just works. Opposites attract.
But I don't know. It must have happened for a couple of seasons, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah,
it might have been a reaction to Hyderabad. I don't know.
Yeah, it probably was actually. Anything to stop Somerset winning.
Yeah.
All sour grapes.
I mean, after our beloved Brian Rose declared, they did change the law. At 0 for 1 at Leicester, or 1 for 0 at Leicester.
I think blaming Rosie is a good thing. We should definitely blame Rosie.
But, right, well, Tom Abel's only faced 5 balls, but his contribution, he's off and running now, though. As I said, so far, nothing for Shakib in terms of turn. quite a full ball to be going back to, but he watched it.
It looks like he's got a very clear game plan, hasn't he? Which is great. I think it's very, you know, when you're playing a spinner of Shakib's quality, I think it's got a very sort of dairy shelf life, longevity. When you're just kind of, you know, playing it as you see it, you've got to have a definitive plan, and playing back is certainly the way that Archie Vaughan sees left arm spin, and I think he looks like he's sweeping on line. As soon as Shakib Al-Hassan gets into leg stump, he goes to one knee. Doesn't look like it's massively premeditated, and he's definitely looking for the cut shot, and he's going to get some runs for it.
They like a misfield here.
I think that's...
It's just it's 3 they picked up.
Not sure who's done that bit of fielding, but it looks like...
I don't know.
Someone who's not keen on throwing either. Have to put that into the old information bank.
Well, if you play a top-class spinner, or any spinner really, who is going to pitch it fairly consistently, you want to know in your head where you were going to score before you do it, if you see what I mean. That's where I'm going to score my runs. Yeah. And to be fair, what Vaughan has done so far, he's got 26, but 26 are very important runs. It's a very strange strategy for a modern batsman. He's just playing everything on merit.
Oh. What's he thinking? What is he
I mean,
thinking?
he's not going to get very far in the game, is he? Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched any of the Test match yesterday, but
Well,
that
did.
was just... That was
Unbelievable. Well, I mean...
It's a painful watch, some of that.
It was, wasn't it? And you like to see the people taking the aggressive route, but
even the star man of the show, Surrey man, Jamie Smith. I mean, he got them by the scruff of the neck, and then the last ball before tea, massive hack caught mid wicket. It was like, just see that one off, get into the break, and go again. It's just the whole thing is just occasional little bits of over high on Bazball, unfortunately, and yeah, it will cost.
will cost them a test
It will
match.
cost them the occasional test match, I think, as well as it might win the odd one.
I'm going to have a bit of a rest, I think.
It's just been such an exciting...
Well, it's very draining. It's tense. It's fascinating. It's a good game. It's a 50 for 2. We've no idea what a good score is. We don't quite know what the pitch is going to do. We hadn't seen it turn yet. We've had 3 overs of Shakib. I might take him off, actually, if I were him, and investigate other possibilities. And we're watching Archie Vaughan in a new role, doing it pretty well so far.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Vic. And he's going to come in and keep me company for however long Charlie Taylor's been and gone, and I don't know. I've got this theory that he's popped his tyre on the way in. Maybe he's gone for a puncture repair kit. Who knows? And he's struggling to. The instructions are underneath, Annie. If you need to work out how to put the old headphones on. Jordan Clark struck on his first ball of his spell to get rid of Lammers, and he's managed to get the headphones on. She's found the on button, which is awesome. Nice to see you, Annie. What
Nice
a great
to
day
see
we've
you.
got in store today.
I know. It's really, really exciting, isn't it? A top table clash. But I thought I'd keep you company because Charlie, I don't know quite what he's up to, really.
You're down Alford's, that's the story I'm sticking
is
with.
it?
He's down Alford's, he's getting his puncture repair kit. Going to treat himself to an energy gel and he'll be back later.
Vic was needing a drink, I think.
Well,
you know,
it's
a cup of tea or coffee, I'm talking about, obviously.
It's just dry mouth stuff, isn't it, at the moment? There is definitely a tension. Well, I'm feeling it anyway. I've been, I was up nice and early this morning. Couldn't wait to get down here.
Yeah.
Have a look at the pitch.
What time did you get here?
I was here about an hour before the start of play. Went out and had a look at the pitch. You have to say in the context of a bowler at Taunton, it's about as exciting as you can get. You know, there's a bit of moisture around. There's nice live grass in the middle. Looks like it will seem a little bit. I think I have to admit, I feel like it would be a different scoreboard if there was a Duke ball in the hands of the bowlers.
Of course.
But we'll see how that develops. I don't think they nip for very long. The seams are a lot smaller than the Duke ball. I mean, that first dismissal there we've just seen of Goldsworthy, an in-swinger that didn't really do anything apart from come in to beat him on the outside edge, somehow clipped the outside of off stump, and Jordan Clark's beautiful delivery there. In terms of, you know, your first ball of a spell, it's bang on the line of off stump. It's just done a little bit.
Absolutely perfect, yeah.
Exactly what you want. Shakib Hassan is in.
It's going down, isn't it?
Tom really needs to work out that the ball isn't doing a great deal, but that one is the first one that's just straightened on him. But
still,
yeah, that
still just missing.
That might have hit leg stump on the next set. But it's definitely getting a little bit of spin. I think a bowler of his quality, I feel like those first 3 overs are just him finding the speed and finding out what he needs to do to get the ball spinning from leg to off.
Yeah, it's a big change, isn't it? Bowling over here on a Taunton wicket.
Nicely played from Archie Vaughan. Don't miss those. Is he going to pick up a boundary? He is not going to pick up a boundary. Brilliant piece of fielding there down on the boundary. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Looked like a line you certainly don't want to miss. He's opened up the stumps, but like a lot of these youngsters, they're all exceptional sweepers. They're brilliant at these shots, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, apparently Michael Vaughan was on TMS this morning wishing Archie a bit of luck facing Roach and Worrell.
Well, I'm sure, very much like I am now, keeping an eye on streams and different things like that, I can just imagine Michael Vaughan somewhere at the Oval. He's probably on a little bit of a break. First thing he does is he gets on our live stream and
checks his son's
has a little watch. So,
well, he'll be very pleased with how he's
will.
coming on, and good for Somerset to have someone come and open and actually stay there.
It's probably the one time in our commentary careers we are definitely commentating on a much better game of cricket here than he is at the Oval.
Way
I reckon.
Better, yeah. They should all want to be down here.
Yeah, he's certainly fully invested on the game plan of sweeping and playing from well within the crease. It looks like his front foot's on the popping crease there, so playing back to everything. The dangers are coming forward if he gets that one to slide. The inside edge onto the pad, short leg comes into play.
Yep,
So
lot of
brilliant.
sweeping going on there as well. I mean, very different to when you were playing, Trigo.
Oh, the bugle would have been blown. I'd have been dancing down and trying to park him somewhere over where we are now, and probably would have ran past it and I'd have been out. So there we go. As we have a look at the old Pegasus building there, the old shawls are out.
Yeah.
Blankets over the legs. It's a bit chilly here at Taunton.
It is a bit chilly. It's a bit windy, but it's September. What can I say? Can I just also say a fantastic to the ground staff for getting a game going at 10:30 this morning. I mean, we have had so much rain, and really heavy rain. So incredible, really.
Yeah, I think that's the benefit of all the investment. I know at times there have been some tough things to see. You know, we had I think we had a virtual sand pit around the outfield early on last year. But you know, the investment in the drainage that takes that sort of that puddling away from the square.
You got your bucket and spade out, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean it was. We see enough sand in Western-super-Mare. We don't need it in Taunton as well. But Abe's just getting into his stride now. Vaughan on 30, 56 for 2 in the 18th over here.
Also had that patch in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion from when they moved the lights over, wasn't there? That was last season as well.
Yeah, but I think you've got to go through a bit of pain, and it looks like the new surface, the new drainage is bedded in now.
Yep, but incredible to be starting at 10:30. A lot of games haven't started at 10:30.
clipped off the pads there from Archie Vaughan, in and out that crease, using those young muscles to propel him up and down the wicket.
He's looking very confident now, isn't he? Do you think he plays like his dad?
Well, he's definitely. I think there are mannerisms, definitely, but he's gonna be his own man, no doubt about that. I've wished him luck this morning. He looks a good lad, nice chap. Looks like he's always got a smile on his face. Very tidy bowler as well, which I think is probably the reason why he's got that nod. Yeah. To get in ahead of Andy Umeed, who's had a great couple of months as well, and he obviously didn't go so well last week, but he's done really well this season. Andy Umeed, so unlucky, but Archie Vaughan, those wickets that he's got has probably given him the nod. And watching him play, I think he's an innings away from really finding his feet in first class cricket. You can see he's got it all there. You see he's got the temperament.
He's the package,
technique.
Isn't he?
I think so, yeah. I mean, you can't put too much pressure on a young man just because his dad was a good cricketer. I mean, it's not fair to do that. But taking all of that away, he looks like he's got a temperament. Vic mentioned there, he looks like he plays the ball on its merit, which is a great asset for this form of the game.
Yep.
We know he's got the expansive shots in the limited overs game, but he looks like he's got the temperament for the longer format. Technically, looks very sound. He plays very up and down the line, full face of the bat, keeps everything in a straight line. I love the way that he's played Shakib Al Hassan and has had a really noticeable technique difference to get himself lower to the ground.
Absolutely.
So shows that he's got a good cricket IQ. Yeah, it's all there. And I think once he can just have that innings, even this might even be it.
Yep.
Just a 30 against a high quality attack, that could be the catalyst for some great things, because there's absolutely no doubt about it. The young lads that have had dads that have played definitely feel it. And he'll be desperate just to put in innings to say, right, I'm Archie actually.
Yeah,
I'm
not Michael. Yeah, I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages, aren't there? I mean, there always are. I remember interviewing Ryan Sidebottom and him saying, it's a really good thing in some ways, but actually it's a really bad thing as well. It's not straightforward.
Nicely played from Abe's. A little bit of excitement there from the Surrey fielders. I think they probably feel like short legs in the game at the moment. A couple of balls have spun towards the outside edge of Tom Abel's bat. Oh, it's going to be tough to. I think that's one of the things that, like,
what, to not play that?
You're going to get a lot of like, some teams just
appeal.
Yeah, but it's all, you can tell it's almost like a bit of a dishonest style of appeal, for lack of better word. It's like trying to make it look like a dead cert. I feel like that's kind of like folks'
I think that happens
thing.
more. Yeah, it is, but I think it happens more and more with many teams now.
Oh, Archie Vaughan skipping down, a bit of a hack through mid wicket.
Another two though. It's a 61 for 2 now, which given the wicket in the first over, I think Somerset would be reasonably happy with this. I think the crowd's pretty good, Trigo. I'm looking around thinking there's plenty of people here on a Monday in September. I mean, that's a couple of thousand at least.
Absolutely. You imagine this being a weekend, I think you'd be struggling to see a white seat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big game, and we know it's a big couple of weeks for Somerset and for Surrey.
It wouldn't surprise me if there are a few half days taken, and sort of halfway between lunch and tea, I think we start to get a few more people in, and a few builders getting their sort of like day's work done. Well, builders finish at 3 anyway, don't they? So
they don't start till 10, and then they have a tea break for an hour and a half, don't they?
Yeah, it'd be nice to see a few more locals pour in. I could very much imagine a lot of people at work now with a live stream on.
Yep. I know, I did it.
They'll wait until, if it looks like the game's going in a certain direction, they'll go, you know what, I'll come down. So make sure you do.
Just gonna have you had a look at and seen what the test score is yet?
I haven't, no.
I'm gonna have
Could
a
be
quick
all
look.
over by now, the way that it was going.
Oh, 123 for 2. So Sri Lanka need 96 runs to win.
Struggle streak.
Yeah, it was an odd day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. felt like there might be some tea times already booked for sometime
Yes.
this afternoon, and they wanted to make sure they get to them.
Yes. How's your golf going, by the way?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't get time to play too many competitions
What,
at the
you're doing
moment,
this
but
all the time, you mean?
I'm having to do this crazy thing called work from time to time, even though this is
It's ridiculous.
doesn't
isn't it?
really feel like work. I think my highlight of my golf season is all the sponsored Callaway players. Callaway, for those who don't know, is a equipment manufacturer. 250 odd, couple of tournaments in different parts of the region to qualify for a team of 8. And guess who had a good day and qualified for the team of 8?
Who did?
Me.
No way.
So I've got to in late October. Callaway GB and I are playing Callaway Central Europe in a Ryder Cup style competition at Archerfield in Scotland.
Is
so
it going to be televised?
I very much doubt it'll be
Aw.
televised, but keep an eye on me socials,
Oh,
Annie.
definitely, yeah.
I might have to do a little bit of videoing up there, because I think those really special courses up in Scotland really are exactly that. Very
There's not
special.
much better than the Ryder
Charlie's
Cup.
made it back from Halfords. He's got his puncher repair kit and his energy gel. He's back. I'm sure we'll get an excuse like me dog ate me homework or something like that. Something flaky.
Look, Charlie was up incredibly early this morning.
I bet. Our breakfast show time, was it?
Yeah, breakfast show.
Oh, well, that's also a valid excuse.
Yeah.
I remember doing a breakfast show with Claire on the BBC Somerset, and what time do you want me in the studio? You what? Are you crazy? There's only one of those in my 24-hour clock.
I know. I was saying to Charlie, I just can't do it. Now, Trigo, are you needing a break, or shall I?
Yeah, I'll have a little break.
Yeah,
You're enjoying yourself, aren't you?
I'm having a great time. Yeah.
And do you know what? I apologise. I'm a little bit excited about today's cricket. I've been talking too much, so
No, that's fine. I like a good chat.
Charlie, with all that,
Listen.
with all the sleep in his eyes, you can do the talking, and he can just.
He might fall asleep.
There's every chance, but I reckon he'll get his headphones on quicker than you did this morning.
Yeah, all right. They were upside down, ran the wrong way. I don't know what Vic had done to them, but he'd obviously done something strange. But at least he's having a break now. So I seem to have taken over the live stream at the moment, and Charlie's going to come and join me. You're all done for today now.
I am
Charlie.
done as far as breakfast show stuff.
How
is
was
required.
Halford?
Well, I was on my bike a little bit today. I didn't cycle all the way in, but I did do a bit of cycling just to get from the office here this morning. The 10:30 start. It catches some people out. I knew very well it was a 10:30 start, but the problem is the radio show I do, which finishes
Didn't.
at 10, doesn't have an earlier finish
Oh.
just because it's September. So that continues to finish at 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, the cricket gets shifted half an hour earlier.
Yeah.
So various bits to do. But here now, very excited. What a game we've got here in front of us.
I know.
Can't wait to see how it plays out. Somerset, I think they've started quite well. That Surrey opening attack is very difficult. You won't get many teams that survive it, really, unscathed.
I mean, Worrell and Roach are just
Brilliant.
extremely good bowlers.
Surrey are they are the best. Let's face it, they've won the championship the last 2 times. They're top of the league at the moment. They are
They
a
are
formidable
somewhat
red ball team.
depleted today.
They are
Yeah.
to Somerset's advantage. However, they have brought in, as we know,
This guy that's
this
bowling
guy,
now.
slow left arm, excellent. I've been lucky enough to commentate on him a few times, and he is an excellent player on his day. He can really take it apart from a Surrey perspective or a Bangladesh perspective, the times I've watched him play.
Yeah.
He's a politician these days.
He's a
Bangladesh.
politician?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, he's a democratically voted in politician
Okay.
in his part of Bangladesh. Very popular. He's a superstar over there. An absolute superstar.
It's a
You
bit
can
like
see it.
India sort of cricket.
Oh, huge,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
he is, and it has been for a long time, the superstar of Bangladesh cricket. So great privilege to commentate and see him here today.
Absolutely, and fantastic for Surrey to have him come over. Is it just for this match?
I believe
yeah,
that's
I
what
think
they've said on
yeah.
social media. It says for this game against Somerset. Whether that means he'll be here for the remainder of the season, or if it's just a one-off because they're sort of doing I don't know, horses for courses.
They're obviously taking this game very seriously,
Mhm.
Charlie, which they need to do because it is. If Somerset can beat Surrey, that really tightens the whole top of the table, doesn't it?
It really does. Somerset won't overtake Surrey in this
No,
round,
no.
but they could make it very close
Yep.
indeed. In fact, they could draw level if they have a full bonus points win and Surrey don't pick up a single bonus point, which is looking increasingly unlikely
I
given
think
they're
that's-
one wicket away from doing that. But it will, if Somerset win this game, it will make the final 2 games of the championship absolutely fascinating. Somerset have got a trip to Old Trafford, which, got to say, the way Lancashire are playing, Somerset will probably be quite pleased to see that game on the horizon. And then they've got a really tough game at home here
Hampshire.
against Hampshire, who are doing well as well. So the season is set up beautifully.
It is. It's very exciting. I just hope the weather holds out.
Well, sorry, you've got to go to Essex yet, and that's a tough game. Cut away, just back into square. That'll be 4. Fielders are in.
He's playing really nicely, isn't he? Quite freely. Some classy shots from Mr. Vaughan.
Well, he looks like he's settled now. He looks a little bit. Well,
Yep.
I mean, unsurprisingly, he looked a bit cagey first up because he was playing some very good swing bowling.
Yeah.
But
And
this
opening.
is his first class high score.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
good.
And let's face it, there's some quite talented cricketers on the Surrey side. Certainly
You could say that, yeah.
behind the stumps as well.
Absolutely. Well, it's hard to believe that Ben Folkes isn't. I mean, it's the same as Somerset been in this position, haven't they? Having
Yep.
the 2 England keepers.
Yeah.
And yet Ben Folkes is here, and his Surrey colleague Jamie Smith's bashing out runs at the Oval. Although not today, he's not. He's
Yeah.
keeping wicket today. I haven't actually seen the score.
Yeah, well, there's 2 wickets down still, and they're 90 odd behind
Yeah.
England. So you know, it's looking like a probable Sri Lanka win, and exciting that it should be as well.
Right. Now, what's happened there? That's presumably a bump ball, I think, isn't it? I don't think he's dropped it. No?
It didn't look like it was a drop,
No.
but
He didn't look disappointed enough with himself.
No, exactly.
So I'm guessing it's a bump ball.
He was probably hoping, because he hit it with in his hand. He was hoping it probably would go on and
Yeah, looking at the stumps.
run Vaughan out.
Well, I'm not supposed to be here today. That's another reason why it's all a bit
I'm not
chaotic.
supposed to be here
You're not
either.
supposed to, so neither of us are supposed to be here. We've had sort of hijacking of the live stream. Annie Chave alongside me,
Yeah.
Charlie Taylor. It's like just avoids the edge of the bat. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he might have just played inside, but it's a great ball from Clark.
And Folkes just takes it so easily, doesn't he? Low down. He's a beautiful keeper to watch.
Absolutely is.
Yeah. Oh, look at the wind on their trousers. It's definitely breezy out there. But sunny, Charlie.
What a day.
Sunny.
Oh my goodness, the last 4 days in Somerset have been
Oh.
absolutely horrendous
Yeah.
weather-wise. And I was thinking, well, I was here for the Western Storm game where they'd managed to get the first 3/4 of the game in and then lost the rest of it to rain. But on the other 3 days, Thursday, Friday and Sunday, basically non-stop rain. So kudos to the ground staff here who A, got that Western Storm game on until it started raining, and B, have managed to dry the ground up for a 10:30 start here. That's no easy feat. They've lost half an hour of prep time there. And they managed to get these 2 teams out playing in what is the crunch match so far of this county championship season.
It is, absolutely. And there's a crowd that suggests that too. It's a really good. I'm sure there's a lot from Surrey. I certainly know quite a few people that have come up to watch this match.
Well, it's a big game for them because if they win, and we should talk about that, if they win, then
Yeah.
they've got one hand on the trophy, haven't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
Although
Oh,
it depends a bit on
absolutely.
what Hampshire and Essex do, but
Yeah. I mean, Hampshire's right there, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're
oh,
right
yeah.
there, and
they're right up amongst it.
yeah.
So it doesn't guarantee anything, a win or a loss here, but if Somerset were to lose and Surrey were to win, it doesn't rule Somerset out, but it makes it very,
And a
very
draw.
difficult.
What does that mean?
A draw means that Somerset are still in it, but they're going to require Surrey to not win for the remainder of the season.
Yeah.
I think, mathematically speaking, that's probably not quite right, but essentially that's how it pans out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to do with points as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, bonus points come into
Yeah.
it hugely.
Yeah, definitely. It's really, I mean, we've got a prime spot to be watching Shakib at the moment. It's fantastic,
Well, as I
isn't
said,
it?
it's a privilege to watch
Yeah.
someone, world-class player, who's been captain of his side and then not captain of his Bangladesh side. He's been
Politician.
politician. I mean, drama follows this man around. It has to be said, drama does follow Shakib Al Hasan around. But he is, when it comes down to it, a fantastic player. Well, he's one of the greats. Is he still ranked number 1 ODI?
Oh, well,
He certainly
apparently
was.
so, yeah.
Let's have a look at the ICC.
But Vaughan is playing him pretty well at the
Yeah.
moment. He's got a good defence there. You're checking to
having a
see
look.
if he's still number
ODI
1.
all-rounder rankings. I think he was number 1 certainly for a while. It's Mohammed Nabi at the moment, but he is number 2, Shakib Al Hasan, so it just shows how good he is. Out of T20 all-rounders. He's certainly going to be up and amongst it. He's a fantastic player. So yeah, great to see him playing county championship cricket. It shows the level that county championship is considered around the world, I think.
Well, yeah. Just get me started on. I mean, the amount of Australians, for example, that I talk to who just cannot praise the county championship enough. I mean, we should listen to these people very much the way that the county championship is being a little undermined. There's a lot to listen to from people abroad.
Shakib Al Hasan is currently ranked number 3 in all-rounders in T20I, so it just gives you the impression of how good he is.
It's not bad, is it?
It's pretty good. You take number 2 in ODIs and number 3 in T20, and bear in mind how long he's been around as well and consistently up there. You know, he has been number 1.
Yeah.
Still.
Good signing for one game for Surrey.
You take it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have money to be able to do that, and Surrey are a really good, clever county, and they have the money. Well-run county. Oh, lovely ball.
There's Tom Curran now. Bit of a change-up. Good to see him playing red ball cricket as well. Keeping an eye on Curran, who, well, he's been very good recently, actually. He's had a good end to his season. Be sure to see him in Surrey colours, I should think, in the semi-final of the T20 on Saturday. Very excited. Got my tickets for that.
Have you?
Very, very excited.
Yes.
Yeah, remortgaged the house, so looking forward to that. It's not quite that bad, but it's when you look at it the first time.
Have to say, it was a fantastic Gloucestershire game, wasn't it? I thought that incredible result again.
They played really well.
Yeah.
And that is what they're good at. Gloucestershire, they are very good.
They fielded really well, they bowled really well. They didn't bat so well, obviously. But yeah, no, it's going to be an exciting day.
Certainly is. Certainly is if it's a Somerset Gloucestershire final. Be fascinating to see that. Of course, Surrey won't want that. That is just pushed through cover. Up on his toes. There's a chase right to the boundary. Actually, I don't think the ball's going to make it. I think of 2, yeah, just the 2. And Abel picking up some runs there. He's on 8. 4 on 39.
Yeah, this sun's going to be, this sun and this wind are going to be perfect drying conditions for the ground. It's going to get harder and harder, isn't it? If it stays like this.
Yeah, this is probably the weather that grounds staff would have loved yesterday or something. Give the ground a chance to dry out a bit, but it has just been so wet here.
Well, and of course, playing the Western Storm game as well. They could cover the wicket.
No. It does make things tricky. It has to be said, as soon as the rain came, this just takes a leading edge. As soon as the rain came in that Western Storm game on Saturday, instantly they were covering the pitch here, making sure it didn't get too wet. But very tough, very, very tough. And of course, it's interesting next year when they'll have the Somerset women's team. There'll be 15 more games on this.
I know.
On this pitch, around that number.
I mean, it's a really, really exciting prospect. But I am sad to see the end of Western Storm. It feels like the end of an era, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Defending here is Vaughan. 70 for 2. When that first wicket fell and it was 0 for 1,
Yeah.
I started to think, could this be a 90 all-out situation?
Yeah.
But I think, well, Vaughan especially, and Lammonby when he was in, they've looked for runs at the as soon as, they haven't shut up shop. They've consistently had this attacking mindset. Not too attacking, but enough that here's a bad ball, let's punish it. There are rewards for your shots here.
Yep.
Shortish boundary over to the offside as
There is, and
Archie Vaughan
the,
plays.
and the outfield will be drying out throughout
Yeah.
the day. I mean, it's not too bad already, is it?
No. And we'll see the pressure begin to ramp up towards the end of the game. Both these teams know just how crucial this game actually is. And the crowd in watching it as well. So we see Shakib Al Hassan stand his jumper to the umpire, put his glasses on the umpire's hat. The umpires are wearing the full coats now, aren't they? The full white coats. They've got
They look proper.
fleecy numbers.
They look proper
Yeah.
job, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
September cricket.
September.
And here comes the left armour then. It's a lovely ball, but unable to find a gap, just backwards of the
Into his
offside.
8th over.
I suspect they'll be getting the money's worth
Yes.
here. Sorry.
Yes.
Shaki.
He'll open the batting.
Well, they'll hope they get the money's worth with the batting as well. It's
Well,
eight
I hope
comes
he's keeping
forwards.
as well later.
Not sure what folks would make of that.
No.
He gets told. Perhaps he could bowl a few turners, I don't know, little
Yeah.
tweakers. Abel on strike. Plays spin pretty well, Tom Abel.
Yeah.
Trying to find a gap through the area around mid-on. Can't quite find it.
Yeah, both these players are playing spin well. I mean, Tom Abel, yeah, it's just good to see that Vaughan is too. It's just weird saying Vaughan, isn't it?
Well, what's strange is they'll just come through for a single on this one as well. So just picking up these runs nicely. What's slightly strange with Flintoff, with Rocky.
Yeah.
He's playing for Lancashire.
Yeah.
And that's where you associate
that's right.
Flintoff,
Yeah,
the name
yeah. But
Flintoff
you
and Lancashire.
don't associate
Vaughan
one, no.
and Somerset don't. Until now, you wouldn't have really put the two together. I know Vaughan's been around and went to school here, but
No.
but now Vaughan, the name Vaughan, is linked to Somerset, not Yorkshire.
Yeah,
Drifted
very odd.
beautifully in, and a nice shot, but well stopped.
It would have
Short
never
cover.
happened in the old days, would it?
No, it's unlikely, actually, you're right. And it's the same with De Keres, who's obviously Atherton's son, played for Middlesex
Yeah,
now rather than
yeah.
Lancs.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
it's
funny.
not Atherton, is it? He doesn't, De Keres is
And I can understand that.
different.
I
Yeah,
can
no,
understand it.
I totally understand it.
You've got the name Atherton, there's pressure. You've got the name Vaughan, there's pressure. You know.
Yeah, Flintoff, you've got pressure.
Absolutely.
Everyone's got pressure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I was saying this to Trigo that actually, it is good and bad. There are good and bad points about having a famous cricket father. Because when I talked to Ryan Sidebottom, he was very much sort of that there were people expected certain things of him.
Absolutely.
And that's and also if he failed, it was
Well, especially with someone like Flintoff and Vaughan, and Atherton actually, but Flintoff and Vaughan especially because of that connection with the 2005 Ashes. Those are huge shoes to fill, aren't they?
Yep.
Flintoff was
huge.
Well, he was huge.
He was huge.
He still is a big lad, isn't he? But he's almost legend. Well, he is legend status, isn't he, Freddie?
Absolutely, yeah.
And Vaughan as well, the captain of that side.
Yeah.
And they are
the
big old shoes to fill.
2005 Ashes, anyone in that team is
Yeah,
legendary, really.
It's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Trace, absolutely. Trace, who often, I don't think he gets forgotten from that because he was so important. I don't think he's forgotten, but I don't think his role is often quite appreciated. When you look back at his stats from that series, he was in serious form against
perfect,
that
yeah.
Australia side, opening the batting. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's because he went on a long time afterwards at county level. Maybe that got diluted, maybe?
yeah. I think you
a
think
touch.
of the. I think a lot of people look at 2005 and think of Freddie Flintoff. Yeah. Think of Simon Jones, and
Yeah.
especially that ball to Michael Clark.
Yeah.
And those players.
Yeah.
And Peterson, of course. Like those are your, and Trez. When you look back, his stats were phenomenal. And he actually, when you look back his career as a whole with England, there's some stats in the Times recently, looking at England captains' statistics.
Nicely placed by Ogle, but he's nearly got stopped then. But just come back for a couple of goals. Yes.
And and it was comparing captains of England, and Trez obviously stood in for a while, didn't he, as captain? Comparing them, their stats when they were captain and when they weren't, and this was before Ollie Pope had that big innings, and they were saying, well, Pope he's struggling with the captaincy, etc. This is just the point they're making.
Yeah.
But what it did show was Vaughan, Atherton, Peterson, Strauss, as captains of England, Cook, and how they did with and without the captaincy. And Trescothick's stats are so good in that. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but they were better than a lot of. And I realise he wasn't captain for as many games as a lot of those were.
I think maybe, Charlie, it's because he's not a larger than life character.
Yeah, I think that could well be.
Yeah.
He's not a.
He's a background kind of a guy.
Yeah, he's fairly quiet, isn't he? Really,
He is. He doesn't want any fuss. I mean,
he's the opposite end of the spectrum to someone like Kevin Peterson, isn't he?
You could, poles apart.
But on a cricket field when they're batting together, actually, Trez was really dynamic and would put bowlers to the sword. You know, he wasn't quiet on the pitch, was he? When he was batting.
And always fun. I loved his sense of fun.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Anyway, I can hear Vic in the background, and he's gonna have to take over from me.
Oh, do you think? Well, is he desperate to come in? Is he?
He looks really keen. You're going to come and take over from me. You are. Not Alec.
Alex Stewart. Great to have Alex Stewart in the box with us.
I'm destroying Alex Stewart and Vic's conversation.
Well, Alec is. I think I'm right in saying Alex is stepping down at the end of the season as head coach of Surrey.
Yeah.
So we wish him all the best. I don't know if he's got plans for the. Whether he knows, we'll see if we can get him on maybe at one point.
I hope he's putting his feet up.
Yeah, he deserves it.
He
deserves it, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
But it's nice to see him here in the box.
Anyway, I'm going to pass you over to Vic.
Well, it's been great having you with us. Thank you, Annie Chave, who may well pop up at another time in the game, hopefully. We'd love to hear from you. Absolutely. So it's 75 for 2 in this crucial game. The box is as busy as I've seen it, I think, at the moment, with Alex Stewart in the back. Harry Everett's hanging around because he's realised lunch is half an hour earlier today, so he's turned up. And Vic Marks is with us as well, watching, one of the world's greatest all-rounders at the moment, certainly, Shakib Al Hasan.
Oh, I thought you meant Archie Vaughan for a minute. No, yes. Well, here he is. It's a surprise to see him here, but it's also great. Attacking intent there.
Well, he's realised he's not going to get LBW'd off that one, so I guess a bit of licence to go forward.
I mean, what an opportunity for Vaughan, and how well so far for 90 minutes he's taken it, and it must be a thrill for him. So he didn't expect to be facing Shakib Al Hasan this summer. I don't suppose he really expected to be opening the batting for Somerset this summer, or operating as a. Ooh, he's gone back there when he might have come forward. Yes. Operating as Somerset's latest all-rounder, which he did in the last game. Still, full of surprises. That's one of the beauties of it, isn't it?
2 spinning all-rounders opening the batting for Somerset. Yeah, it shows the problem Somerset have got at the top of the order, but you'd say at the moment that's probably the only place where Somerset really have got.
Careful, Charlie. We can find some, but you're right. But that's what I mean about opportunities. He's got away with that. So both parties are annoyed there. Shakib for bowling it and Vaughan for missing out on it, but still, not to worry. I mean, this game has a lot riding on it, as we know. But then if you do start to take the long view from Archie Vaughan's point of view, if he gets significant runs here, well, he's going to play the rest of the season at the top of the order. And if he does quite well, what happens April, probably the 1st, they'll probably bring it forward a bit, or March the 25th when the season starts next year. Well, he could start the season as Somerset's opening batsman. Well, that's a huge undertaking, and if he does that, they'll give him a good go, because that's what sides understandably do now. Interesting, isn't it, when we've been watching sort of Bazball Test cricket, slips in abundance, I presume Sri Lanka are romping to victory, but Surrey here assessing it, and there's one slip, and no more. Tom Curran.
Start
Far more
of the day.
I'm not criticising. I'm just
No.
saying a different approach, a more pragmatic approach, and one that seems to have worked quite well for Surrey over the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, there's a lovely tension about the game.
We could ask their head coach here if...
I think cricket director would
Cricket
be a
director.
better
Cricket
description, actually, Charlie.
Let's go for it. Cricket director does sound quite... Well, it's is that the same as head of cricket? Here at Somerset, got a director of cricket? Cricket director, I guess.
Well, I
that's the same
don't know. Is he still there?
thing.
He is. He's just sort of Alex Ferguson.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And he's finishing in some capacity this year, but doesn't quite know how it's going to work out yet.
Well,
So I think our nearest equivalent, although he hasn't got quite so many test runs or catches, is Andy Hurry.
Right. But he has spent longer in the Royal Marines.
Well, yeah, and you to be blunt, you wouldn't want to argue with either.
No, you wouldn't. No. I'll keep my head down with both, I think. No, they're... It was interesting. They're different backgrounds, isn't it? Actually, you can come from a cricketing background like Alec or not.
Yeah.
I guess for Andy Hurry, he's got Jason Kerr there, who obviously did play for Somerset for a while, as this is pushed into the offside. They'll run just the one, so keeping that scoreboard ticking over. It's, at the moment, fairly calm, serene start to what could become quite frantic towards the end of this match when both teams are desperate to pick up.
I mean, I suppose I haven't talked to Alec about Surrey just want to win games because that's what they do. It would not be a disaster for Surrey if this game was a high-scoring draw. It's not what Somerset want because we're so far behind. The gap, I think, is 24 points.
It's a neat 24. Yes, so it's an exact.
I mean, I mean, you know, you're the active journalist, so you'll be the man who's telling your morning listeners that it's a 48-pointer at
A 48-pointer, that's right. Except for we've already...
You've done that already.
Well, the first game was a draw, wasn't it? I think,
that was an early season 48-pointer.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, you're right. It really is, because it makes all the difference. It's a cliche, isn't it? The 6-pointer in football. And when you start rounding up to almost 50-pointer, it does sound quite a lot different, doesn't it? In cricket? But yes, it is. It's a crunch match. It's absolutely crucial, this one.
Yeah.
And the forecast, touch wood, tomorrow isn't great, but today, Wednesday, Thursday, looks okay. That's what I was told by our forecasting team this morning. So.
Is that the forecasting team here or the BBC one that you've just left?
Well, the forecasting team
They're the
here
same. They're probably
and the
the
BBC
same.
one are
Pretty
often
similar.
very different, actually. Some of them, sometimes we get one thing from one department and something completely different from the ground staff who seem to use different radars. They always seem to know when the rain's coming there.
Yeah. Well, they stand to attention next to the tarpaulins, don't they? That's what they were doing against Durham when they know it's about to rain. And they're usually right, you're correct. Shakib is having a good bowl. He's into his 10th over now.
Well, as I said to Annie, they need to get their money's worth, don't they? Really? Only if it's only a one-game appearance.
Well, yeah. And, well, he's sort of got away with that. I mean, I suppose is that a good shot? Well, it's gone for runs. It must be.
He picked up 3.
He picked up 3. Yeah. I'm not sure he's in total control there, but he's managed to flick it very fine. We'll give him the benefit. There's a big gap there, and it's good feed. It's changed, has prompted the forward short leg going to the leg slip.
Classically played that one. Pick up a run. 1-1 on 41, first class high score already.
Yeah. Well, it's so far very impressive, given the occasion, given the attack, also given the fact that he looked totally calm about the fact it took him about 20 minutes to score his first run. I mean, so much to admire, but by the same token, if you're in that Somerset dressing room thinking, oh, job's only just started. But 80 for 2 is a lot better than 0 for 1.
Yeah, it's a recovery of sorts, for sure.
Oh,
Once again.
it's an educated glide.
For that.
I think so.
Yeah. Couple more. We're on to 19. Vaughan on 41. And don't forget we're on. Oh, I can. Just as I was about to mention it, something got a whiff of lunch being.
Yeah, I
arriving.
mean
It's
this will
quarter of an hour
test.
early.
This will test the catering stuff because I feel because it's an important game. There's more people around, Charlie. We'll have to be a bit more nimble in our queuing, I think.
Do you think they've raised that point to the caterers?
Not necessarily. I'll guarantee it.
The press box is heaving with people today.
Yeah,
We need to,
yeah,
that's what I'm trying to
there's-
get a message down to them.
Yeah, standing room only in the press box
Yeah.
today. Huh?
We can smell the chips.
You could smell the chips
are
were
up
very good against Durham.
here. They were actually. It was the first, I think the first time we'd had chips all season. And we had chips before. I wasn't on that one. Well, now we're.
Anyway, we don't get excited about that. We're here for the cricket.
Well, 15 minutes to go. My point was that there's 15 minutes to lunch. Don't get caught out. There are a few people arriving around 11 o'clock. I wondered whether they.
Got the 10:30 start.
Yes, just. But it also, like, public transport's not changing because of the earlier starts. People's work isn't changing. My work didn't change.
Did your programme
No,
not start half an hour earlier owing to the fact that they were kicking off?
That's right. We were a 5:30 start this morning. No, not quite. No. Hence, I was here a little bit later than normal. But it does make sense. And I saw a few people wondering about it in the test match because they don't change for the tests, do they? They stick to 11 a.m. which.
Well, I think they have, haven't they? I mean, it's
Yeah.
very rare for a test match to be going on
That's
so
not
late
quite so.
into, where are we now, September the 9th.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's late season. It was the T20 World Cup which held things up a little bit. But it's trying to squeeze 6 games in around there. Interesting, just looking at the team with Brett Randall or Randell.
Randall, we've decided.
Randall, I think that sounds right.
Pete Trigo has been in touch with New Zealand to get the correct pronunciation. In a way you'd admire.
It will be Brit, won't it, rather than Brett?
Well, no, then.
Brit Randall. Brett Randall, also got seaming Brett Randall. Looking forward to seeing him bowl. Craig Overton, Casey Aldridge, Lewis Gregory. So.
Well, I think there
Options
will
there.
be one factor. I mean, I think Jack Leach will do a lot of bowling on
Yes.
here, even though the spinner hasn't struck yet. Oh, it's just. I think that just carried.
I think it's a drop.
It was a tough one, but to Sibley's right, we've got a hand on it. I think they're clapping the 50 partnership rather than the drop.
Not quite the way you want to bring it up, is it?
It's not an easy one. He's gone at it quite hard, and he's gone to his left.
Would have been a good catch.
Graham Roop would have caught it, but that's from another era. Any Overton would have caught it.
Yes, you'd fancy. Yeah.
But it's an escape for Vaughan.
Well, it's a bit of a shame not to see Jamie back here today, isn't it? But other callings.
Yeah. I mean, we all still remember that little duel between
I'll never
Jamie
forget
and
that.
Craig when Jamie was bowling and Craig was batting, getting hit on the head, going off, coming back again.
Coming back on and then not coming on the following day.
Oh,
So then he
no.
realised, no, do you know what? Actually, I think I might have. Who came on? I'm trying to remember who replaced him.
I can't remember now, but it was high drama, really.
Yes, it was. It was brilliant.
It must have been tricky for Overton seniors. I wonder, what emotions were going through there. They've been here for certain, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're quite often here, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, only the one Overton on show today. Good luck to Jamie with international call-ups. Hope he does really well.
It's a slight embarrassment of Somerset, as I understand it. He's sort of playing, he's in the T20 squad as a batsman. I don't know if he's in a bowl. Or unlikely to bowl.
Well, he hasn't been. Yeah, no, he hasn't been bowling because of his back
so
injury for a long
there
time.
you go. And that's probably starting
Well, there
tomorrow.
When
He plays.
I was going to Manchester for some work once. I got off the train at Piccadilly, and for those who've been there, they'll know you go downstairs to the metro, to the trams that they've got there, the metro, and walked into the platform. Great big poster, Jamie Overton's face, because he's playing for the Manchester Originals 100 team. Jamie Overton's face, he's got bat in hand. And I thought to myself, Devon boy, up here in the metropolis of Manchester. They love him up there. He's obviously some kind of cult hero in Manchester as well. So, but predominantly he bats up there. And he's been batting for Surrey this year, especially
and the perception here was that, well, Craig's the all-rounder, and he's a bit of a slogger. James is a slogger down the bottom. However, Somerset may have got that slightly wrong. And good luck to him.
You can make a career out of slogging.
No, but he's not a slogger.
No, he's
and
not.
then, of course, as we know, he turned up Test match, 90-odd.
It's a 97, 98.
Batting from a crisis situation.
Saved England.
Yeah. Anyway, now we've got Kemar Roach back with a heavy leg side field, slip, 3 on the offside, saving a single, and 5 on the leg side, couple on the boundary. Here he comes. Ooh, he's he's probably thought he might be in there with a sort of fairly sparse offside field. Nicely timed it, hit the field, but no worries.
It's not. You wouldn't say it's the ball to bowl with the field you've got, but
well, no.
Given how many you've got on the leg side, but he's got away with that one.
So you'd think he's gonna bowl pretty damn straight here, and he does move the ball in the air by and large into the right-handers. Kemar Roach, he knows what he's been doing.
Fantastic bowler. He's been a good servant for Surrey.
Yeah.
Kemar Roach. Well, just briefly back on Jamie Overton, I was commentating on him this year at Old Trafford. And he hit a ball, you will know, for anyone who hasn't been there, the commentary box is quite high up at Old Trafford, and he hit one into the window.
Oh, really?
He smashed a 6 straight into the window. Shot. Lovely timing.
But he's got protection there. But it was a sweet shot, and on another day that before, but cunningly. He was a man at deep square leg. So that is a huge hit.
Huge hit. As soon as as soon as you leaves the bat, you hear the sound off the bat, and you know instantly that it's coming for you. It was slightly further to our left at the boxes next to us, but it made a heck of a thud when it hit the window. I was trying to catch his eye afterwards, but I don't think he was looking.
He'll take that.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I don't think that's that educated an edge. Sometimes they're educated. I'm not sure. He was certainly not aiming it that fine. Did go along the ground though. Let's have another look. Well, no, he's not really aiming for that, but he'll take it.
Somerset will have any runs they can actually here, won't they? They'll take absolutely everything. Could be crucial. Could be a tight one. I think if they go into lunch 2 down, I think the coaches will be.
Well, especially from 0 for 1.
Yeah, they'll be pretty pleased, I think.
But they've got another 10 minutes before that happens. I mean, clearly Surrey don't think there's much. I mean, it's a Kookaburra ball, I think, which tends to lose a lot of his venom after this many overs. We're in the 31st over. Pretty good over rate.
Oh yeah, very good. I guess having Shakib on so long helps, but still
10 overs already. That's well hit too. It's a sweet little drive. No real effort, but very good placement. Over-pitched, and Abel has put it away to the right of mid-off. There's the placement there that you have to admire, because it is a half volley, but you've got to avoid the fielders. There's only one slip there. So Abel's got going in that over. One off an educated edge, let's say, and one off the meat of the bat. 92 for 2. Abel's such a key man. He's the sort of, I think I can say this without upsetting anyone. He's the Joe Root of the Somerset team.
Yes.
Now then, Shakib has not finished. He's going to have a go at the other end.
Oh, they've changed it.
I mean, what I think I would be surprised. I'm surprised actually, although that they've also got Cam Steele, who bowls leg breaks. And bowled very well, actually, right at the beginning of the summer. Wickets against a lot of people, including Somerset. But I just thought for 10 minutes it would be interesting. He hasn't turned much, Shakib. Maybe he'll do more from that river end. But it'd be interesting to see what a wrist spinner got out of this. But it's Shakib towards us now. Again, he's not easy to sort of cut through the offside because his arm is quite low and it skids on into the right-hander. You end up cutting balls at a straight if you're not careful.
I'm impressed with Vaughan's. Looks quite confident, doesn't he? I guess youth probably helps a little bit in that sort of thing. But he's played
well, confident, but not sort of
not arrogant,
brash confident that you often see in young players. It's him or me. As they come up, with all the shots of reverse everythings and lofted other things. He's just played everything essentially on merit. He's played the spinner off the back foot a lot. And that one just off the outer half of the bat. But it's just been pretty calm so far. As Pete Trigo was pointing out, it's interesting to see how against the spinner his stance changes a bit and he gets into a more crouched position. He's quite tall against the seamers. But it has been a very accomplished start for Vaughan in the 2 games we've seen so far. His bowling was terrific against Durham. He only got 3 wickets, but 3 important wickets actually. But he bowled quite a lot of overs and exhibited great control for someone who is essentially labelled as a sort of batsman who can bowl off spin. But he was better than that. His off spin was excellent. And now here he is, having gone from number 7 in the order, I think, last time out, to number 1 or 2, opening the batting. And there is a vacancy there, and he will know that, but you don't want to dwell on it now, but it will do long term. Let's have a look at this. Again, it's leg side field for the in-duckers that Roach tends to bowl. Almost got 2 men there at short mid-wicket for the sort of clipped drive that isn't kept down. More space on the offside. They obviously don't think it's going to do much by the fact they've only got 1 slip there. Having said that, they only had 1 slip when Vaughan was dropped. Had they had 2, I think you might find that Vaughan would be gone because it was a long way for Sibley at first slip to go, and an orthodox second slip might not have had to move much.
Yeah, it would have been much closer to it. Yeah.
In a certain sort of way, I think Alex gone, so he can't. The field setting to the seamers, which is very conservative, even though it's not that much happening, might be an indication, or maybe I'm reading too much into it, of the fact that Surrey actually would, in some ways, their priority 1 is to leave Taunton without losing. They're not over-attacking, that's certain. They've been cagier. And there is no, obviously they would like to win, but it's not absolutely essential for their championship campaign. If they left here with a high-scoring draw, they would still be in a very good position as they go into the last 2 rounds.
It's about denying something to win, really, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's very good to go. I'm sure they won't fall into the trap of just going into this match thinking, let's avoid defeat, because that doesn't. But it can make you a bit cagier in how you go about your business. It's not a good idea to say, right, we've got to go there and get a draw, because that can breed a sort of negative outlook. And they've got, we'll see them bat, and they've got, obviously, they've got a Ronaldo opening pair really well established, but I mean, the likes of Ryan Patel and I don't know much about Ben Geddes, but I'm almost certain they like to play their shots.
I think you're right. Sibley these days, some of the shots he played in the T20.
Yeah. I mean, he's blossomed. He's inked into their T20 side. So there's more to Sibley than the arch blocker we saw for England.
It's Warwickshire days. Around the high 70s there, Roach.
Yeah, no, I mean, stream pace has never been his greatest asset, but he's got well over, I think he's got about 250 test wickets or more possibly. He's got a lot.
Let's look that up.
You are my Andy Zoltzman.
I will never ever be anywhere near as good as he. I saw one of his scorecards the other day because he writes them up, doesn't he? He sort of gives the commentators a. Unbelievably, the detail is incredible.
Well, you've got to work quite hard to work out.
Yeah, what you're looking at.
How to read it.
Yeah. I spent quite a long time. He's on social media, and I spent quite a long time reading every aspect of it. He has taken 270 test wickets, Kemar Roach. That's pretty good.
That's a lot,
return,
isn't it?
Yeah.
In an era when West Indies were not at their peak by any means.
And not playing many matches. They don't play as many as England or Australia or India. 81 matches, 270 wickets. That's
that's 4 wickets a match.
Yeah, very good.
It's pretty good going. Where are we now? Well, I tell you, this is the last over.
Yeah. 4 ball, but he's got protection out there.
Yeah, this is the last over. And still hear the breeze. It looks lovely from where we are.
Yeah.
I think it's still quite chilly outside.
We're very lucky to be. The fact that it starts today and hadn't started on any of those other previous days where it has been shocking, absolutely terrible weather. I'm trying to get out on the bike and I just can't find a gap in the rain to do it. So I could just get wet, I suppose, but it's a bit of a risk.
There's actually bad weather. It's just bad kit.
Well, that's what I have heard that.
Yeah,
my main worry is not the getting wet bit. It's it's 2 bits really. It's the bike doesn't really want to get wet. That's the first thing.
Oh, it's not you.
Rusting up. Whereas I'm waterproof. I'll be all right. But it's the bike. But also it's the water on the roads and skidding and all that. You don't want to end up doing that. I've had
he's just on the back foot there. Tom Abel just. We're at the wrong end to see how much it's spun, but it might just spun a fraction. They both tend to play him off the back foot. It's partly because they don't want to be LBW prodding forward.
Well,
that's it. That's an interesting session. I think Somerset will be quite happy, given that they lost a wicket in the first over, and there was much tension around. Lammonby went for 21, but I think the story of the morning, for us journalists, Charlie, is the fact that Archie Vaughan is still there as Somerset's latest opening batsman, 44 not out, and looking extremely composed and skillful.
Well, that is the good news for Somerset. For Surrey, their newest signing, Shakib Al Hassan, has already bowled 12 overs, so they are going to be using him an awful lot, you'd think, as we see the ground staff come out, repaint the lines a little bit, and we see the umpires and players heading off. There is Archie Vaughan, slightly taller, taking his helmet off now, alongside former captain Tom Abel. Of course, Tom Abel never captained Archie Vaughan, though. So that is where we leave it for now. 93 for 2 after 34 overs in this morning's session. Let's go back in time a little bit to your era, really, Vic, because we are heading to a brand new podcast with Richard Walsh speaking to Joel Garner, Big Bird.
Well, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, and today we're sitting amongst Somerset royalty. I'd like to welcome to the ground Mr. Joel Garner, who really needs no introduction to people who've been following the game for a long time. He's somebody who's very special, and we're delighted to welcome you back here, Joel.
Thank you very much.
What's it feel like to be back here after, 47 years since you were first here?
Well, it is not the only time that I've been here. I came through last year. I was here a year before. Came back during World Cup. I would say that I've been coming back to Somerset ever since I stopped playing for Somerset. After I finished, I still lived here for about 2 or 3 years before I moved away up north. Played in Glastonbury, played in Oldham, played in Lancashire, and then went back home. But every time I came back to England on holiday. I don't think that the people at the ground would have seen me because they would have been hiding out in Wiveliscombe. Of all places, Wiveliscombe, yeah.
Wiveliscombe, special place.
Yeah.
A very special place.
Yeah, my very good friend Bugsy,
Right.
he is from Wiveliscombe, and that is where I would spend a lot of my days when I come back to Somerset.
Of course, when you first came here, Closey was captain. And what do I need to say more? Have you got a few Closey memories for me?
I don't remember a Closey, man. I think it's because of Closey that I didn't start at Somerset a little bit earlier. I decided as long as he was captain, nah. For the few games that I played with him as captain, I worked really hard. When I say work really hard, my first game was against Australia. I bowled 3 spells before lunch, and after we went back up for lunch, he said, your turn. I said, you gotta be joking. He said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, Closey, all iron rest. And this isn't all iron. And I said, you know, if I keep bowling like this, I won't be able to play very long. And I think that was part of the keep back to from playing for Somerset. And we actually had 4 or 5 fast bowlers or 5 quick men in the team when they played against Australia.
You did, but we had a win, didn't we?
Very
First time
so, yeah.
we've ever beaten Australia.
I'd made Greg Chappell a promise as a youngster in Barbados about 5 or 6 years earlier. Australia came to the West Indies to play in a test series. And I met him outside the Kensington Oval. And I asked him for an autograph, he gave it to me, and I said, I'm going to see you in the not too distant future, and I'm going to torment you.
And you did?
And I did. And he looked at me, he said, can't use the language that he used. When I met him, he says, yeah, you sure did.
Yeah. And then we were in the old pavilion still here, weren't we?
Old Pavilion, oh my, that's a place. We used to call it the shed. We had the heat in the middle of the room. You had to get in early and pick the spot up so that you can keep yourself warm. And you know, it was an interesting place. I think the senior boys like Merv and them used to be up the stairs. Merv and Budgie, the old fellas, but the youngsters would all be huddled downstairs around the heater.
And what about the shower unit? Or was it a bath there? What was it? A big bath, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, but you got into you always went. I was never one, even though I don't like baths. I prefer to have a shower. So I would get in early, I'd get my shower because I knew what was going to happen when Mr. Banton got to the shower. It was going to be a madhouse.
Yeah. Still the same.
Still the same.
Still the same. Anyway, Joel, let's wind back and talk about your beginnings back in Barbados. How did you come to learn your cricket in the first place?
I don't know if it's a matter of learning it. Like all of us played cricket as young boys. My cricket started on the field behind my house. My uncle was a cricketer. We had a village team, and they played cricket. While I was going to school, I was still playing village cricket rather than school cricket, and then I had to leave the village cricket and go to the school cricket. I played maybe one game in under 15, the very last game of the season, but that was not by my doing. The fellas told me that I was not good enough to make the team, so I never argued with them, never made any noise, never said anything, just kept playing my local cricket.
Yeah.
And then when I played the last game, you know, I kept playing for the school. After that, though, I think the headmaster found out that I was playing for a local team as opposed to playing for the school team.
Yeah.
And that was a no-no. He said, no, you must play for the school team. So that's how I ended up playing for my school team. And then that was more or less the beginning. Junior cricket. Did well at school, did well. Left school, went to work with Cable and Wireless, West Hall and Company.
Yeah.
Another good works team. And it was actually enjoying my cricket with them. It was intermediate cricket, but yeah, it was one level down from the top level. But when we talk about a good club side and a good group of fellas, if you are in a happy environment, you're not too in a hurry to leave it and go anywhere.
No, absolutely.
So, you know, I kept with them for about 3 years. Whilst I was with them, I was going to trials, and there was a lot of rumblings and a lot of noise, and they said to me that you can't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate. But Van Holder had done it, Malcolm Marshall had done it afterwards. I think there were only about 2 or 3 people who would have played for Barbados from intermediate. And I didn't think that it made a lot of difference because I was enjoying it. When I tell you I was enjoying it, I was really enjoying it. Like I said, good group of fellas, we're all good friends, we work together, party together, play together. And then after the rumblings and they said I couldn't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate, I said, okay, what I'll do, I'll move, I'll go up to first division. And I left them and I went to first division, played first division, played for Barbados the same year. Still doing the same things, still enjoying it, still having fun. But I always went to clubs. I always I always played for clubs that had good club life.
Yeah.
I think that is part of the success of any business. If you got workers and you got people who get on and who enjoy each other's company, it is going to be the place that you would want to be.
Yeah, yeah. And that was one of the things about the team here, wasn't it? When you, the team that you came and joined, or that we became, it was an enjoyable unit of people. You all got on so well.
Yeah, that's the funny part about it. I came over to England by chance, not by design or anything like that, because it was, like I said, it was working. I was happy working where I was, playing cricket in Barbados, and Duncan Carter said to me, Littleborough is looking for a pro. I said, don't. I'm happy at home, I'm comfortable. I actually had permanent residence to Canada while I was growing up. Yeah. Because my family lived there. Yes. And my mum and my brothers and they were all there, and I said, don't. I'm happy playing where I am. He said, give it a try. I said, you sure that he said, yeah, you would do well, man. I said, don't. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm happy, I'm comfortable. I don't know. I didn't resign. I actually went to Littleborough. I took vacation. Yeah. And I organized with some fellas from the same workplace to work for me when the vacation was up. I said I'll give it 2 months and see if I enjoyed it. If I didn't, I would come back to work. And then after about 2 months or so, I said, can't keep asking the fellas to work for me. But I always had a backup plan, because if it didn't work for me, I'd given myself 2 years in the cricket business. Yeah. And I said, if I didn't make it by the second year, I would have gone back home and joined the police force. Right. So I always had a plan. Yeah. I always knew that after the cricket, I was going to work anyhow. Yeah. And of course, you were successful at Littleborough, weren't you? You had a big season that first season. I had 3 big seasons at Littleborough, but the first 2, and I'd signed a contract for the third when they started playing with Somerset part-time. Yeah. But I was on one. I didn't, because I've signed with them, I said to them, I won't break the contract. What I'll do is I'll play out the contract, and then I'll make my mind up on what I'll do in the, going forward. Yeah. Which I think was the right thing to do, and I played with them, and I played for Somerset part-time, and closely retired, and the rest is history. Yeah, but then you came here full-time, didn't you, in 79? 79, yeah.
But 78 we had big disappointments, didn't we? Because we did well, because we made a Gillette Cup final on the Saturday.
We had a good weekend, one of the best weekends that the club would have had. Yeah. Disappointing, yeah, but I suppose that most of the fellas that would have never gone to that level of cricket or excitement or final. When you think about it, we had fun, and that was the beginning or the platform to go forward and do well. The disappointment was good, because it made them a lot harder and a lot, more determined to do well going forward.
And that was a fairly young team, wasn't it, that Rosie picked up, really?
A very young team, yeah.
Closey had gone. Yeah. Apart from Derek Taylor, you're all pretty
youngsters in the 20s.
pretty green behind the ears.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. We were all very young. And
Yeah. And then 79 was your first year here, full time, wasn't it?
yeah, that's my first full year.
And you had a big season because West Indies won the World Cup, didn't they? And beat England in the final.
You said a big season. We always have big seasons because we enjoy the cricket. Yeah, winning is good, yeah, but like we go back to the environment that you're in. The reason why I think that we were successful at that level is that we were all good friends. We enjoy each other's company. Not saying that everything always went 100%, but the good thing about it is that we enjoyed each other's company. We supported each other. So coming here, then we had a young team, which was good, and we all got on well. We used to share, like when it came to time for us to travel, we traveled 2 and 3 together, and many nights when we were wherever, we go to dinner, 2 or 3 of us would go to dinner, not always the same 2 or 3, which, helped to a certain extent where we started to get to understand and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses and good habits and bad habits, if there were any. If you want to put it down, yeah.
I'm sure there weren't any bad habits, Joel.
Nah, just drinking habits.
Oh, well, there's always some things that go with cricket, they go together.
Yeah.
But that 79 season, though, I remember the Kent quarter-final, semi-final here, wasn't it? Wasn't that the season when we were struggling at 126 for 8 or 7, and you came in and put runs on with Budgie, didn't you?
Yeah, that was. But like everything else, if excuse me, if you're supporting each other, things will happen. And if you're in a hole and you need somebody, I'm sure that if I didn't do it, the next person behind me would have done it. But you were there at the time, and you're always expected to just stick around and help. He was the senior partner at the time. I was just the junior who was there assisting.
And then, if I remember rightly, we put Kent in, and then we knocked him over for 60, didn't we? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that was. Can't tell you all the scores, but I don't think I remember Shep saying, not in an unpleasant kind of way. He called me a few names, but I said that's the nature of the game. We here to win, and we trying to win.
Yeah. And the people here, I was here that day, and I can remember the ground was packed. I mean, people have always loved their one-day cricket down here, haven't they? And they've loved the way that we've played it.
We were always going to struggle in 3-day and 4-day cricket. When I say we Somerset, we were always going to struggle. Nobody is going to give us a chance, even to chase 300, say in 65, 70 overs. And I think that was our weakness in that. Because of the side that we had, we were always setting targets if we wanted to win. I think the highest that we would have placed in county cricket is 5th. Because nobody is going to, with Viv and Ian and Dasha and those fellas batting, nobody was going to set us a target. We always had to be batting first and then giving them a toll and trying to bowl them out. So we were never going to be winners. Not in the county championship.
No. We were certainly winners in one-day cricket.
Well, yeah, one-day cricket, you know what you got to do. In 3-day cricket, calls for a lot more in that. Your winning is dependent. I don't think anybody ever declared and gave us 300 runs to win in 50 overs. When you think about it. But
yeah, exactly.
We were always the ones to declare and say, okay, you chase.
They were afraid of what our boys would do.
Very much so.
Yeah. And I think that, people don't realise that. But we did go on to win, didn't we? And we won the Gillette against Northants on the finals day that year.
You carry me back some years, man.
And then the next day, didn't have a chance to celebrate. You drove up to Trent Bridge and you played Notts. John Player.
Oh, I don't remember a lot after. The Saturday night, yes, because we had to travel. I remember going up to Nottingham with Chris Greenslade, and they said, Chris, we are not going home. We are not going to drive after this game. And he said to me, you sure? He said, I'm sure that we are not going to drive anywhere after this game. And so I said, so then we came up, we left Nottingham at 11 o'clock the next day to drive back to Taunton, because they knew that we weren't going to drive, not after the night. It is like, we played a final at Lordstown. When we played the final, fella said, Taunton is the place we want to be. I said, nah, we in London already, let's stay. The fella said, no, Taunton. You're coming on the road and you pass 13 or 14 coaches coming down the road, coming back. I said, you made it back to Somerset, and you made it back to Taunton, and that was it. You slept wherever you were for the night. You wouldn't drive again.
No, that's right. No.
Yeah. We had. I think that people down here knew how to celebrate as well. And what made it interesting too is the Scrumpy and the Bears are here, going to Lords. I don't think that the people at Middlesex knew what hit them when Somerset were coming to a final.
Talking about cider, look, we've sorted out a brew for you there, Joel.
There you go,
Cheers,
Joel.
thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, you had 6 wickets at Lords against Northants, 6 for 29, and then up the road to Notts, and we won the next day and came back with 2 trophies
2 on the weekend.
on the weekend.
The beginning of a 5-year run.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Unbelievable. The club had waited that long. It was founded in 1875. We waited 104 years, and then we got 2.
Yep.
What did it feel to be part of that, though, Joel? I mean, with that group of boys that you sort of spent, well, 3 or 4 years with already, hadn't you?
But you know, like, you're happy for them because you were part of a club that, you know, that everybody saw them made. We call them the bridesmaids. They would always say, don't worry about Somerset, they don't win anything. And then all of a sudden, you know, you got a young group of fellas who were keen, winning. I was glad for them because I'd also tasted success, you know, in playing for the West Indies when we won the World Cup the year before. So it was a happy time. It was a happy time. The dressing room was a mad place. I still call it the madhouse.
Yeah.
The madhouse.
Yeah, yeah. And then 1980 you weren't here because you were touring England with the West Indies. And 81 when you came back here, we had the new pavilion over there. And that was a bit different, wasn't it?
That's interesting. You call it the new pavilion and over there. But I think that it was a given that we always held or kept or changed in the corner. In the old dressing room, you look for the heater.
Yeah, yeah.
In the new dressing room, we changed in the corner because the door to the heater was also in the corner. So you know, and then it was Vivid. It was myself. It was Vivid. It was Hallam. So we used to be the ones closest, but the dressing room was a lot different and a lot friendlier too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You know, we had good times. We had some good times.
Yeah, and I mean, and that team really stuck together mostly, didn't it? I mean, Budgie went at the end of '79. He retired, and Derek Taylor went early '80s, but then Gardy came in, and
there weren't a lot of changes. I don't think that we had.
But most of the other people were part and parcel of the setup right the way through, weren't they?
Yeah, the nucleus of the nucleus of the team was there.
Yeah. Then of course it all sort of, I suppose, after we won the 5th title in '83. I don't think you were around for one of the seasons, and then obviously things happened. And at the end of '86, you played your last game here in '86, didn't you? Derbyshire in a John Player League.
You remember?
I do remember, because I was here that game. I remember. It was all tinged with sadness, because you 3 lads were going to disappear.
Yeah, well, I went past all of that, maybe a year after it was all over, you know, I just put it behind me. It's part of life. You move on. You don't keep things that happen that don't make sense, you know. And I always knew that when I got to 35 that I don't see myself running around and playing cricket again, not as a fast bowler.
No.
And I was close to 35, so
Yeah.
I wasn't really too worried. You know, I just went back to the leagues just so, I don't even know why I went back to the leagues. You know, they kept saying to me, oh, come and play, but by then, my body was taking a battering, so.
Yeah. But you came back here in '93 with Glastonbury. I mean, I can remember you playing against Taunton. I was playing at Taunton then, and playing against you, and yeah, that was even in those days it was quite an eye opener.
Yeah, but I don't even know why I was playing, because I said to the fellas, I'm finished. I was over 40 at the time, and the fellas said to me, no, come and play. I said, old men don't play cricket. And if part of the confusion is that you played on the Saturday or you played on the Sunday, and then you had to recover. You had to recover Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You spent those 4 days recovering, and then you said, you mean they're going back to do the same nonsense again on the weekend? You go back and you take the 4 days. I said, nah. Body can't take this.
But again, you enjoyed your time, because I know you did, because you were great company when you were locally here playing cricket again.
But it is like to me, cricket is like work. If you go to work and you don't enjoy it, or you got a job and you don't enjoy it, you look for another one. And if you play cricket and you don't enjoy it, you look for another job.
Yeah.
So why am I going to go and play cricket if I'm not enjoying it? So, you know, I have no regrets whatsoever when I was playing the cricket. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it all over again.
You'd come to Somerset all over again.
All over again. Well, put it this way, when I was talking to Somerset, or when I had more or less agreed, when I was playing part-time for Somerset, Lancashire offered me a contract. I started laughing because I used to go to Lancashire during the day, during the week, and go to the nets. They weren't interested. And then the chairman said to me, it's a privilege to play for Lancashire. I said, you gotta be kidding me. You had first opportunity, none of you were interested. Clive was away with the West Indies team when I was going there. I think only two people, Peter Lever. Yeah, that's his name, fast bowler.
Yes, it was. He's still around.
Peter Lever and Farouk Engineer were the only two people who actually talked to me when I was there. I was like, you walk into this club to play cricket, well, I was around here for a whole year and nothing was happening. These are the only two people who ever spoke to me when they got to the nets.
So how did you end up coming down here? How did that all come about?
I don't know, but what I can tell you is that I'm sure that I might have been playing in a test match. And Viv said to me, there's a man called Lane Creed who wants to talk to you. I said, right. Lane Creed?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, you want to talk to you? Wonder if you were interested in playing cricket for Somerset. I said, I think about it, Smokey. He said, he's here, he's in Barbados, and he's going to talk to you. I said, no problem. And I had a word with Lane Creed, and I said to him, I'm already playing cricket up in the north. And he said to me, you should come to Somerset and see what it's like. I said, I should come to Somerset and see, but I'm already playing cricket up in the north. Well, he said, no, you'll like it. But then Viv said to me, Doc, it's a good place to be. And I said, all right, we'll see. And then Lane Creed was talking to my chairman at Littleborough, Fred Hamer. Yeah. And he told him we're talking that they didn't know. And Fred just turned to me, he said, you're going to Somerset to play cricket? I said, Fred, I haven't made up my mind yet if I want to play cricket in Somerset or not. He said, well, the chairman is calling me and make your mind up. I said, but I got a contract with you. He said, I know you got a contract with me. But he's in my ears every day. And I said, well, good luck to you and him. And I like Fred, regardless of what, I think I got home well with most of the chairmen at the clubs that I played
Yeah.
cricket because they understood me. Like, I wasn't really hard and fast, serious about.
Yeah.
You know, I just took things as it came along.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And when I played against Australia, maybe 12 or 14 people from up north came down to watch the game as
Did
well.
they?
Yeah. Yeah, came to watch the game.
Wherever you've gone, you've made friends, haven't you? But through sport you do.
But that's part of life. If you play a sport and you don't have any friends when you finish playing, you would have wasted all of the time that you played.
Absolutely.
And all of my friends are not from the cricket. They're
No.
people around the cricket.
Yeah.
Take Bugsy for example. Bugsy is a
Yeah.
mechanic by profession.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're like this. You know,
Yeah.
Chris is a chef and a publican, Chris Greenslade.
Yeah.
And we're like this. We talk on the phone, we meet up, we have a few drinks, we enjoy each other's company. They came on holiday to Barbados, and we enjoy, we have a few.
Few Thatchers over here, there'd be red stripe over there.
Yeah, I drink any and everything. I'm not worried when it comes to I'm not too partial when it comes to things.
Well, Joel, we've talked a long time. Well, I will say what I think everybody else would say. Thank you for coming to join Somerset in the first place, and thank you for all the pleasure that you've brought to Somerset fans over the years. And it's great that you've come and talking to us today. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure. I wouldn't do anything differently. I'll keep coming back to Somerset. Brought my family to Somerset. They've enjoyed being in Somerset. Despite what people might think, they all have fond memories of the place.
Wonderful.
And like I said, if I had to do it, I'd do it all over again. I'd come back to Somerset as a youngster and play here again.
Thanks, Joel. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
High blood pressure is responsible for over half of all strokes and heart attacks. It's known as the silent killer. Many people have no symptoms. So, if like these Somerset cricketers, you want to have a good innings, make sure you get it checked to avoid serious illness or even death.
We're going to check your blood pressure today. It takes just 1 minute to have this done. I'll pop this cuff onto your arm. It'll start to inflate and you'll feel a bit of pressure. Please let me know if this pinches at all. So your blood pressure is absolutely perfect. The top reading, the systolic, is 130 and the diastolic is 64. So both of those are very healthy blood pressure. It shows you're looking after yourself very well. For having your blood pressure checked, you can go to any pharmacy and they'll check the blood pressure for you, or you can also borrow a machine from the library, take it home and do your measurements there.
Do you need to book an appointment when you go into these pharmacies, or can you just walk in?
So some pharmacies do have online booking and some just let you walk straight in. It also doesn't have to be the pharmacy you normally collect your tablets from, so if going to one next to where you work or where you train is easier, you're welcome to go to there as well.
Don't let high blood pressure bowl you over this year. Get your blood pressure tested, like our Somerset cricketers and staff have today.
Quick and easy to do, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, very easy.
Lovely, so your top reading, the systolic, is 129 and your diastolic is 80, so that's a completely normal and healthy blood pressure. And your resting heart rate is 47, which is very good. You're clearly someone who's fit and healthy and looks after yourself.
Well, we try to.
So from today, this nice normal blood pressure reading will go automatically to your GP surgery and be on your medical record, so that should you ever need to know what your blood pressure is, it's there and it's stored.
Take the pressure off and get your blood pressure checked today. It's quick. It takes just a few minutes to get tested.
County Ground.
Let's knock high blood pressure out for
Surrey
6.
Players.
With our 6 top tips for
93
bowling
for
high
2
blood
at
pressure out
lunch.
for
Archie
good.
Vaughan is there too with Tom Abel. He's just playing a few little
Keep physically
forward
active.
defensives.
Minimise your body weight.
During the
Take a
morning
low
session.
salt diet.
There he stands.
Minimise your
44 not
alcohol
out.
intake.
Tom Abel's on 27.
Getting help to stop
We've had
smoking.
12 overs already
and
of Shaki. If he
take
hasn't
any
got a wicket
medication
yet,
as
Shaki was
prescribed.
flown all the way in from Bangladesh. Probably not sitting at the back of the plane, I imagine. Hardly fair.
Are you suggesting he's a pilot, Vic?
He's come on. He's bowled 12 overs, but he hasn't got a wicket yet. Hasn't got a huge amount of term, but there is a suspicion, certainly in the Surrey ranks, and indeed possibly in the Somerset dressing room, that at some point this pitch might offer some assistance to the spin bowlers, like it did when Somerset played Durham. We've got Worrells returning. It's a Kookaburra ball, which might account for the fact that actually Surrey withdrew a lot of their close catchers, thinking that, well, Kookaburra doesn't do anything and we just have to bottle up the players. Interesting first session. Pete's here.
Hi, Vic.
And
just waiting for you to get to the end of your monologue.
This is the least monosyllabic person I know, and he's just given us the nightmare. Yes.
Well, those multi-syllable words you just said, I'm going to have to get into the old dinosaur book before I really reply to that. But what a great start! What a great first session! Great start from the Surrey opening bowlers, Roach and Worrell. But I think the star of the show obviously was Archie Vaughan. Don't want to commentators curse him early on, but he shaped up well. As you so rightly said, he's playing the ball on merit. Technically looks good, but also what I was so impressed with was the cricket IQ to watch him change his stance, his technique and his game plan from seam to spin, and that really does suggest he's got his head screwed on. So yeah, I mean almost like quite a negative field's been set already. It looks like Worrell's going for 8 LBW bowls with the 2 catches at mid-wicket, only 1 slip. Ooh. Oh, he's nicked one, and I have cursed him. He's got the edge, the in-swinger. He's just played inside the line, and a smart catch by Ben Folkes behind the stumps. A disappointing start to the session. What looked like a brilliant start from Archie Vaughan. He got himself to 44, but he's got to go.
Yep. Well, the first ball he bowled, Worrell definitely moved into the right-hander. That one kind of might have gone straight. And he's played inside it, a little bit away from his body. I suppose the first delivery, which did swing in a little bit, made him want to play that. He's playing a bit away from his body. And a good edge, i.e. quite a relatively thick edge, and a good catch from Ben Foakes. So all that hard work. Well, it's an impressive innings, but it's a disappointing end. And an important wicket, 93 for 3.
Yeah,
haven't been starting sessions very well, Somerset. Goldsworthy went very early, second ball of the first session, and now Vaughan has gone second ball of the second session. Out comes Tom Banton.
Yeah, that is a shame. He's fought hard and showed a lot of character and credentials, Archie Vaughan, in what is very early in his career, 44. But yeah, Tom Banton to the crease now, who's really come on in regard to his 4-day cricket this season in particular. Big performance needed from him.
Yeah, he's had a very good season at number 5. Wasn't guaranteed a place in the team, I would have thought, right at the start of the season, but he's made himself just about undroppable in the red ball game. Played extremely well, of course, in the quarter-final up at Northampton in the T20 game. And I'm one of those who think that actually the more red ball cricket you play, the likelihood of you being able to dominate in white ball cricket increases, because you're in the rhythm. You were in rhythm, and you might be informed. Anyway, here goes Worrell, who's made 2 dents now.
Well, I think in particular on that point, the latest iteration of white ball cricket we've just had it was the 100, where it was quite underwhelming from a batting point of view, and a lot of the feedback was that the 100 Kookaburra balls swung a lot, and actually I saw a couple of them side by side, one from the Metro, one from the 100. Very different texture of lacquer, quite clearly thicker, and apparently they were, I don't know, finished by Reader.
Yeah, well, Reader used to make
balls. So Reader maybe do this side of the world's Kookaburra balls.
Oh, I tell you what, that's a serious delivery. So I don't think I might have another slip in, but forget those 2 short mid wickets.
I think we need to go back and play with inside edge, lad.
Yeah, early on it's tricky, but that's zip past his outside edge. Again, with no real discernible movement away. It's just as if they're anticipating the ball coming in. Anyway, he's still there, but only just.
Over anticipating, I would say. They're expecting it to do a lot more, and real good. Well, that's a doubly difficult scenario when you've got the ability, as Worrell does, to shape the ball away as well. So real challenge here, and I think on these pitches, Vic, the short ball isn't the threat. So batting out the crease, might be an option. I know Banton does bat in quite a positive position 9 times out of 10. This could be the day to do it as quickly as you can. He's definitely got back foot out of the crease, so he's definitely a little bit further down than Vaughan and Goldsworthy have been so far. Great first over from Dan Worrell, picks up his first wicket. 1 for 6 off 6 overs. Very tidy figures, as you expect.
Yeah, and you can explain probably better than me the advantages of batting, let us say, 6 to 12 inches outside of your crease if you're facing medium pace swing bowlers. You can do it. You tell me.
Well, I think it's always a calculation you make. As soon as you feel like getting hit in the head or rushed with a short ball isn't in the equation, the further you get down, you often make a bit of a scene of making sure the umpire knows you're a foot out your crease as well. All of a sudden, LBW decisions become a little bit more in your favour. You obviously shorten the time the ball has to swing in the air.
That's a key thing, isn't it? That if you want to swing the ball, you want to bowl a full length, but a half volley is still a half volley.
And also,
and if you're another 18 inches further towards the bowler, the optimum length might turn into a half volley, which is far easier to play and also offers run scoring opportunities, I guess.
But you think about the amount of deliveries bowled by bowlers. They will have like a Rushworth or a Murtagh or whoever really. even the great bowlers, James Anderson, they have a muscle memory of the ball coming out of their fingers and it will hit a certain length. So if you can go and stand closer to that length, it makes it more of a half volley. So they're having to adjust, and within that, I think, is the tactical advantage. Really, you're having to make the bowler where the
make a change.
Well, where the conditions are in their favour, you're not allowing them just to do the skill that they find easy. They're having to adapt slightly, and I think that's probably the key.
Yep. Well, that makes sense. Shakib, they're bowling him a lot. It's almost as if they're giving him a net for the rest of the game. Get back into it.
Well, those forward of the wings flights don't come cheap, Vic. He's got to he's got to earn the investment, hasn't he? At least.
Yeah. Well, he's bowled perfectly respectably. He hasn't got a wicket yet, but Surrey have got 3, and they've all come in the first or second deliveries of a new spell from a bowler. We had Roach right at the start, hitting the off stump of Lewis Goldworthy. Then on came Jordan Clark, first ball. Good delivery to Lammonby, which just left him a bit. Very first ball, quarter-second slip. And now, just after the break, Worrell gets rid of Archie Vaughan. 93 for 3. No one quite knows where this game's going.
Slightly off topic of the actual game itself, Vic. Being a commentator of vast experience, that
was in the air.
Mid-wicket fielder was definitely interested there, but Bants will care not. Those valuable first runs.
Yeah, I don't know if he got a hand on it, but he clipped it in the air over. Actually, if he'd been in conventional wicket, he probably caught it. And it went for 4, but a moment of alarm for Banton, I think.
A little bit of a gulp as that was whistling through the mid-wicket area. There's 2 lurkers in position. Feel like that ball flight has a little hint of reverse about it. Yeah, it's not really. It doesn't. It's not presenting like the conventional in swinger. It's sort of. The difference is the further down the wicket with reverse swing, it more fades, doesn't it? Instead of actually sort of like bending.
And I bow now to your superior experience. Yet again, with reverse swing, it is. Is it right that it is more straightforward to get it reversed going into the batsman than away from it?
Yeah, I think it takes a slightly different seam presentation and probably a truer wrist, I guess. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the great fast
Wacko Yunus was the arch.
That's the obvious. You picture him. A lot of the great reverse swing bowlers have slightly slingy actions as well, which accentuates that in movement. But when you get it, whereas was it Macram who used to do it both ways, which was, and I'm sure Alan Lamb could attest to this, that is a challenge that most batsmen couldn't ever live up to. But what I was going to ask in terms of your superior experience as a commentator, a broadcaster, and I'm obviously aware of it right now after being so positive about Archie Vaughan. Commentator's curse. Have you experienced as much of it as I seem to have in my short time?
Well, this is probably
on?
Because you're such a generous person. You like to focus on the brilliance of whoever you're watching. I mean, this obviously makes no sense at all. You can't be held responsible for the dismissal of someone.
Well, there's a couple on the live stream that probably are going to, make me feel like I am responsible. It does seem to happen, or is that just the nature of the beast?
I don't think you can fret about it.
and also, you're talking about he obviously played brilliantly, but then changes of momentum do crazy things to cricketers' brains. Drinks breaks, lunch intervals where the batsmen are in zero danger pre-lunch. They go and fill their boots with a Yorkshire pudding or 2, and then all of a sudden it's like a different sport when they come back out. Does happen.
Yeah. Well, I had a theory about, and maybe it should apply to batsmen, but if you're a bowler, especially a spin bowler, but it applies to all bowlers, the first couple balls are critical, it seems to me. So you've got to find a way. if you're an off spinner, say, or even bowling like you used to, of getting your first ball or two on target. There's nothing worse than, you know, bowling two balls, they've gone for 8, and your uphill battle is underway. So in practice, I thought, well, the logical thing is to do that. You come on, you get tossed the ball, and you bowl one ball, and then you go away for another 20 minutes, and then bowl another one. And it's the same applies with batting, of course. The first few balls are the critical ones. And so maybe that's how the batting should go. They should face a couple of balls, go away.
Well, I had thrust upon me the best, you know, I suppose, situation that a bowler could have that made me not bowl loose balls at the start of a spell. And it was, and I'm sure I've told you this before, it was Justin Langer, the captain. He used to walk up to me if I was opening the bowling. You know, we win the toss, elect to bowl, and he would finger point and actually thump the middle of my chest. If you bowl any loose balls, you won't bowl again all day.
Well,
and it was like,
some bowlers would like that at Taunton. But it is a key art is to get through, whether you're batting or bowling, in those first half a dozen deliveries.
Yeah, definitely.
If you can start with as a bowler, if you can start with a maiden over or, you know, a blemish-free over, then you can settle into the business of trying to get the batsman out. But if you've gone for, you know, 2 boundaries in the first 3 balls.
Well, like I said, I think it does depend on who your captain is. You can feel the atmosphere as a bowler when you bowled a couple of bad balls. even maybe of someone like Rosie.
And likewise with batting, though, it's that getting into, and it's harder because the implications of failing to do it well means you might be out, and that's it.
100 up for Somerset.
Yeah.
In the 38th over. It feels like we're on par. The game's on par right now.
Yeah. It hasn't really spun much. I'm amazed, actually. I thought they might bowl the leg spinner just for a couple overs before lunch to see whether that format of bowling gets the ball to spin a bit more, lose much.
Yeah, I had a little wander around. My brother Sam's here today, and we had a little lap while I was off air, and I did actually walk past Cam Steele down at Fine Leg and said, surprised he hasn't had a bowl yet, so we're on the same we're on the same wavelength, that's for sure.
At the moment, this is, you know, potential commentator curse territory. It's actually Worrell rather than Shakib who looks to be bowling, offering the biggest threat.
I think it seems like Dan Worrell, from what I've seen of him live and on TV and on scorecards, is he's pretty much consistently a threat, isn't he? He's very rare. If he doesn't take wickets, he doesn't go for runs. He's one of those high-quality bowlers.
Yeah.
Reminds me a little bit of Ryan Harris, who had a short but excellent Test career for Australia. Just always at the stumps, always in a good area, bustling.
I think Harris is a bit quicker, but yeah.
Well, he never bowled with the Eurolay speed gun that maybe tuned him down a little bit, so who knows.
No, I think he was quicker. But I know what you mean. And he is originally from Australia, but he is qualified for England. Played for Gloucester for a little while, didn't he? And then Surrey noted his calibre. Just getting that little flicker of movement in the air.
Yeah, there's just enough. I think that's...
he's got that, and he's got the
key.
one that just either keeps its own line, therefore the outside edge becomes a possibility.
Well, you've got to set for that one fading in towards the stumps, and just hope you react to the other one. I mean, it is a challenge. It's almost plays with the mind a little bit. Some batters have got good enough eyesight to actually track the ball when the bowler's at the top of the run running in, which is why you actually see Dan Worrell at the moment. He's holding the ball when he runs up in his left hand, and so he's hiding it from the batter's eyes, and he's transferring it to his bowling arm quite late on to give to the batter less time, so they can see the difference. With a Kookaburra ball, when it gets shiny rough, the rough side gets very pink.
Oh, right. So you've got a chance. Yeah, that's why they hide it then.
Yeah, with the Duke ball, it's not as noticeable because Duke balls are generally quite purple, but when the Kookaburra ball roughs up, it goes quite pink, and it is quite a contrast in colours from the shiny side.
Well, we're in a great position too, and as is our camera. So you can just see. I mean, he's middled the ball in this over so far, Tom Banton. But there's been a couple that just flickered to go in, and one that just held its line and just might have even shaped slightly away. And
I wonder if
it's
our
a great
cameraman
skill.
can zoom in. Here we go. In the left hand, back of the palm, hiding it, transferred just before the gather. And into Banton. Doesn't give you that time as a batter to go, oh, shiny side on the left, it's going that way or that way. Which, hang on, it's hard, isn't it?
I mean, did you do that?
Shiny side left, rough side right would mean the ball would go away from the right-hander.
Did you do that when you were trying? I mean, you would have bowled a bit of reverse.
Well, there's no
swing.
point.
No, for you.
Because
you didn't really reverse. Swing.
I wasn't really very good at reverse swing ball.
Okay.
I didn't have the pace to really get the reverse out of the ball.
Okay.
Occasionally, when it did, I think maybe one or two times.
Yeah.
I can remember us playing a game where it reversed. It very rarely doesn't.
So, but there were. I'm just trying to think who they were. But I always used to be amazed at certain bowlers who could run up with the ball in their left hand and not transfer it until about 4 or 5 yards from their delivery stride, and still get it in the right place.
I always like to have the ball locked in from the start of my run up. And like I said, I mean, it wasn't really a thing that I was. Well, I mean, bowling wasn't really a thing that I was known for. To be fair,
well, you bowled quite a lot of overs, but I grant you, you were essentially looking to be a away swing bowler.
Away swinger with the old wobble seam nip backer. That was about it, really. Limited tools with a big heart. Fascinating stuff here, day one at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thanks to all that have tuned in. We've got lots of new listeners on the live stream across the other side of the globe, somewhere in Bangladesh, supporting their man who's bowling now, Shakib Al Hassan, the nation's hero.
They've got a test match coming up too, haven't they? And this was deemed to be quite a good way of preparing for it. Well, perhaps it is.
Yeah, it's an interesting question here on the live feed. I've just been asked, Vic, and I'm sure your input will be much required. Par score Triegs ? And I've got a 350 ? I mean, would you?
I'll take 350.
Would you be selling the old second-hand car for £2 grand, shaking hands and walking away smiling, or would you feel like you could squeeze a bit more out of it?
I think if I were in the Somerset dressing room and I was offered 350, I'd take it. Having said that, I haven't seen much misbehaviour from this pitch, but I think it might do that as we go along. Your pitch report. And 350, you're always in the game, aren't you? You've got to be in the game with 350, and there's a long way off from 350, so I'd take 350. I would think the par score is slightly lower than that, wouldn't you? I don't know. Taunton is so hard to gauge at Taunton.
Yeah, I'd say you'd want it starting with a 3.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah. Your 320. I think you'd walk off not disappointed. I think so. That's a relative suggestion that's somewhere there or thereabouts. Ooh. Beautiful leave there from Tommy Abel.
well, I think the beautiful leave. Ooh. That's what's called a euphemism, Pete. Let's see. I mean, I think it was wide of off stump, just about. Yeah, and the bowlers make the most of it, but it was pretty. It was. I don't do it too often. Working on the ball. No, he sticks it in his left hand, as Pete was saying.
that is the dismissal that he certainly visualises, especially, I suppose the clue, or the defining clue, is the fact that he's got 2 mid-wickets in place. If he gets a little bit too straight, and then that, you know, clipped one that the batsman gets lazy on, like Bant's nearly did early on, might offer a chance.
I mean, he has got 2 slips. For a while he was operating with just 1, so he hasn't got so much backup. You know, a slightly over pitched on leg stump, and there's no one at square leg beyond on the boundary. There's a wide long on, but he's bowling so. He's got his rhythm, and his line is terrific at the moment. He's used to a kookaburra, of course. Well, no, I say that because he came from Australia, but I'm not sure if he plays much cricket in Australia now.
It's always at this time of a game when you do, like I said, let's face it, reversing ball is not the norm in England. So kookaburra balls does bring that extra element. So I suppose there is something within that. But also the preparation, or the phases that the ball condition-wise has to go through, is a little bit different. So it's always interesting to see which players have sort of more contact time with the ball in between overs. They're shining it, they're trying to get one side as smooth as possible. I know one of the theories is that you try and have the ball pass through as little hands as possible, so the sweat doesn't transfer to the ball, so there's no moisture in it. Get the ball as dry as you can, which is obviously a real challenge in England because the ground's always, you know, a lot damper than it is overseas.
And you often see them holding the ball just in their fingertips rather than in the palm of the hand that can get sweaty. And there's certain spinners who used to get really sweaty hands. I don't think I was one of those, but some did. And of course, if you've got a reverse swinger at the other end, he's furious by the time he gets his ball back because it's wet all over, damp all over.
That reminds me, actually, and hopefully our producers listening, and maybe they could bring up this footage in maybe like 5 or 10 minutes time of, we actually saw with the Joel Garner evening a video of either the 79 or the 81 final, where it actually zoomed in on you doing a little bit of ball shining.
Did it?
Yes.
But actually, in '79,
your technique was all I'm going to say, because I don't know if you've seen the footage, but your technique for that little 3-second little clip was exceptional.
Was it?
So that's a challenge for you guys next door. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember that.
Because it was commented on the night.
But the oddity is that in '79-80, no one knew about reverse swing. It was an oddity. Why is it swinging that way if it did? So you weren't, I mean, it was even before then. Pakistan players were probably doing it, but we didn't know they were getting that ball to reversing. Sarfraz Nawaz, who played for Northants, was one of the great sort of early players to master this art, and then he would have passed that on through to the likes of Imran and subsequently Wakar, Wasim.
Imran Khan was kind of known as the grandfather of
but Sarfraz came slightly before him.
Okay.
So Sarfraz, who used to play for Northants, and I remember getting out of Sarfraz. You know, you used to think after about 50 overs, swing. And then suddenly Sarfraz would come on, and he'd be bowling these big inductors, caught back pad, and all that stuff. And by and large, for quite a few years, no one could understand what's happening. You know, the English seamers, until word eventually spread.
I mean, when it happens, it's so difficult to face when you're not used to it. Over pitch there by Alsan, looked like came out the hand a little bit different, almost like a flick. I don't know if there's any sort of change up, but a little bit over pitched. Yeah, I think he's just tried to really spin that one. He's got that wrong.
It's nice to put away by Abel.
Lovely little freebie. Tommy Abel moves into the mid-30s.
I faced Wasim, who was a wonderful bowler at the end of my career. He seemed so close to you when he let it go too, because he ran through the crease. He didn't have a big delivery strike. He just almost seemed to bowl on the run. And that is deft.
Oh, how's he got that there? What a fine bit of touch there from Tommy Abel, but Shaki Basan was very, very interested in that one.
I wonder what line that was on by the time Tom. We'll have a look in a minute. See how close that was, that off-stump line. He just did it on length, really, and he's hit it, thank goodness, from his perspective.
Oh, he took that off the off-bail. Yeah, sure. That's close. Lovely piece of batting. I think maybe even Tommy Abel might feel like that was a little bit too close for comfort. Oh, yeah, right on the edge of off-stump.
Lovely shot. Go boys. It's okay.
The breeze is strong. Look at the trousers blowing in the wind out there. You can hear it too. It's not ideal for bowlers. The Surrey flag doesn't seem to be here. The Somerset one is. And it's flapping merrily on the Andy Caddick stand. Yeah, so I faced Wazim, who was wonderful. I mean, in one sense, I'd like to have faced Wakar, but in another, I really wouldn't. But they were spectacular. I remember the '92 series when Pakistan beat England. Wazim and Wakar. And Wakar, I mean, there were countless times, or several times in that series, England were like 300 for 4. And then the reverse swing started, and sort of 343 all out, or something like that, as Wakar in particular, with those late in-ducking foot crushers.
That would have been the start of my sort of love for cricket, and I can remember just like stumps and feet being uprooted for fun towards the back end of those Test match innings. Yeah, extreme pace, aggression.
And you wanted to actually, the least treacherous place to play was as an opening batsman in those days, because with a new ball, Wakar was still a very, very fine bowler, but essentially he tried to bowl away swingers, but in a very conventional manner. Angry was quite quick as well, but at least you knew you weren't getting those toe crushers.
Nicely played.
The tricky part was batting in the sort of lower middle order when the ball was ripe for reverse swing, and whoosh.
Yeah, it's quite. So I only really remember facing an extraordinary spell of reverse swing. You see it relatively often, especially when you play overseas. But I can remember a game at Lord's, and much like you described, going along nicely. And I can remember a ball being hit into one of the stands at Lord's, and it being tossed back from the crowd, and it hit the back of a seat, and a great big chunk had been taken out of one of the rough side of the ball.
Yeah.
Rana Naved's eyes lit up. He got hold of it when he was at his peak when he was playing for Pakistan. Never seen a ball swing so far in all of my life. It was just, you knew it was coming, but you still just couldn't stop it. It was, you literally had a question of like, do you want to get out LBW, or are you just happy to let him hit your stumps? I mean, it was just, 90 mile an hour hooping Yorkers, horrendous to face.
David Lloyd used to, I think, if you're the fielding side, you wanted the ball to be dispatched onto some hunk of concrete somewhere to get that rough side really rough. So we've got an odd looking field now, short mid off, short mid on, short mid wicket. And it takes some skill to be able to bowl to this field. He's got to bowl such a good line, because there's acres of space square on the onside really, and quite a lot square on the offside, but he's got his line to perfection. And look at his figures. He's just got the 1 wicket since lunch, but he's in his 10th over. He's just gone for 12 runs.
Yeah, a lot of captains I've played with in the past always, like, when you're having days like this and it doesn't go your way, they say this game would be so much easier if you just had one extra fielder. And the obvious hole in this field, I think, is third man, because anything outside off stump that just runs off the outer half of the bat's going to be 4, and that would probably be the only fielder that I'd want to see as a bowler.
But he is bowled such a good line. He hasn't given him any width. He's no width, but no prospect of the easy Abel will be very good at playing this shot. The sort of middle and leg slightly over pitched. He's avoided that because he hasn't got much protection there either. And it is only slight, but it gives a hope, I guess. Slight movement, and it's. I mean, Abel's a good player too, and he's watching it, and he's not trying to play across that line. He's playing with a straight bat. In many ways, he'd be glad to get through this Worrell spell. I remember talking to, one of the great players, Martin Crowe, about bowlers they hated facing, and he hated. What he would hate to face a McGrath. He'd rather face a bowler who can bowl that unplayable ball, but he knew that along the way there'd be some sort of freebies who wasn't that accurate. It was the ones that gave you absolutely no respite that he didn't like facing. And
McGrath, Ambrose.
That's right. Like that. Hadley, but a bit earlier on. Yeah, those ones who just gave you no rubbish, and so you felt trapped. Whereas there'd be other bowlers who could bowl you an absolute perler, but if you knew there were some sort of free runs around, it felt easier. That's another play miss. That's
just a bit too full, that, I think, Thomas.
Yeah. Well, he bowls them. It just might have turned a fraction, but it was the length. It wasn't quite as short as he wanted it to be.
Yeah, it feels like he's just sped up Shecky through the spell. He's trying to fire it into that area of interest, and I think that the pace that he's bowling now, I think would get a whole different sort of reception.
Well, we'll have
in Dakar, in the places he's used to bowling more often. That sort of pace really does react. Whereas again in England, I feel like you just need some drop, get it above the eye line a little bit, and give it a chance to spin.
Well, we're keeping an eye on his pace, but if it comes up 51, 52, that's sort of where Leach was in the last match.
I would say balls 3 and 4 of that over I would love to see, because they looked quite different. The play and miss and then the follow-up ball.
Yeah. Well, that's he probably didn't play against him, or you might have done, but I mean, he reminds me a bit of Dan Vettori, who got lots of wickets for New Zealand, but was not a huge spinner of the ball, and was not quite as round arm as Shakib. But he got huge numbers of wickets. He sometimes had to bowl a lot of overs to get them, but it was more to do with variations. He was, you don't remember seeing Vettori, bowl those zipping, unplayable pitching leg, clipping off type of deliveries. But he had wonderful sort of control and wonderful variety of pace. But only little. When you have variety of pace, you don't want the variety to be 10 miles different. You want it to be barely discernible, but just different enough to fool the batsman.
Yeah, and he was incredibly tall as well, Dan Vettori. And I suppose our version of him, before Monty, would have been Ashley Giles, who sort of was more a flight bowler. He was never going to bowl you unbelievable, unplayable deliveries, but he did such a good job for England for a long period.
Well, he did in a sort of he was in that obviously 2005 side, and he was often much maligned, but he got terribly maligned when he bowled over the wicket constantly in India against the Indians into the rough. And then I said, well, it's actually what Shane Warne did for years. And everyone said, what a cavalier, what a bold move that is. Ashley Giles did it for a test match.
He took a few serious wickets over there, didn't he? I think that's how he
he was the only, at that time, he was the only person who'd ever had Tendulkar stopped. But Tendulkar got a long 100. But he annoyed a lot of the purists, Ashley Giles, by bowling over after over. And the more...
That's when you know you're onto something.
The more they got criticised, more... Nasser Hussain was captain, more Nasser and Ashley decided, we'll keep going over. and for half the time, the Indian bats were just kicking it away. It wasn't great a spectacle. I'm going to go lie down again.
Cheers, Vic. It's been a pleasure. $113 for 3 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Banton's made his way to 10, and Abel is played beautifully for a very hard-fought 37. Jordan Clark back into the attack, who struck with his first ball of his opening spell. He'll be hoping for much the same. Charlie Taylor's about to kit up and join me for the first time today.
All right, Peter.
Whoa.
Good to see you.
You did better than Vic did with the first ball of the Jordan Clark spell. We've
oh dear,
Bance has survived it. Yeah, how do you see the game so far?
Well, I think Somerset did pretty well in that first session, being 0 for 1 on a pitch early doors. I think there was a lot of people, I was one of them, thinking, oh, this could be a really low scorer one. But I thought they've come back nicely. I thought Vaughan played brilliantly until you talked him out a bit earlier on.
I'll take that one on the chin.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. But batted really nicely, I thought, in the first innings. Doesn't seem to be, you were just talking about it there with Vic, doesn't seem to be offering loads to the spinner yet. And we kind of saw that a bit with the Durham game here a week ago, where Somerset scored 500 in that first innings, and then Leach bowled them out almost single-handedly in the fourth innings. So it could be a pitch which becomes more of a spinning wicket. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I think Somerset batting pretty well. I think there's rewards for your shots here. If you hang about against a very good bowling attack, I think there are runs to be made.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of quite obvious reverse swing on show. Banton there just taking a little shuffle down the wicket, trying to negate that movement as much as possible. But yeah, I do think that the wicket's ready to take spin. Just feel like it's finding the pace. There's been a couple that have turned and straightened quite nicely. Certainly about half a bat's width, so certainly would interest the spinners. It's just feel like Shakib's not renowned for being a big turner away from the right-hander. You know, he gets a lot of his wickets sort of, as we spoke early on, me and Vic, undercutting the ball, skidding it through the defence onto the pad or the stumps, getting batters to cut when it's too tight, like Tom Abel nearly did a couple of overs ago. So I do think that Leachy, you'll probably see more leg to off spin from someone like him that's more classic and over the top as opposed to slightly undercutty. But then again, you know, could be wrong. Commentators curse and all.
Well, I don't know how. I'll have to have a look to see how much Shakib Al Hassan's played of first-class cricket recently. It does take a little while to get into it. If you've played a lot of white ball cricket, the bowling is different. You know,
well, I suppose the one benefit is normally you'd be going from Kookaburra to Duke ball, which I know a lot of spinners have struggled with in the past. At least it's the same brand and shape of ball.
Yes.
For those who don't know, if you're ever in a cricket shop somewhere and you can get hold of a Duke and a Kookaburra ball, you will know exactly what I mean. They are very, very different in the hand.
Which is so important for spinners, isn't it? The grip is so important in how they execute what they do. It's still important for seamers, of course. You know, the seam position, wrist position, all that. But for spinners, how it feels in your hand, it almost becomes an extension of your body, really, doesn't it? There's a natural feel to it, which when you've bowled thousands and thousands of delivery, you know exactly how it should feel. And then suddenly you've got a different ball in your hand, and it will be different.
Yeah, the seam's a little bit bigger. I think the Duke's ball is a more sort of waxy. You know, a lot of spinners will say that the word slippery slips out the fingers. Obviously, that's not a great idea if you're trying to spin the ball. But I think Somerset would have definitely taken 0 for 45 off 17.4. But he's a quality performer. You've got to be on your mettle, as Tom Abel is, as he clips him through mid-wicket. He's going to scamper through and pick up another couple of runs. How was the breakfast show this morning, Charlie? Any big news in the southwest?
We've got a brand new school opening in Somerset today, so that's something we spoke about for children with special educational needs. So that was a big story we were covering. 60 new places for those children who need it, which was really good.
In what part of Somerset?
Near Yeovil.
Okay.
Down that way, but people will come from all over.
They need plenty of schools down Yeovil way, don't they?
That's people in glass houses, Pete, around the western area.
Well, you could have 20 schools in West Supermare. I would have tried to avoid all of them, Charlie. So there we go.
Unless they had a cricket pitch or a football pitch, that's where we would have found you, isn't it? No, yeah, so that's great news. So we did a bit of that. We've talked about the Paralympics finishing off as well with a few Somerset contestants that got gold medals and other medals. So it was a lovely show this morning. The problem was, it wasn't a problem. It was really nice. Went to see some friends last night. It was didn't get back to bed. We were probably around 11 o'clock, and then the alarm's at 4:15, so it was...
So do you have like the social life of a postman?
Yeah,
You know, you've got
that's
to make,
it.
you know, if you, well, I suppose as postman back in the day when you actually used to get your mail in the morning,
Yeah.
you know, you have to sort of cut social events off around about 10
Yep.
to make sure you get at least 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, if you can get... I find if I can get 6, I'm just about all right, and I can continue that. Anything less than 6, I start to... Yeah, I can't consistently do less than 6.
So if we whipped open your phone now, went to alarms, what would it be saying? What's
Do you want me to do that right now?
Yeah, let's do that.
Because there's quite a few.
As Jordan, do you, how many snoozes do you go
Oh,
through?
you'll see.
Jordan
Yeah, they're all-
coming in, steaming in. He's got a
Turn
knack of getting wickets. There's Jordan. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
So the watch goes off first at 4:15.
We got 4:18.
Yeah, so the watch is quieter, it doesn't wake my partner up. So as soon as I hear the watch, I get out of our bedroom and go into the spare room where I've left all the clothes out for me to put on that day because I don't want to wake her up when I'm getting ready. Hang
on. I think the idiot-proof version of this is going to be great. We've got 4:18 alarm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We have.
I know. All the
We
names.
have
The name.
4:21.
Yeah.
Charger, cheese, dishwasher.
Do you want to know what that was from? So I name my alarms when I've got something important to remember. That was from going on holiday. I needed to put the dishwasher on, needed to remember my phone charger because it was obviously the one thing I couldn't pack, and I had to bring some cheese with me because that was my present for the hosts that I was staying with. So I had to get it out the fridge, couldn't pack it the night before. So I haven't changed the name ever. So now I still wake up at 4:21 with my charger cheese
dishwasher.
Yeah.
Which is why you're doing so much road cycling to cycle the cheese
All the
off.
cheese, absolutely.
3 minutes later
Yeah.
at 4:24, mate.
Mate, that's the mate. Come on, mate. Exactly.
What you doing?
Yeah.
And then 4:15.
That's the if I've overslept.
Get used to this.
Get used to this. That's the that was the early mornings. Get used to it. Thank you, mate.
What commitment. So any multi-listeners of the Somerset live stream and Charlie's Breakfast Show, proof that he goes through some pain to deliver you such an entertaining show. Oh. Even though I haven't had an invite on yet, but if you're doing it at that time, maybe not.
Do you want me to put the alarms on your phone?
Can you do an evening version? and I'm in.
Yeah, we could record it the night before, I guess, if we had to. The problem is it's a breaking news show, so that kind of takes that out of it. But yeah, I'm sure we can get you on there. You've done it before, so before my time, when Claire was our previous presenter was doing it. Although Claire does the afternoons now, so you need to see that.
No, that's a date.
Yeah, there you go. Sort that out for you.
Claire did promise me another show because I think she stood me up.
Yeah, she was ill.
She was poorly, wasn't she? Which I still don't believe to this day. I've had no doctor's note. I've had no evidence. Claire, if you're listening.
Well, I should be on air in 5 minutes, so I doubt she's... Well, I don't know, maybe she is. Maybe she's like me, can't get enough county championship cricket. Anyway, yeah, if you're a listener, good afternoon. Lovely to have you along. Thanks for joining me in the mornings. So I think just picking up ones and twos here, absolutely fine. The progress they're making, they don't not in any rush. Weather looks... Well, the weather tomorrow doesn't look great, but the rest of the days, Wednesday, Thursday, looking okay at the moment.
I feel like the Kookaburra ball, even on a surface that I think personally would do quite a bit with a Duke ball. Seam bowling in the from maybe 25 overs on does become quite attritional, and then you're really reliant on your spinner, as Somerset were in the previous game, to do the damage. Surrey have got a fantastic bowling attack of 4 very good seamers, but it does look like they're doing a containing job. Yes, there's a little bit of reverse swing, but there's no real seam of any note on a Kookaburra ball to get that lateral movement. I'm surprised actually that Cam Steele hasn't been told to get the old Castrol GTX into the shoulder, get loose, get ready. Shakib Al-Hassan's bowled a fair few now. He's into his 19th over already wicketless. Maybe the leg spinner might get a bit more purchase out of the wicket, but Somerset going along well. I think very much honours even at the moment. 122 for 3.
Well, if you do the classic add-on 2 wickets, you'd say that Surrey, the pendulum would have swung Surrey on top, but at the moment, Somerset, as you say, looking all right. Reverse shot, good shot as well. Beautifully played. Banton, he just is so confident with that when he gets it right. Well, it looks $1 million. Doesn't look so good when you get it wrong, but thankfully that time smashed for 4.
Yeah, that's always that's a pause for breath, isn't it? He's so good at that shot. first time I ever played cricket with Tom Banton. Oh, he got. I think it was a second team game somewhere in. I think it was in Kent, and he might have even got a double 100, and I reckon 150 of them were scored with that shot. I'd never seen anything like it in my life. It would have been early 19 before he burst. Yeah, it would have been
when they won the One Day Cup.
Yeah,
well, when you won the One Day Cup, you were in that team.
And then he opened the batting and just did remarkable things. But it's been brilliant how he's matured, his temperament now, the way he's been playing. I should really follow that with he's dreadful, he's looking awful.
Trying the same again.
He's going to get out, but what a shot that is from Tom Banton, another boundary. He's going to try and force the hand of the Surrey skipper to change this field.
And potentially think about changing up the bowling as well, because if he keeps bowling like that, Shakib, I think Banton will keep playing those shots. And he's very good at that shot. It's not a risky shot for Banton as much as perhaps some other batters might find it. For him, that's very much part of his repertoire. It's good, isn't it? When it works, you just think, yeah, that's clever cricket. How does that day rank for you? Just talking about the year they won the One Day Cup final at Lords against Hampshire. That must be one of the big days in the career, wasn't it?
Well, I know I can. This is not just my emotion, because me and Hildy had quite a few conversations about that, because we'd played a lot of cricket together. We won so many one-day limited overs games together, but we'd obviously lost a number of finals, and it was heartbreaking. And I can remember, we obviously jokingly said this because we both went okay in the final, but in particular Hildy. But I can remember 2 or 3 days out preparing here before we travelled up to Lords, it was like, should we tell Jace to drop us for the final? Because it feels like we're cursed, mate.
Oh,
and we laughed. So, I mean, the getting over the line, as many Somerset fans will remember, I was sat on the balcony at Lords, and that's always the shot that the camera takes when the winning runs are scored and it goes up to the dressing room. And I think it's quite clear to see there was a lot of emotion there and celebration. But I don't think through any part of the day you were particularly sort of happy with how things are going, because we'd seen so many finals go against us, sometimes deservedly, sometimes the opposition just did something amazing and took games away from us. So yeah, it was a weird day really, but I suppose the memory was just the celebrations afterwards, the old champagne and doing the a cappella Blackbird in front of the media stand, and all our Somerset fans joining in with us. It was a magic moment, really magic.
It was almost breaking the duck after a long time of going trophyless, wasn't it? It was the first one for 14 years, I think, first major trophy for 14 years, not including the Division 2 title as one of the majors. But yeah, it was a great day, wasn't it? And the picture of you and Hildy at the end with your medals that's what lives in my mind a lot about that day. As well as Tom Abel literally roaring as he lifted the trophy. It was a really good day for the club, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a monkey off all of our backs really, because we'd all, most of that squad had been in losing finals or been in squads and or just supporting us. Young kids like Bance would have probably maybe even been at finals that we'd lost. So yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
Of course, they're in the One Day Cup final again this month. So exciting stuff. Glamorgan the opposition this time.
Well, this period of cricket is equally exciting from my own personal perspective. Now very much a supporter, a fan. Having chats from time to time with the players, going out doing the pitch report. We all, a lot of the players come over. We have a bit of a bear hug and have a little bit of a chat. So. Watching what the club are doing, in terms of winning last year, getting to the Metrobank final with a younger group of players that you've seen have hard times, and it's even more rewarding as a supporter when you see them have success, and to be at this stage of the season with it all to play for is a magnificent achievement from the club.
Yeah. So finals day this Saturday. Obviously got this game going on, huge match in the Championship. And on the 22nd, the following Sunday, is the one-day cup final. It's Glamorgan. The finals day, there's always a bit of fancy dress around at finals day. It's a cracking day out at Edgbaston. And I've had an idea for what Somerset fans, a bit of a theme for fancy dress. Because Ben Green received a bracelet. Did you see this video? He received a bracelet.
Yeah, okay.
He also, from the same 10-year-old fan, I think it was a girl called Devon, gave him a lucky penguin. And I reckon a bit of penguin fancy dress at the T20 finals.
Penguins with bracelets.
Well, yeah, could do the bracelets as well if you like. But I was having a quick look around. I reckon get a few Somerset fans there as penguins. Make it the theme.
Do you realise now
penguins.
that every child or young cricket fan in Somerset is going to be sending in copious amounts of bands, bangles, necklaces,
do it.
God knows what
penguins. Yeah, go for it. Well, yeah, and he wore it to the game, and he brought the lucky penguin to the Northamptonshire game. So and Somerset won, obviously. So good shot. Now on the ground, there's a bit of a chase on. They should get there, I think.
Wasn't there like a lucky octopus to a football World Cup once upon a time?
He kept picking the teams that would win, and he kept getting them right as well.
Well, I suppose it was surely one of 8 potential teams he could have picked.
Yeah. Essentially, well, he was given one of 2 every time, and he basically happened to pick the right one every time. So yeah, if we can get some I reckon penguin fancy dress for Saturday. You've got a week to do it, just under. Oh, it's a drop. It's a drop. And they're going to come through for the single. Oh, he's fallen again. But looking at the bowler's reaction, that should have been taken.
That will feel painful for the bowler, knowing that wickets are going to be sparse and hard to come by. I think that's been dropped. I think that's Ryan Patel.
Yeah.
Ryan Patel at mid-wicket has put a chance down, and I suppose at this standard of the game, it looked relatively straightforward.
Yeah.
Paul the Octopus, 2010 World Cup.
Go. Good spot.
Adrian has let us know, so thanks for that.
Banton, wasn't it? He was dropped there, I think, because they came through for that single. Yeah. Could be a big moment. How many more will Banton score? Already on 27. He's having a good season, Tom Banton. Played brilliantly against Northamptonshire in the quarter-final on Thursday night. Had a great time listening to that. I'm sure a lot of other Somerset fans did. .136 for 3. If you're just joining us today, it was 0 for 1 in the first over. Somerset having chosen to bat. Goldsworthy out for a duck. But since then, Vaughan and Lammonby, and now these two, have just steadied that ship. 136 for 3 under sunny skies. Oh, we've been wanting some sunny skies recently. Bit of an edge there from Banton. Perhaps a little bit of turn from the Bangladeshi all-rounder. Just won a test series, haven't they, Bangladesh, against Pakistan? Hammered into the cover area, not picked up cleanly. But no run. Pakistan on a bit of a dry run in test matches. England, of course, opposition. It will be in October next month. And he's found a gap this time. Chase on in the field, we'll get there. Thinking of 2, but it's not on.
Yeah, that's quite a convincing win by Sri Lanka at the Oval, isn't it?
Well, a lot of criticism from the journos there today.
It was a poor day's play,
yeah.
wasn't it? I mean,
it looked. Well, I didn't see all of it.
It looked like they'd had enough.
Yeah, it looked.
They were just bored. It looked like
end of term. Yeah, end of term.
Last day at school.
Yeah, which for a paying public is.
Sign me shirt, pub quiz, get home.
Yeah. When you've paid £100 a ticket or whatever, I don't know what the prices were at the Oval. I imagine it's around that. It's not really what you go to see. Not really good enough. But as I say, there's plenty of criticism in the papers today of England. But well played Sri Lanka. 2-1 in England against a good side. It's not It's not I'm sure they went there to win the whole series, but getting a win, 4th win in England, I read somewhere. Pretty good result. I was reading a bit of Vic Mark's excellent column in Cider Press about Leach and the Pakistan tour and the strong hopes that he'll get a call up for England again. I think it'd be a huge mistake to leave him out.
He's chalk him in. And he's Bashir Leach, I think it's a dead cert.
Yeah.
Unless Leach has an unfortunate sort of flare-up of his illness or an injury. I can't see any reason why he would be going. I still think he is the best spinner in England, personally.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I think Bashir's done really well since he's come into Test cricket, but I mean, I suppose the only caveat to this point is that if you played a team with a high proportion of left-handers, then this view might change. But I think if you're gonna have a spinner, ideally you'd want a spinner that can spin the ball away from the bat.
Absolutely.
I think that's always been a school of thought. Vic nodded, gave me the thumbs up, and by almost like Saturn aligning with Jupiter, my Trigo and Vic Marks' minds are alike. Remarkable.
Vic said to me off air, he said, what you really need is a bowler that can put it up and around the snot box.
Yeah, well, tell you what, if you got a leg to off Twizzler and a snot box bowler and a toe crusher, you can have a reversing toe crusher as well, Charlie. Don't forget them. We could have I could probably name you 1 to 11 of funny named attribute cricketers that. Yeah, you need a nudger and a nurdler.
Absolutely.
1 and 2.
There's your 1 and 2. Absolutely perfect. Number 3, your swashbuckler. Or are we a bit too high up in the order there? Swashbuckler maybe coming in at 5 or 6.
Trying to think of a phrase for you need the class, don't you?
Yeah.
You need the goat. You need the goat to be at 3. You need your slapper, your slogger.
Yeah.
Your sweeper, your stopper.
Oh, it's beginning to rhyme.
You got your sweeper in the middle order, your stopper, your keeper.
Yeah.
You need a swinger, a spinner, a snot boxer, and a toe crusher. Job done.
50 partnership between these two.
And a coffee drinker and an Angry Birds player for the coach, for the iPads.
Plus a 12ers. Yeah. Perfect. Well, you can text Rob Key. I'm sure you've got his number. I'm sure you're on his radar.
I think he promised me a round of golf at some stage.
Send him a text. So here's your list for Pakistan. Shorter.
I thought that was a code. I thought it was code for a job in the old the coaching staff. I'll tell you what, with these new slingers, I can't off throw a juicy half volley. If any batters are struggling for form.
John suggests, what about your pinch hitter? Yeah, you need one of them in there.
Yeah, you could have a pincher in there. Yeah, on a flat wicket, get out your sweeper for your pincher.
That list you came up with there sounds like the sort of thing that gets written on tea towels and sold in sort of cricket-based places. Nice shot. Yeah, can't really bowl there with no fielder protection at 3rd. Fine leg, beg pardon, and just easily clipped for 4.
That little build-up of emotion, a little look out the side eye from Clark to Ryan Patel there. It's like going for 4, drop to catch the last over. That would just salt the wound a tiny little bit more. Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, like the Aussies did, you had the old pinch-in stopper, didn't you? If you get one of them, if you can have a pinch hitter that does the stopping as well, you are gold.
That's not really Rue's not a pinch hitter, is he?
That means you create an extra space for a dobber.
Oh yeah, dobber. Yeah. Oh, and your dibbly dobblers. Oh yeah, cricket's a funny old language, isn't it? Oh, the umpire stepped on the ball there. We've got a Glenn McGrath situation. I think he's all right. He doesn't have to come and bowl either. He's nearly hurt himself. We've seen that injury before, famously. Tom Abel, 48. How many 50s has he had this season? Let's have a look at that, because he can't be. Considering how few games he's played, given he missed a big chunk at the start of the season, his form has been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, you only hope that what he's done, I suppose the last 2 years of context as we have a look at the partnerships here. Didn't start well, as you can see, but looks like there's a trend here, and it goes upwards. And they tend to go that way when we use the Kookaburra ball in England. Middle order batters seem to have a nice little feast. 48 off 113 balls and 33 for Banton, and yeah, there's been a little. There have been chances that could have been taken. Rue's been in great form. Gregory dangerous. Aldridge good form. Yeah, plenty of runs still in the shed. If you have a look at those bowling figures, the weight of the work from Shakib Al-Hassan, 20 overs, wicketless though. But look at those figures from Dan Worrell, 10 overs, 1 for 12.
Well, it doesn't make particularly pleasant reading for Surrey. The runs aren't too bad. They're not, Somerset aren't racing away, but with that drop, it just felt like a big moment, didn't it? The reaction to the drop, the moment, the player it was, Banton, who's spinning the runs this year.
Sticking with Shakib Al-Hassan from the River End.
See into his 21st over.
There's a bit of hopping and jumping down at deep mid-off. I think I'm right in saying that's Tom Curran. So Tom Curran might be having a little. Oh yeah,
there we go.
That's confirmed it. He's done a groin stretch, ladies and gentlemen. He's done a groin stretch. He's definitely bowling the next over.
Yeah, he's one of a dwindling number of cricketers that goes for the floppy. Tom, he's going his little side runs now.
Karaoke's, as the S&Cs call them. No idea why.
Karaoke's?
Nothing to do with singing. John Barnes hamstring stretches. There's no way he's not bowling the next over, Charlie. He's done it all.
You never went for floppies. You're a cap guy, weren't you?
Yeah.
You didn't really. I can't think of any games you played in floppies.
No.
Floppy hat. Oh, here he goes. Oh, what's that called? That one. Sweeping the floor. Doing his back. Yeah, he's done the whole lot, hasn't he? He's proper water. If he's not been given the next over, he's certainly making signs to his captain, isn't he?
I think the baggy green was like a mass. Your county cap was like. It's still my prized possession, my absolute prized possession. Every day's play, you're sweating. A few pop champagne corks. So I had this like quite sickly aroma. I'm not going to lie, of like stale sweat and stale champagne, and maybe a bit of Thatcher's Gold thrown in there as well. But you wanted to wear that every day's play, just to, now with it in my dining room in the little glass case, you can tell that it's done the work. It looks horrendous. You certainly wouldn't want to put it on your head, especially if you just washed your hair.
It's seen a lot of things.
Remember, it made huge news, didn't it? Ricky Ponting's baggy green that was refelted at the front because it was in such a shocking state. I love that. That's brilliant. Those traditions in cricket.
Yeah.
Jack Russell's gloves. Yeah. Ponting's baggy green.
It was Hildreth's cap, I remember, the one he used to wear for every game.
They used to get brown.
Yeah.
Mine, it was quite clear that there was a time when we had some new youngsters in the team. Mine, Trez and Hildy's caps were like a brown colour.
Very, sun faded, as you say, all the sweat, cider, champagne. Here we go, Tom Curran with his blonde locks.
So he's a favourite down in Somerset, isn't he, old TC?
Oh, yeah.
Had an altercation in the towards the family stand one afternoon during a 20 over game. There was a little bit of banter. Things got hot.
Yeah, in the end, all a bit unedifying, wasn't it, all round?
Well, people just get carried away, don't they? The old amber nectar gets to everyone. TC was young and impressionable. Couldn't understand all the farmers in the stand giving him some. Probably turned round. It wouldn't surprise me. I'd love this if it was true, but I'm going to say the story as if it was true. I heard that on that day, he turned round to Martin Thatcher as in his check shirt, and he was the one that he called a peasant, not realising that he's probably a billionaire.
Yeah. How funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think that was the line. I think he got so fed up of the no, he tweeted it. Didn't it? It was a tweet.
It was a tweet. He put it on. He certainly did put it in a tweet, but he may well have said it as well.
He said so. He called those Muppets in the Somerset one peasants or something like that.
Definitely used the word peasant.
Everyone,
yeah,
everyone reared up definitely.
Yeah, it was all round a little bit. Yeah, it was a bit embarrassing.
Well, I first met Sam, Tom and Ben many years ago when I played for Mashonaland Eagles, the team their father coached.
Oh yes,
the late great Kevin Curran.
Before more,
and he invited me and one of the other young lads that were playing in the team to his house for a barbecue, and we played this game of like outdoor cricket like I've never played before. They had this tiny little, I say tiny, they had this maybe 7 or 8 metre little lap pool in the garden, and they had a wicket at one end, and they used to wet like a rubber dog ball.
Oh yeah.
And they used to throw skim balls off of the water.
Wow.
And you had to face it. I'll tell you what.
That's incredible.
It was pace like fire.
Yeah.
It was the most extreme, because obviously the little ripples in the wave, one would skid low, one would hit you in the snot box. Absolutely brilliant it was. And me and the they would have been probably 13. The oldest one would have been 13, 14 at the time.
Wow.
And
now look,
you just think, God, these lads shape up quite nicely.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, $10 million a year in the IPL and happy days.
Well, playing it off the water. He's getting a bit of shape in there, isn't he, Curran? Getting into the right-handed Banton.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most exotic games of garden cricket I've ever played.
Work it into the offside, but not finding those gaps at the moment, Banton. Cracking day. Good crowd in. A lot of people watching from where the temporary stand goes in, that car park. Good turnout in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion as well. Crucial game. Going to attract a lot of fans, I'd have thought, especially towards the end of the match as things get closer. Once again, finding that fielder at short cover. It might be the skipper.
Yeah, it could be so different right now if that catch was held at mid-wicket. 155 for 3 at the moment. Looks like it is proper toil at the moment here at Taunton. Shakib getting stripped off again for his 22nd over of the day so far. He's bowled a tidy spell. He hasn't done too much wrong. Feel like he's just been a little bit on the quick side, if I was absolutely honest. Maybe just give the ball a little bit more of a chance to spin, but we'll see how the game progresses. Oh, there's a bit of spin. There's a bit of spin.
Oh, he's asking the question quite firmly to the umpire.
He like that. He like that. Pitched outside leg, potentially. Oh, that's close.
That's tight, isn't it?
That's very, very close.
You can see why.
Told you Steve O'Shaughnessy was a good bloke. Good old Shawnee. Whew. Yeah, I think you'd probably make the old T shape there if you were playing in a game with the old DRS system. Just starting to go. Oh, the one that skidded straight through. Tommy Abel has had one turn, one skid. Classic Shakib Al Hassan bowling there, and he's picked up his first wicket. Brilliant piece of bowling in the context of the whole over. The one that skids on, and that's done for Tom Abel. If Shakib Al Hassan could ask you to play any shot in the book, it would be that shot. He wants you to do that. He wants you to cut it. That's his meat and gravy, that is.
It's not one that Tom Abel will want to watch back, is it? Especially ends up on his back as he falls away.
You'd almost be thinking as a bad, don't cut. Oh, what have I just done?
Yeah, a bit of a shame. 1 run short of a 6th half-century, but this season, that is, of a score of 50 or more. But there we go, 49, he's done. 155 for 4. Banton's still there, though. He was the man who was dropped, and I suspect we're going to see James Rue here. Looks like him walking out.
Stumps and pads, lads, stumps and pads. Yeah, might change things a little bit now with a left-hander coming out. Might make it a bit more of a challenge for Shakib.
Rue's been very good this season again. Somerset getting used to it, really, which is, well, it's a bit dangerous. You don't want to rely on him, but he's been so consistent. See where he can pick up this time. Scored 100 in the previous game. Picked up his 100, then got out in the same over, but still reached the 3 figures. 155 for 4. Do you reckon it's a par score on this one? Pete,
Well,
you had a good look at it, didn't
Yeah,
you?
we had this little, we sort of deliberated over this, myself and Vic and a couple of folk on the old live stream. We said that we would firmly shake hands at 350, but we did want it to start with a 3.
Yeah.
I think that we settled on like 320. You'd walk off pretty happy with your day's work. 350, you'd be more than happy.
Gives you an idea. So Somerset about halfway there. James Rue joins Tom Banton. And there's still 3 balls left in this over.
I mean, we also know that there is great depth in the Somerset lineup. Leachy's going to be batting 10. Who's obviously put in many good contributions for Somerset and England. Casey Aldridge, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory still to come. Hope I haven't missed anyone out. And then you've got the debutant Brett Randall, who I don't know anything about him batting wise. The only thing I do know, being up in the dressing room on Saturday while I was coaching, he had some terrible looking bats.
Oh really?
Yeah, probably. I don't. Not necessarily the wood, but the stickers. Stickers just. I think it was like an independent sort of manufacturer somewhere in New Zealand. Looks like they need to get on the old graphic design app and maybe have a rethink.
He's got a batting average in first-class cricket of 17.
Oh,
So
get
there
him
we
in. Get him in.
And a high score of 90 not out.
Does he ever open the bat in? Because maybe that he could come out of the Tom Bowler second innings. That Tom Bowler's already spinning for the second dig. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance sponsoring us, allowing us to have all the fun and games that myself, Charlie and Vic will be having today. Great partners of Somerset County Cricket Club, along with our other sponsors, Eurolay, Virtue Motors, Trade Nation, Daffabet. Always great to have brilliant corporate partners just to keep the old wheels turning. Keep the standard of the lunch high, which was very good today.
It was good today.
The old lasagna with a couple of like beer battered chips, wasn't it?
Lasagna and chips is a great combo. It's carb heavy, but it's
one of
good.
the famous English meals, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Tom Curran into his 6th over, just 11 runs at the moment. He's leaked. He's been very good. Banton with the new batter Rue there. So yeah, Rue, Gregory, Aldridge, Overton, Leach, Randall is how Somerset line up. So as you say, we're a bit of an unknown quantity in Brett Randall, but otherwise similarly to the Durham game, Somerset bat deep. And down the leg side. Funnily enough, been watching a lot of the T20 cricket. Then I was here watching Western Storm on Saturday. So you've got all the quarterfinals plus the Western Storm game. So whenever I see always takes a bit of adjusting. Oh, that one's down the leg side, and the umpire. Oh no, it's not a wide. You can get away with those in this format. It is tough though, isn't it, in white ball cricket for bowlers? Margin for error is so small. Banton bends his knees, comes forwards a little bit, pulls hard on the front foot. Have it. Going to pick up one though. bring Rue on strike, so the left-hander now.
Love that kind of shot. Very dismissive. Just telling the bowler that you've got him covered when it comes to the old short stuff. TC going straight round the wicket to James Rue, who I have to say, in the 2 years, or best part of 2 years I've watched him, there isn't an obvious technical flaw, mode of dismissal that you'd say was a massive weakness of James Rue, and that's obviously supposed to be framed as a huge compliment. He's a very, very well-rounded, complete player. Scores classically, can play all the modern-day shots as well. Very impressive cricketer. And there's a very impressive David Gower-esque back foot cut through. I mean, it's slightly in front of gully, backward point. Beautiful, beautiful shot.
I thought you were doing your best to talk him out again there.
Well,
Beat up in the build-up, and then look at that. He's responded perfectly.
I've, in no uncertain terms, have I been given the confidence by far the most experienced broadcaster in the room, Vic Marks, that I need not think about commentators' curse. It's not a thing. And I think he actually gave me a backhanded compliment that I always try and be positive and pump people's tyres up. So I appreciate that. That's not often where my inner monologue's going, I have to be honest. But as long as my outward one is full of praise and rays of sunshine, I'm happy.
You're a positive little parsnip, usually, Pete. That's what we like.
Positive parsnip.
Yeah. With that in mind, I think it's about time that we had a swap over.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think I do need a break. Is Vic coming in?
I think Vic is there waiting. Yeah, he's says he's coiled like a spring.
So I'll tell you what, sitting in this seat, Vic, you're going to come out with all sorts of phrases. I've left my mark.
He's left his mark on the chair, Vic, so make of that what you... We might want to bring your own chair. It is 160 for 4. Rue there with that lovely shot for 4 that Pete was describing. And Banton there on 40. Bit of a shame for Abel. Looked well set. Didn't see the ones trying to go backwards and cut a shot to Shakib, which, as Pete described, isn't really what you want to do to him. Vic comes alongside me. And, a shame, wasn't it, Abel falling back? You could see the disappointment just in his reaction from when the wicket fell, rolling onto his back.
I think it kept a bit low as well. It just had a big LBW shot against him. It looked pretty close, and it only could be knocked out of it. The ball had pitched outside leg and hit his pads. Got away with that. And then the cut shot, he's so low. It's got low arm, so the ball tends to skid on quite often. So, and he doesn't give you much opportunity to drive either. So, understand why you're looking to score, and the cut shot seems like an option, but it's always slanting in at you, the right-hander, because he's wide of the crease. So a good innings, but not a one that is obviously hugely significant. He got 100 against Durham, which ensured a big score for Somerset. I tell you what, I went downstairs onto the balcony. And we're looking through these wonderful, great big windows here, and it feels balmy, blue sky. It's quite a gale blowing. It's not. It's not. It's very chilly, and B, it's such a gale that it's not easy for particularly the bowlers, I think. And Surrey, they've been pretty conservative out in the field. They kept a bottle on, or kept Somerset quite bottled up. And inducing there the reverse sweep. It was in the air for a second.
Well, they've got the man in for it, haven't they? I think there, because Banton swept him already twice like that for 4.
Yeah.
So he's pushed through a bit quicker there, I think.
Yeah. So we haven't seen many turn, but as I say, the one just before Abel got out spun, and then I think his final ball, it didn't actually spin much, it just kept low, and he misjudged the length and line a little bit. It was probably not a great shot selection after another very diligent innings from Tom Abel. But what Surrey have done, and they've been cagey, but there's nothing wrong in a bit of caginess, is that they've not allowed Somerset to break away. They've had to work really hard for their runs. Banton, who's played some pretty exciting innings this summer, 40 off 72. Well, that's perfectly good rate, very good rate, but it's not expressed by Banton's standards.
Well, it was the other way around. In the T20, it was about 72 or 40, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So it's
yeah, yeah. Well, he played.
He can
very
do it. Yeah.
Of course he can, but this is a different game.
Yeah.
And he played beautifully the other night, didn't he?
Mm.
Northampton. You were at Northampton?
No, I didn't go. No, I couldn't make it because I was up early in Taunton the next day.
Yeah, of course.
So,
yeah.
It was a bit of a late one.
But very good innings in very sort of unpleasant conditions there, I think.
Well, it looked like quite heavy rain in that second innings where Somerset were bowling. It was pretty horrible.
Well, I mean, I wasn't there either, but I was watching, and they were making the very valid and laudable point that actually it really was quite wet. And at no time did the Gregory or anyone else sort of try and put any pressure on the umpires. So let's go ahead, let's go off, in the knowledge that they were probably ahead on Duckworth Lewis. So they just got on with the game, and in the end, they won it.
Well, he's had a fantastic season, Banton, across the 2 formats that he plays for Somerset.
Yeah.
It was a question I was pondering to myself, because I have a lot of time chatting to myself, was whether you, with the one-day cup final, whether you think about putting someone like Tom Abel in there, despite the fact he hasn't played a single game in it because he was involved with the 100. Do you stick with the team that got you there? I suppose you do, really, but maybe someone like Tom Abel, who's in such good form this season, could be the difference between winning and losing. It's tough, isn't it? Well, how do you want to support the people who've got you there, the players who've got you there, but someone like Abel, you just think would be perfect for that situation. He's a calm head, former captain, of course, so he's been in those situations. Just wondering whether it's worth it, but
well, I don't know what they're going to do, and it's a way off yet.
Got a week, 2 weeks of it, just under 2 weeks.
It's on I think it's on a Sunday.
2 weeks yesterday.
Sunday the 22nd.
Yeah.
I think they are minded to stick with the people who've played. Now, the other one that I've asked myself without being able to answer is that I'm pretty sure that Riley Meredith is not available. But I'm not certain. But I think, is he in the relevant Australian squad? He's certainly with the Australians at the moment, isn't he?
When they were in the Scotland series. Yeah.
So he is one obvious absentee from the side that got there. So do you replace him?
Craig Overton?
Well,
Lewis Gregory, yeah. Options there, yeah.
Anyway, that's for those over in the Caddick Pavilion.
This is the other question is who is the coach for that game? I presume it's Paul Tweddle, but
yeah.
But Jason Kerr is back now from Welsh Fire, so it is a bit funny, isn't it, having the final so separate?
I don't know. I mean, in some ways, it's all to just putting people in pigeonholes. I mean, they'll be all working together, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Paul Tweddle, having been named as the Metro Bank team coach, will be there in that capacity with a bit of support, no doubt. I don't know what they'll do. I think they're minded to, essentially to stick with the team that
feels fair. Yeah, it feels fair.
But I accept that. You think, I'm just one little tweak there. Then you go, okay, who are you going to leave out then?
Well, that's the problem. Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing that they've got there.
Oh, absolutely. It's a big drive. No contact.
And whether you take current form into perspective, I don't know. We'll leave that one with them. There's a lot of cricket to be played before Somerset get that far. So there's Goldsworthy beaten on the outside edge. First ball from Clark, just left him a little bit, and it's sped to second slip. Yeah, then. There's Tom Abel. It's a dangerous man to cut. It keeps coming in, and he ends up off balance. It's really a bit full, and it kept a little bit low, perhaps.
This will be Vaughan, will it?
This will be Vaughan. We haven't got them.
Good take.
And that's the first ball after lunch. So Vaughan, no one's got 50 yet.
No.
I mean,
Couple of close
usually
ones.
when you look at a scorecard,
Yeah.
if you want a really substantial score, you need one guy to get 100.
3 have made it to 40, but none
Yeah.
have made it to 50 yet.
Yeah. Well, Banton has power to add still, but not Vaughan and Abel. Both of them played really well, but couldn't really capitalise. Still not sure what a good score is here.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, on a pitch that won't have had much preparation because of the weather leading up to it. Looks like it's had a fair bit of use.
Yeah, but it hasn't done a great deal.
No,
And
it hasn't.
of course, for the seamers, the Kookaburra ball, we had a little bit of reverse swing recently, a little bit of movement early on. The Kookaburra does swing in the first 20 overs or so. But since then, it's a little bit of reverse swing, but a lot of pressure applied. I mean, actually, Shakib's wicket came as much from not giving easy run scoring opportunities. So you're trying to sort of create something square on the offside, as Abel was. And it just kept a bit low and scudded on into the stumps. So there have been very few easy runs out there. It's been tight cricket from both sides, really. It's good quality stuff, I think. And there's context to it as well, of course. That always makes it a better game, doesn't it? It seems to matter, this game.
Well, it really does matter for both these sides, which makes it all the more interesting, doesn't it? Just taking a quick look just down the scores. A lot of scores around the sort of 160 for 5 mark. That's basically what seems to be the going good rate on the first week or second week in September it is now. But Leicestershire were 98 all out, and Yorkshire are 56 for 4 in reply. So that's
not many batting points around there, then.
no. Your bowling points are pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah.
Middlesex 202 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire 155 for 6 against Derbyshire, and Glamorgan 160 for 7 against Sussex. Those are the Division 2 scores. Worcestershire against Warwickshire, bit of a local derby there. 159 for 5, Worcestershire. Hampshire 82 for 2 against Kent. Essex 116 for 4 against Notts. And Lancashire 64 for 3 against Durham.
So it's a bit of a bowler's day, really. I
Yeah,
mean,
it seems to be.
there's no one who's making real hay around the counties. In the second division, of course, there's 3 sides who have real ambitions of promotion, and only 2 places. Sussex have a bit of a lead, have a bit of a cushion. Yorkshire, who are playing at Leicester, where they think they'll get a result, but they're not going to get 24 points. And Middlesex.
Yeah, 98 doesn't look like a bad score on that.
Well, Leicester are 21 points behind Yorkshire. But that could change if they beat them. So that's the second division.
So fair to say Leicestershire have prepared a results pitch for that crunch game.
Well,
in
it
Division
seems like
2.
it from this distance. And in that first division, Surrey have got a substantial cushion, that 24-point cushion we've been talking about. And then they're pursued by Somerset. Hampshire are 13 points behind Somerset at the start of this round. They'd have to go some, but 3 wins, anything is possible.
Yep. Massively depends on the weather as well, doesn't it? In September, so much.
Yeah. I mean, Somerset's last game, they go to Old Trafford, where it usually rains, of course, and then back here, right at the end of September.
Huge
game against Hampshire.
Huge game.
Goodness knows
what the stakes will be.
Whether there'll be leaves on the pitch. There probably will be. Most of them have fallen off by then. Maybe Gales bowling. Or we might have an Indian summer, I don't know.
You'll be preparing for Halloween by then, won't you? I know you're big on that
I'm
kind
not
of
big
thing.
on Halloween,
You'll be
really.
decorating the house.
No. I should be just putting locks on the door.
Drawing the blinds.
Yes,
Fair
yes,
enough.
yes. With signs saying we're not here.
Yeah, well, that's the sort of part of the year we end up playing in, isn't it? When would your season have finished? Would that have been last week of September? No, it would have been earlier than that.
Well, during this game, there's a celebration of the first trophy.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And that is, I think, I presume that's on the date of the, but I haven't checked it, but it's on September the 11th. And therefore, I'm just wondering, and that would be the last game of the season, the one-day final.
Squeeze an extra 3 weeks out of it, basically.
So
2 weeks.
I think we go on about 3 weeks longer than when I was early 80s, let's say. And we start at least 3 weeks earlier, because we wouldn't. I don't think we ever played a championship game in those days, really, before May. We might play the odd. They used to have a B&H 55 over competition where you're in little leagues, and you might play. That might be one of the first games of the season. So obviously the season has expanded by about 3 weeks at each end.
6 extra weeks. Gosh. It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of cricket.
And but it's a lot of cricket, but it's also 6 weeks in total when it's not really summer.
No.
And I feel for the poor. Look at that. I mean, they're all there. Look at that. Hildreth stand is absolutely just about crammed full.
Yeah.
But they've all got to make sure that they've got the right kit on to stay.
Well, today, as I get my binoculars out, a lot of sun hats. I'll tell you what it is. It's sleeveless fleeces day. That seems to be the fashion choice.
Okay.
Sort of your gilets, body warmers.
I think Shakib is sort of relaxed a bit. Just that one wicket. Even great players, they feel more comfortable when they've got that wicket.
Well, it'll make the quite a long commute worth it, won't it, from wherever he's come from? From Sylhet or Dhaka? I don't know where he lives in Bangladesh.
No.
Oh, he's a politician out there, I'm fairly... hang on, no, he said he was in office from January to August. Oh, look at this from Banton, coming down the pitch like that.
Well, he's middled that one.
Firing it out through extra cover. Lovely shot.
Yeah. Used his feet, got inside the line. He went aerial for a while, but he intentionally. And he middled it.
Yep. Well, he moves up to 46. Gonna have to work hard for batting points, you think, here. He's firing this one again, and he's going to find the boundaries. There's a chase on.
Nip and tuck. He's going to get a couple.
Good bit of work on a boundary out there. He moves up to 48. It's been pleasing to watch, hasn't it? The transformation of Tom Banton.
Absolutely, yeah.
Into a red ball player.
Because he's worked hard at that, and we were at a time where you could rationalise, if you're a player like Tom Banton, well, I'm just going to concentrate on one-day cricket and franchise contracts. But he's made a real effort to become a cast-iron player in the red ball game. And he's not curtailed all his aggressive instincts, but he's managed them to be a bit more discreet, a bit more conscious of having to stay in and build an innings, play in the context of the game. But as I keep saying, I think it's also done his one-day game quite a lot of good. To just be in rhythm of batting, not fretting about, am I in form or not? So it's great to see.
Well, just playing week in, week out from April to September is great, isn't it? It just keeps you in. If you're in form, then you want to play.
And it's the middle order, actually, that have got the runs, isn't it? From Lammonby, Abel, Banton, Rue have by and large got Somerset's runs for them this summer. And that's, I suppose, why they haven't wanted to disturb it by sending out Lammerby at the top of the innings, even though he's very often in very early.
He's the 14th top run scorer in the County Championship, Division 1, Tom Banton. Okay. Which for someone who has struggled for runs in red ball cricket is a brilliant turnaround.
And he's averaging mid-40s, isn't he?
Yeah, I can tell you what he's averaging. Well, before this game, he was averaging 47.18. Brilliant.
Okay. Well, I think in his career, prior to that, he was under 30.
Yeah. Yeah, I can well believe it.
Late 20s or something like that. So, significant progress.
Yeah.
And it's so close, because, I mean, I can't remember the first game of the season, but it was nip and tuck whether he would play. And there was the injury to Tom Abel, you see. Mm-hmm. Without that injury to Tom Abel, it may well be that he would not have played in the first game. So there's always a few silver linings somewhere.
Yeah, opportunities, isn't it? It's cutthroat being a professional cricketer, trying to get into the first 11. Good shot.
That's a sweet.
They're going to run too.
Yeah.
And they'll do it comfortably. Yeah, which he was a great. If that's what it was, that he came in because Abel was injured, then he was a brilliant replacement. Then Abel becomes fit again, and you think, well, now we've got to work out who dropped for Abel. It's very difficult. Well, the other thing for this game was in the last season, in 2023, Somerset played Hampshire in the build-up to finals day, and they rested loads of players.
Yeah.
But of course, in this game, you can't do that because Somerset need to win really to keep their hopes of county championship title alive. So, and Surrey the same. Surrey have got finals day. Of course, these two will meet again on Saturday in the first semi-final.
Well, Surrey can't afford to rest anyone because they're all playing for England.
Well, that's the other. Yeah, exactly. As well as the fact they don't want to lose this game at all. They want to win the county championship.
So who did Somerset play in the first match of the season?
First game was Kent comes to mind?
No.
Was it not? No, who was it?
I don't know. I'm asking.
I can find out.
It wasn't Essex because they beat Essex. I think the first match was drawn, was it? It was wasn't.
Hang on. I can find out for us.
I'm just intrigued to know what the team was now.
Well, I shall find exactly that for you. The first game of the season, Kent against Somerset.
Oh, it was
Canterbury.
Canterbury, that's right.
Yeah.
And so Dixon would have been opening the batting with
Lammonby. Oh, do you want to try and remember it all?
No, Renshaw. Where's Renshaw?
Well, Renshaw is listed at 3. Hang on a minute, I'm looking through the list rather than...
Dixon, Renshaw.
It was Dixon and Renshaw, beg your pardon, and then Lammonby at 3, yeah. Lammonby scored a 90 in his first innings.
Yeah. And then Banton?
Goldsworthy, and then Banton.
Yeah.
And then Rue, Gregory, Aldridge, Davey, Leonard, and of Jake Ball. That was the team. Somerset made 403.
That's right, they didn't play Leach, did they?
No, they didn't play Leach.
Early
doors in this, very early doors in the season. 5th of April that began.
Mm. So what actually happened at that beginning of the season? I remember. No, that in a sense, I guess, it was a choice between Banton or Goldsworthy when Abel came back, and by then there had been sufficient evidence.
Yes. Yeah.
That Banton had earned his keep.
Yeah. So when was Tom Abel's first game back?
It was at
Durham, wasn't it? It was Durham, and he had a tough time. Opening the batting at Durham, he made 2 and 4.
Yeah.
And Renshaw was still playing in that one, but that was pretty much the end of his time here, wasn't it? Fired in.
Well, there's been the only unstable area actually has been at the top of the order, where they've been juggling, try and find an opening pair that worked. I think quite got going against Shakib Yetrou. It's all a new experience, great experience for him. That's penetrated the offside, and that's going to be 2 or 3, I should think. Yeah. It's got to be. They might have to stick with 2. They've collided.
171 for 4. Slow progress at the moment. It's not easy scoring runs against one of the great bowlers.
Yeah, and the seamers have given nothing.
Nope.
And they've had pretty conservative fields, particularly the seamers. But and there hasn't been that much spin. The odd one has spun for Shaki, but not regularly. Well, you've given him a fair bit of work. I mean, I am surprised that Cam Steele hasn't had. He's playing, isn't he? Hasn't had the odd over, even if it's just an experimental over. I thought he might have bowled him a couple of overs before lunch just to see what happens. And we're getting to that sort of time now. Close to tea. The over rate for the second match in succession is exemplary. 4 ahead of the rate.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had tons of extra overs in the day. It was day 2, was it? We had 105 overs in the Durham game, something like that.
Well, I know some novices were asking, well, do they leave at 5:15 if we've finished the overs? Which the answer is no.
Wishful thinking from some of the journos in the press box, I think. Well, they'll come through for Banton's half-century, his 7th of the season. Very good work from the player who we've been describing as transformed in this season, really coming of age in his red ball career now. Tom Banton reaches 50 with a quick single, and the crowd really appreciative of that. Tom Banton, his 7th score of 50 or more in this year's championship.
Yep. And not too many frills, just good positive play, 50 from 90 balls. Bided his time, few reverse sweeps, but otherwise pretty conventional. Well, except for the reverse sweep is, conventional.
For him, it definitely
is, yeah.
Well, there we go. First player to reach 40 who's reached 50. How far can he go? It's Rue on strike now, though. It's a good-looking shot. Won't be long before we start to see 2 Rues in Somerset colours, you get the feeling?
No.
The way that I keep seeing updates of how his younger brother's getting on. I think he's captaining the England under, what is it, the under 19? No, not the under 19s, maybe the under 18s or something. He's captaining a team of players who are 2 years older than him.
Well, it might be the under 19s.
Could well be, couldn't it?
It is pretty amazing if that is the case, because I'm not sure he's 17.
No, he's 16 at the moment, yeah.
But that would be remarkable. But that is
I
remarkable.
saw it somewhere, yeah.
I recognise several players who played first-class cricket in the team, I think.
Run there,
which is remarkable to give it to it just shows the maturity of it. Played quite a bit with the second team this summer, and I think I'd established that if this Rue had not been available for that semi-final against Leicester, they would have played his younger brother.
Really? Interesting that he's on the cusp. Yes, Somerset wicketkeeper batter Thomas Rue will, for the first time, captain England men's under-19s during, men and under-19s, England boys. Well, that's not fair either, is it? During the upcoming Youth ODI Tri-Series. So there we are. He's 16 years old and he's captaining the under-19s.
Yeah. Well,
so
he could do it for 3 years.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they're thinking, long-term captaincy. And don't get that in the under-19s.
Forward planning.
Yeah.
But that'll be fascinating. I've never known someone. Well, he's been sort of, I couldn't say talked up, but I think it's just bare facts that he's scored a stash of runs that is remarkable for any 16-year-old. And then you hear people mumbling, well, he's better than his brother. But look at how good his brother is.
Well, that's the thing. I just can't believe that anyone could be that much better than James. Having watched him here, and he just purrs, doesn't he, along, James Rue. Excellent technique, brilliant temperament.
I have a theory about cricketing brothers, though, that's quite a good one.
Okay, I'd like to hear that.
Well, the older ones tend be kind of slightly craggier, not so graceful, more determined.
Yeah.
Whereas the younger ones tend to be the really gobsmackingly talented, silky. So, and I'll give you names now. Jeff and Martin Crowe. Ian and Greg Chappell.
Yes, yeah.
Adam and Ben Holyoke. That's a beautifully timed. That'll go for 4. And he's not that craggy, actually. But there's 3, even without thinking. 3. The younger one is the one that has that sort of seemingly special, graceful talent. Greg Chappell. Ben Holyoke was a beautiful striker of a cricket ball, whereas Adam Holyoke was more of a pragmatist, but aggressive and very, very good. But didn't have that extra seeming touch of class.
I think I don't know Ben that well, but I think that works with Tom and Sam Curran as well. Tom,
Tom
that's slightly older one.
Yeah. I mean, Sam Curran's got a bit more flair.
Exactly.
And is a slightly different type of cricketer. But, I mean, Tom Curran is gritty, determined, extremely competitive. But Sam will play in innings that takes
silky,
and takes you by surprise. Yeah. Makes your eyes pop. So there, okay,
I like it.
Steve and Mark Wall. Steve was the ultimate pragmatist and probably had a better record than Mark, but Mark was just a delicious sort of laid-back stroke player. So there is a pattern there. So whether the ruse will fit into that pattern, I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see. Well, as we say, it won't be long now. You get the impression before we start to see Thomas Roux pushing for a place.
Now then. Is that Cam Clark? I think it must be. Who's just turning his arm over at mid-wicket. Ooh, that's the same sort of shot and delivery that got rid of Abel.
Yes, it's Cam still over there.
He got the ball to spin back in April. Oh, that did turn, and Shaki can't quite work out how it's failed to bowl him. In fact, it's missed the off stump by a little margin. Yeah. But can only be considered as good news from a Somerset perspective.
Having already put 180 on the board, starting to see it turn like that. Oh, it's a nice shot. It's a lovely
shot, and it's got through. It's got through. He timed that beautifully. Just a bit of width, just slightly over pitch, and he's hit that extremely well. There's a man out there, but he couldn't quite stop it. 2 men despairing diving. It's very satisfying, that. Banton.
Picking their gap absolutely perfectly. Seeing, as you say, 2 fielders unable to reach for it. He's on 55 and he's been playing very well again. And I wonder, and he won't have done enough yet, but I wonder how much more he needs to do before Rob Key starts to think, actually, you play the sort of way that fits with how we like it. Because people have been selected for England, this current England side, with a lot less evidence than...
well, especially bowlers, but...
Yeah.
Well, actually, I mean, if I were to launch a campaign... Which I don't launch campaigns. I didn't get where I am today. I'm launching campaigns. But I'd have Abel in my England squad.
Absolutely.
Ahead of Banton, actually. But I don't know whether they will.
It's got to be hard to ignore someone who's averaging in the 70s, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. They like their sort of identikit of the modern player. I mean, offer me Abel as a makeshift opening batsman ahead of Lawrence, and I think I know where I'd go. But anyway, it's not up to me. But I'd be looking at Abel from here. And possibly Leach. Well, no, certainly Leach. Yes. If I'm thinking of test tourists in the squad. But now then, leg spin, in outfield, and bang on target.
Yeah, it's a good ball. I think Cameron still could cause a few problems here.
He played here for a little while. I don't know if he was on the staff, but he was knocked around Taunton about 10 years ago.
Oh, Oh, definite turn there, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a bit, yeah. I mean, usually the wrist spinner, if there is turn to be found, they tend to spin the ball a little bit more. What's hard for wrist spinners is to maintain the same sort of control, but Steele's actually got, particularly early season, had a little spell of taking wickets.
2 full.
He's managed to get away with that one. What time's tea? 10 past it, I suppose.
Yeah, I should think so. Yeah.
So,
God, it feels early, doesn't it? 10 past 3.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's 1 minute past at the moment. So
Oh,
it's time for at least 1 and possibly 2 more from Steele.
we've got through the overs already.
That net.
Don't think so.
I tell you what, that did turn there.
Absolutely, it did.
And it's gone. I mean,
done too much.
Stokes as well. He's appealing for a caught behind. It's gone past, I assume, the inside edge. And I think it's probably brushed his sweater. It's gone over the top of the middle and leg.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand why he didn't bowl him a bit earlier. But that's a serious delivery. It's turned far more than anything else we've seen.
Well, as you say, this is, although it's tricky for Somerset now, it's not necessarily bad news from a Somerset point of view to see that the pitch is turning quite this much. Given that Somerset need a result. Well, they need to win. That's the result they need.
So, as I say, the wrist spinner will sometimes get more spin, but usually doesn't have the same control.
Just hang on in there then. That's the idea. Oh, nice little paddle sweep. Just out opening the face of the bat and angling it through fine leg. And then run a couple.
But, Surrey are not in the gambling mode. The way they've gone about their business, they've been fairly conservative in their field placements, and they've contained well. But they haven't really gone for the attacking option. I would have thought that, you'd have bowled Steele just before lunch to see what happens. Now he's just come on before tea. He's turned a couple, quicker than we've seen previously. That one where they appealed, that did turn and bounce quite quickly. And as I say, the wrist spinner sometimes gets more spin. The downside is that they tend, unless there's Shane Warne or Mushtaq Ahmed, they offer more scoring opportunities.
Yeah.
So it's a balancing act.
Spin at both ends now. It's a good shot.
Well, there he's done it again. He's got 2 men on the ground and he's beaten them both. And they're very in line with one another. They beat one on the left and one on the right.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's like he's playing Skittles.
Yes. Oh, yeah, look at both men on the ground there. That's very pleasing, isn't it?
Well,
it's not a big gap, is it, really?
No.
It's a small gap.
That's
Brilliant work.
I think he'll struggle to beat 2.
Comes Shakib again.
Oh, and that is a chance. It's a tough chance. It is the sort of chance that Overton in the last match was magically picking up. Let's have a look.
Sibley, I think.
It has turned. It's gone low, but he was just coming up and he had to go down again. Hit him on the wrist more than the hand. So that's another one that's gone down, but it did spin. I mean, it just feels like the expectation of turn, it hasn't really materialised, is starting to happen. Tea time at 10, we'll make a note at 15:05. We think, is the wicket no longer sleeping? We'll see.
It could be actually a really good cricket wicket, this. Because if you can play your shots and play them well, there's definite runs to be scored here, as well as the fact that there's going to be quite a few men round the bat probably, so you've got gaps in the field.
Yeah, and it poses fascinating problems. Do you try and grind it out, or do you try and take the initiative and make people bowl less well? That's what happens if you are being successfully attacked, but it poses interesting questions for the batsman. How am I going to go about it? Am I going to just stick in there and wait for the bad ball, or am I going to try and dominate? Well, Banton has actually got a really good balance so far. He's been fairly watchful, but a couple of times he's come down the pitch, he's hit a beautiful cover drive, or he's... So that's the end of Chaki's over, and now we're going on to see whether Steele can get any more spin.
Well, Steele, first over, I'm surprised, as you said, Vic, how long they waited before they threw the ball to him. They stuck with Curran and Roach bowled quite a few overs earlier on. But Shakib, meanwhile, has bowled 28 overs with his one wicket, whereas Steele only the one.
I think I remember Steele getting Banton out in the first game of the season. That's a horrible ball, and has he hit it properly?
Yeah, it's going all the way, all the way. Yeah. I think, oh no, it's gone for 4. I must have missed the bounce just in front, but very good shot.
Right.
Let's have another look at that.
Yeah. We're blocked out around the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, I must have just lost it.
He'll just take the 4.
Let's have another look. You did say about the control. That's nice. I mean, it's a lovely ball for a batter to have, isn't it?
Well, he's
right
put
there.
it away. He's put it away. And so this is the dilemma for Burns. You feel that Steele has the capacity to get people out, but he will leak runs, whereas the rest of the bowling's been very tight.
It's good for Somerset at the moment. They've got this left-hand, right-hand split as well. It's just make things a bit harder. The matchups become harder to do. Oh, another full toss. Turn around the corner by James Root. It's a big old gap there.
He's just taken one.
Just the one?
He was sort of premeditating, I think, there, and therefore the full toss wasn't quite where he was expecting, so he just palmed it away.
The danger of premeditating. Yes, there's absolutely never the shot to play to that.
You need to premeditate against a very, very accurate, predictable bowler, by definition. That's a little bit short, but it has turned. He was thinking about pulling that and then thought better of it.
No, I think it's a good decision by Banton.
It's not a good idea to premeditate against bad bowling.
So we've seen a couple of howlers so far from Steele, but we also think there could be the rip snorter.
If he gets it there regularly, then simply at slip. Oh, the folks behind the stumps could be in business.
I've got to say, I do, as a spectator, I love watching spin bowling, and seam and pace is brilliant, but it's such a shame that it seems to me that a lot of counties are discouraged from putting together pitches that really encourage spin. And you don't want to see it all the time. You don't want batters to have no chance of hitting it, but the battle between a set batter and a good spin bowler is one of the joys of cricket, I think, especially this red ball format.
Well, over the years, we've seen some absolutely riveting games of cricket, sometimes quite short, in that era where we had Leach and Betts and the so-called Hyderabad. Sometimes the balance wasn't quite right, and it was.
I think that's fair. As we reach the tea break,
but every run counts. If you get runs, I mean, when we played Essex in the last game of the season, it was very low scoring, but it gave the opportunity. Alistair Cook got about 120 runs 100 runs in the match when very few others, but it just demonstrated his class. And no one quite knew what was going to happen. So anyway, we've got a little bit of spin. We just saw a little bit more in that last 20 minutes than we'd seen previously. Shakib's got his one wicket. It's 197 for 4. Well, it's still a good game. And an intriguing game. A bit of an old style. It's not crash bang wallop cricket. It's been very cagey, high quality from both sides. So don't go away.
We'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you, Vic.
Welcoming you to the county room at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning when gates open. Because there's going to be a free, exclusive members financial seminar. Cooper Associates, our long-standing ground sponsor will be sending 2 of their financial experts to treat Somerset members to some top tips on how to save, spend and use your money in a Martin Lewis style seminar. You can pop into this free session tomorrow at 9:30, so an hour before day 2 in the county room tomorrow. Special seminar with Cooper Associates for members, 9:30 in the county room. Let's bring you up to date with scores from around the country during the tea interval. The third Rothsay Test match between England and Sri Lanka came to a conclusion earlier on, with Sri Lanka winning by 8 wickets, chasing down the victory target of 219 for a loss of just 2 wickets. England, of course, taking the series 2-1. In the second ODI between England women and Ireland women in Belfast, Tammy Beaumont's unbeaten 150 set England on their way to 320 for 8 from their 50 overs. Ireland women are 22 for 4 in their 9th over of their run chase, still requiring a further 297 runs to win. Moving into the Vitality County Championship, Division 1 at Chester Street, a heavily rain-affected morning session. But in the afternoon, Lancashire have been asked to bat first and have reached 92 for 4 in the 33rd over. At Chelmsford, Essex taking on Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire won the toss, elected to field first. Essex are 160 for 4 after 38 overs. There's been rain during the morning there as well. It's tea at Canterbury in the match between Kent and Hampshire. Hampshire lost a wicket on the stroke of tea and reached 118 for 3 after being asked to bat first. Just under 26 overs, again due to rain. And finally in Division 1, Worcestershire hosting Warwickshire at Worcester. Warwickshire won the toss, elected to field first. Worcestershire have reached 183 for 5 in the 61st over. Moving into Division 2, where 14 wickets have fallen at Leicester. Leicestershire are bowled out by Yorkshire for just 98. Yorkshire have reached 98 for 4 in the 31st over, so the scores are level. Yorkshire with 6 first innings wickets remaining. At Lords, Middlesex taking on Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire won the toss, elected to field first. Middlesex have reached 233 for 5 in the 57th over. At Northampton, Northamptonshire won the toss, elected to bat first against Derbyshire, and have reached 196 for 8 after 60 overs. And finally, at Hove, Sussex hosting Glamorgan. Sussex won the toss, elected to field first. Glamorgan 184 for 9 in the 57th over. And you're up to date with scores from around the country. Reminder that the evening session of this match commences at 3:30 and the scheduled close of play at 5:30.
get it right.
Well, it's been another memorable season for Somerset County Cricket Club. We've been challenging on all fronts this year, and it's certainly a summer that will live long in the memory of the Somerset faithful. So join us at the official end of season dinner on Friday, October the 4th, as we look back on what has been a dramatic year. The event will be held in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion from 7 p.m, and the ticket includes an arrival drink, 3-course dinner, player and coach interviews, the 2024 end of season awards, and live music as well. Tickets for the end of season dinner, Friday, October the 4th, remember, available from our official website now, and also if you pop into reception and speak to a member of staff. As I say, it's been a memorable 12 months. Somerset have qualified for both the limited overs finals day for the T20 Vitality Blast, and of course the Metrobank One Day Cup final against Glenmorgan. And Somerset County Cricket Club are offering places on our official Somerset coaches. Firstly, to Vitality Blast finals day at Edgbaston this Saturday. Remember, this is a travel-only option. If you want to purchase tickets for finals day, that's only available via the Edgbaston websites. But you can book your place on the official coach now. The price for return travel is £56 for members, £60 for non-members. For more information, please visit our websites or go to reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. And for the Metrobank One Day Cup final against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge on Sunday, September the 22nd. Again, tickets for the match are only available from Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, but you can book your place on the coach now. The price for return travel is £45 for members, £50 for non-members. We look forward to seeing many of you at Edgbaston and at Trent Bridge for finals day, and also the Metrobank One Day Cup final. For a successful season conclusion. welcome back umpires Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Mills.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The umpires are in the middle. Steve O'Shaughnessy is going to take the new ball from the river end, only joking. Banton's going to resume on 65. And James Rue on 16. 197 for 4 here after 67 overs. You'd have to say there's probably a feeling that Somerset are just edging ahead here, even though it would be marginal at best. All the fielders on the way out into the middle. Tom Banton. Oh, a chat there with Jordan Clark. Probably been teammates over the last year or so in different franchise competitions. One of those new dynamics in English cricket these days. Everyone's mates with everyone.
It's hard to keep up with who's where, isn't it?
Isn't it just, Vic? Yeah, you don't get scraps like me and Gareth Batty, head coach.
I know. Well,
they're all hugs and barbecues these days.
I remember being down here when Alex Barrow was run out, and I think Guy Lamender was the chief exec, and we'd actually gone out of the ground for a coffee while we were absent. There was the run out. He came back in, and everyone was shouting, "What do you think of that?" We hadn't a clue what had happened, but you'd seen it.
Well, I remember being...
And you had a few words with was Gareth Batty captioning Surrey at the time.
It was a string of events that led to a crescendo at the Oval in a semi-final. But I can remember actually a lot of our really most excellent, placid members that I've known for 2 decades frothing at the mouth trying to get to Murali Kartik after they mankaded down.
Of course, this was after Murali Kartik had played for Somerset. Was it that way round?
Yeah, it was that way round.
Yeah.
Kemar Roach taking the new ball, not Steve O'Shaughnessy from the river end.
Not the new ball either.
Almost sense, Vic, we just started that conversation before we went on air that, it looks like seam bowling with the Kookaburra ball in England gets quite attritional post 25 overs.
Yeah.
I feel like Kemar Roach's body language, even though it's always quite relaxed, looks a little bit on the downside of things, doesn't it?
I know what you mean, that it's a feeling that it's my turn for the donkey work.
Yeah, it does feel like that. That's exactly right. That's exactly what it feels like. I'm sure he will feel like he can still get a wicket, but you just sense there's bowl it, block it, bowl it, block it. It's just a little bit of a, right, let's just battle through to 80 overs and we can have a new one. Very reliant on the spinners having success, I think. That's my gut feeling on the ball dynamics that we have now in county cricket these last 2 games. Switched over from the Duke to the Cooker.
Well, given that this is the 68th over, it'd be surprising if Roach bowled more than 2 or 3, you'd think, because assuming they wanted to take the new ball 80 overs, which they may not, but they might do, he would have used up a bit of fuel with an old one here. We'll see.
Yeah, he's probably just looking to crack off a little bit of cement around the old lower back. Oh, nicely played. Open the blade, or you say that's a little bit fortuitous. Anyway, he's going to pick up 4 for it, James Rowe. I think he probably wanted that a little bit squarer than it ended up.
Just
he's going to take that.
There was a certain sort of nonchalance afterwards, as if to suggest, well, that's obviously what I was intending.
Yeah,
but he's learnt that very quickly.
Maybe a fraction finer than planned, but that moves James Rue into the 20s. And Somerset past 200, a batting point.
No, isn't it?
Is it not? No,
it's 250, isn't it?
Oh,
there's a long way to go for a batting point. I mean, it's a weird system.
Feels like 200 deserves something.
It's a nice shot too for just the one. You can the microphone we've got out there, it picks up the ball that's been middled, doesn't it? Just sounds good.
It's one of the great sounds. A well-struck drive with the old golf ball and a well-struck cricket ball. Beautiful sounds.
Well, that last boundary from Rue, you see, it's like someone who's just holed a 26-foot putt and then manages not to look surprised afterwards. I expect you're good at that.
Well,
I can't hide me surprise, you see, that's my trouble. Not that it happens very often.
all I'll say about stuff like that, Vic, is if you play enough, you will get enough of them that it's no longer an event.
There goes another one. Yeah.
And you're also, if you play a lot of golf, as I know you do play a fair amount, is also you get so many breaks the other way that it's very hard to get excited when things go well, because you know
it won't last.
You know something bad's going to happen just around the corner.
Okay, well, Shakib is getting back out there. Shakib's having a break, it seems, because this is Cameron Steele. It's going to continue, and understandably so. It's an interesting balancing act for Burns in that he bowled a couple serious deliveries and a couple pies in his couple overs. But he did get the ball to turn quite quickly a couple of times. But Burns has been very careful not to allow Somerset away. They've got a pretty conservative in-out field, 3 men on the leg side boundary, 2 on the off.
Yeah, you always think that's quite a standard procedure, I think, isn't it, for leg spinners? I can only really think of 1 or 2 in the history of the game that don't bowl quite a regular gutter ball.
Warren, obviously. Did you play against Warren?
Warren, Mushtaq Ahmed. Played a few games against Warren when he was at Hampshire. And there aren't too. Kumble, he was more of a roller, a bit more accurate than a real wrist spinner. There's not too many that don't bowl the occasional bad delivery. And I think they were phrased for years, weren't they? As the phrase luxury bowler. They were a luxury bowler.
Well, now they're an absolutely essential bowler if you're playing with a white ball.
When you have to go after them, in 4-day cricket when you don't have to.
In Test cricket, I mean, the romantics love them, but in Test cricket there's barely a wrist spinner who plays.
I mean, one of the other greats, Stuart McGill. He had a great record, but he did bowl occasional poor deliveries.
I mean, I told you I played club cricket with Stuart McGill.
Fiery.
At Hesketh.
Was that? Didn't he get banned from that league?
He got banned from. He got banned.
Banned from practice.
He got banned from the league in Devon, but he managed to last to within 3 weeks of the end of the season. I think he got banned in the first 3 weeks when he played up in Lancashire.
Right. Okay.
But my goodness me, he spun the ball.
Yeah,
he was serious, and he had a good wrong and 2, but he bowled at quite a quick pace. And at club level, well,
do you know who I think would have different fortunes nowadays? As James Rue puts exactly one of those gutter balls away, dragged down, swatted through, square leg, easy pickings for James Rue. Proper drag down that from Cam Steele, who has that ability to bowl magic deliveries, but will feed the boundary count as well at the same time. And it's probably that decision the captain will have to make. How many can we afford to gamble on this spell? It's certainly a better length. Michael Monday. I think Michael Monday would have a very different career if he started now, because he was a big spinner of the ball.
I remember he was Cornwall. He bowled quite slowly, didn't he?
Spun it both ways, spun it big,
but slowly.
Yeah, I think. But back in the day when you had a leg spinner, you would pigeonhole a leg spinner into 4-day cricket, whereas now I think leg spinners would be pigeonholed into T20 1-day cricket and maybe evolve into 4-day cricket. I actually just think, like, batting against Creature, as we affectionately used to call him, when you had to go after him was a challenge, because he spun the ball a long way.
And if you've got a good Google, if you can't be absolutely certain which way the ball's going to spin,
he spun the ball a long way.
Okay.
As far as
Anyone.
honestly,
Really?
He put a lot of side revolution on the ball.
Yeah.
But he would occasionally bowl you a drag down.
Yeah.
But in T20 cricket, the chances are that the drag down's the one that you've run at and you've got it horribly wrong and you get stumped. Yeah, I think he was a great bowler. He was a really, really good bowler. He took a brilliant 8 for against a very strong Nottinghamshire here at Taunton. Almost had a career that reminded me of a little bit like Andre van Troost in the fast bowling department. Had a lot of talent, but never quite got it right.
Yeah. Because Andre van Troost, I mean, he was quick.
Oh,
and I'd still
horrible.
If you talk to someone like Graham Gooch, or Graham Gooch in particular, he remembers. That's a very clever glide. I don't know if he meant that or not, but if he did, it's a stroke of minor genius. So he might have done. Gooch talks about that spell he faced from Andre van Troost, like he talks about facing Patrick Patterson of the West Indies, in that it was as quick as he'd ever seen. And of course, a bit like Michael Monday in a curious way, you weren't quite sure where the damn thing was going to come. So he reckoned. So that kind of added to the jeopardy, because you didn't, because he was not the most accurate of bowlers, Andre van Troost, but he was quick.
Well, isn't it? I think it's one of the brilliant things about the game that we have spent our life loving.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure it's not. I've heard this name, Andre van Troost's name, come up in international games. In different continents, different parts of the world. So Andre van Troost he played 71 first-class matches, took 146 wickets at an average of 38.45, which
it's very ordinary.
Which isn't amazing. Don't get me wrong, but he's spoken about all over the globe.
Well, yeah.
So
he was so quick,
so fast. So fast,
and a bit frightening too. Because of what I was saying, that he didn't know exactly where it was going to go. So what chance have you got with the bat in your hand?
I mean,
Did you play much with him?
Yeah, well, I played a fair bit of second team cricket with him, and
he'd have shaken a few up there too.
And it's one of my sort of after dinner speaking sort of stories was, Pete Robinson saying like, "Oh, well done, lad. You're going to train with the first team this week." Oh, a bit of a misfield there at cover. Always drives the bowlers crackers, but good diving stop.
Oh, someone wants 4 over there.
Oh, you can hear the effects right there. That's 4. That is, my babby. You be cheating. Cheating.
It's not Tom Curran, is it?
Oh, if it was. Oh, let's have a look. Are the Somerset faithful right? Oh, they are right. That guy there with the 4-inch thick glasses, he knows his stuff.
I'll tell you what, he's hit that well. And for no ball too. Who is the fielder on the cover? It's not. Please tell me it's not Tom Curran.
It's not. Fortunately for everyone involved, it's not Tom Curran. He's grazing out there with the floppy on
in front of the empty stand. Good precaution.
Yeah, he's got the floppy hat on an overcast day.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not overcast. The sun's out.
Come on, stop spoiling the story.
It's television. They can see it. Who do you reckon? We need to know who's on that point boundary. He's been diving around quite a lot. But I can't tell you.
I don't recognise him, so and the only name that I'm not familiar with is Geddes. So I'm thinking
well, that's probably, isn't it?
I'm powers of deliberate you know what I mean.
Process of elimination.
Yes, that's the one. So Andre van Troost.
Yeah. Michael Monday.
An enigma.
Yeah.
I mean, so fascinating to talk about, and everyone I speak to will say the same thing. They wide-eyed go, "How fast was he?" I mean, again, one of those bowlers that maybe in the modern age
he'd probably be playing for England.
Different outcomes. Well, he certainly would have played in front of young Hull, who's played this week.
Yeah.
I mean, he bowled absolute speed light.
Yeah. That's right. So these are, you're right. These are sort of cricketers. We remember Michael Monday because he was, a loopy leg spinner. You didn't see many around that time. You remember McGill because, he spun it miles. Was a volatile sort of character on the field.
See, Michael Monday. I mean, this is interesting.
He was very bright too, wasn't he? He was a Cambridge University graduate and all that stuff, wasn't he?
If I'm right in saying, he A-starred all of his GCSEs when he was 12.
Yeah, well, that's pretty bright.
He got he got a degree when he was like 15. He went to Oxford and got a master's or whatever he went to, and he's a rocket scientist. He's a proper smart guy.
Where is he now?
Well, he ended up taking a job as an actuary.
All right.
In the world of insurance. Just, I think, you know, do you want to save the world, you know, fly spaceships, or do you want to earn a heap of cash? He obviously went one way. But Michael Munday, 86 wickets, 29.
Oh, really?
Going 4 and over. And again, you think, with his ability to spin the ball so far, I mean, in terms of like spin and fast, Rooster.
Of course, he
Monday.
was still playing in the era of one-day cricket where he thought, well, I can't possibly play a leg spinner in the one-day gig side because he concedes too many
He
runs.
goes at 4 and over in 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Whereas now, of course, his unpredictability would have been an asset in a T20 side.
I think you could be right. I think there is a danger here with Cam Steele bowling leg spinners that, I mean, I'll use... I
didn't like that shot, did you?
I use Trigo phrases here. Someone like Cam Steele that's going to give you bad deliveries. Sometimes they get your beans going, and you go into hit mode because you see scoring opportunities that you haven't had for 116 balls in Banton's case, and all of a sudden you'll try and do too much.
Yeah, well, but the logical response is that I don't have to play any big shots because he's going to bowl me some rubbish. But that doesn't necessarily be the kind of emotional response.
But this is what I mean. This is what I mean by the phrase "the beans are going."
Okay.
It gets the spaceships get in the head. You stop thinking logically about picking his bad ball off, and you just go into feast mode, and that's the the danger in this little passage.
They have actually accelerated very quickly since tea, but mostly off roach, curiously. Well, that was a bit of a pie, a long hop, but you can, as you say, you can hold out to them. He's kept it on the ground. I think this will be quite a short spell unless he starts to...
Well, he's going to have to take a wicket, isn't he?
Yeah,
I think probably in the next 2 balls, otherwise, or maybe 1.2 overs, or I think that would be experiment over. But I don't know if I know Sibbs bowls a little bit of spin, doesn't he? Is there another option they can go to, maybe to get through to this 80 over mark? It seems like that's going to be the logical thing. You know, Worrell and Roach to come back on, or Jordan Clark with a newer ball.
Yeah. It's just changed the feel of the match, so the runs have come so quickly. Almost got 30 in a quarter of an hour. And even though he had a slightly tricky moment before tea, Roo, but he's a good player of spin. For a young man, he knows exactly what he wants to do. And he's aggressive, he sweeps well, picks up length pretty well. He's quite enjoying it now.
Yeah, I suppose the attitude that you want the batters to have is, you know, just take what's on offer, as you say, play the ball on its merit. You've still got obviously a fine bowler in.
I know it's easy to say that from up here,
yeah,
but
you could easily, you could easily see yourself getting to 40, 50 before the new ball comes.
Yeah.
Then it's almost like the innings has got to start again.
That wind too. It seems so lovely up here, but when I went down to the balcony a while back, I mean, it's not an easy wind to bowl in. It's pretty strong and gusting. You can hear it.
I hope you had your layers on, Vic.
Yeah, well, I wasn't there long.
Look after yourself at your age.
Thank you, Pete.
My nan always used to say, all about layers, Peter. All about layers. Doesn't feel like Kemal Roach has gone nearly 6 and over, does it?
No, but he's gone for a few in this little spell since tea. And Banton in particular was taking the attack to him. I mean, you can tell they're not expecting much, but it's just Sibley at about 4th slip, and that's about it, really. And the rest are spread. I mean, obviously Surrey, well, they've made a virtue of having the likes of Jacks, who's a sort of batsman who's learnt to bowl pretty well. Lawrence, they signed and started playing him at sixes and bowling him quite a lot. He's been on other duties. So they've lost their little sort of emergency spinners. You sense though too, this pair are wanting to make the most of the 8 overs before that new ball. They've accelerated 230. In some ways, runs won't be as easy to come by as this, probably in the match. It's getting that balance right again. Somerset want to get a big innings if they can first up, especially if they reckon this wicket's going to just deteriorate a little bit.
Yeah, these sort of games where
Whoa,
you think
that's a good shot for what?
These sort of games where you think the wicket is going to come to the party at some stage. First innings runs are absolutely vital, aren't they? Are you changing your opinion at the moment about the old 350 par handshake, or would you have still been happy with that?
I mean, once you get to 234 for 4, from here you think you want more than that. But
it's almost going to be a little different kind of 20 over game, isn't it, when that new ball is due? You're going to probably have Worrell and Jordan Clark.
Looks like it, because
they're going to use it.
Yeah, but I mean, I've watched you, and I bet you, if you were batting at Taunton when the new ball became due and you are 45 not out, I think I know how you would react to that new ball.
Oh, I'm strapping the kitchen sink to the toe of the bat.
well, I wasn't going to express it quite like that, but you would quite relish that prospect, in the knowledge that you might get a good delivery, but also in the knowledge that if you get back on ball, that new hard ball can fly. Yes. So that I mean, I've seen you play innings like that. I reckon it's happened. So if you're set when the new ball comes, well, you're still a bit more vulnerable, but there is scope to up the tempo, because that ball will fly if you play, if the force is with you.
Yeah, in the middle order, in that scenario as well, fields like this, you hit great shots through the covers, but there's a man out, and then almost all the time the new ball gets taken and all the boundary fielders then come in as well, so you get value for your shots. Yeah, it's definitely a cash-in potential. I'm sure with.
I mean, it's not absolutely guaranteed. I think he'll have to take it as things stand. He'll have to take it, because at the moment this is the easiest it's been to score runs, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no doubt that they'll have to. I mean, maybe they'll want 2 bites at a new ball, so they might just leave it a few overs so that it's still new in the morning. Potentially.
Well, they might do, but if this pair is still scoring, they're going at about 5 or 6 and over since tea, I reckon. So they can't let that continue for too long. Anyway, we'll see. But there was a lot of cagey cricket in the first 2 sessions. But just since tea, Somerset have raced away. Banton's been very positive. He's now got 85 off 1-2-1. He's accelerated, and Rue's settling in. And the other thing one has to check is that I presume Shakib is out there, is he? Because I'm not entirely sure I can see him.
He's down there. I think that's Ryan Patel. Shakib's down here, long off.
Okay. Well, what sort of shot's that? This one that's gone for 4.
Great shot. Great shot is what it is. I think with those sort of shots, you've either got to go, great shot, there's no like, oh, that was a decent shot. It's either a great shot or it's horrific. There's no
middle ground.
There's no grey area.
I
with
mean,
these reverse swings.
I have to remember that, it's a standard shot now. I think it's great, as long as they hit it past the fielder. But that's 4. And what's that? That's probably...
That's a long up, and it's 6.
6.
Straight to 95, Banton. Lovely little burst of runs here, and I think that'll be the end of Cam Steele's spell. I'd be surprised if it's not. He is cashing in on some pretty poor bowling from Cam Steele. Didn't quite get it out the screws, but just enough.
Yeah. I mean, the ball that went for 4 off the reverse slap was a perfectly respectable ball. I like to point out to the spinning union. But the last one was... But that gets inside your head. He's just hit one of my good balls for 4, reverse sweeping. What's going on? The next one was a long up, which he didn't even middle, but it still cleared the boundary. So, Rory Burns is going to try and put a stop to this, and he's summoned up one of his senior bowlers.
It's a slight surprise, Jordan Clark coming on.
Well, I don't know what he's going to do. He's got... I think he's...
Unless he's happy for him to bowl his 4th or 5th with the new ball, or keep him going for a bit.
Well, maybe he's thinking the new ball is 7 overs away. That's about half an hour away, isn't it? Maximum. He might be thinking Roach and Worrell. But the way things are going, he's got to take it because the runs are coming pretty rapidly now. Anyway, the whole tempo of the game has changed, and whilst this pair stay together, that's likely to stay the same.
Yeah, I suppose one thing that we've maybe overlooked is the fact that Shakib Al-Hassan has bowled 28 overs. Actually, the 4 seamers they've only just bowled 10 overs apiece, so they're not really overworked today. I didn't factor that in.
But they are going to enjoy bowling with this ball. And listen to that wind. I mean, you know what? It looks lovely out there, but it's not a nice time to bowl when there's a big crosswind. Maybe it's exaggerated up here, but as I say, when I went down there, it was gusting.
Yeah, we've got the old Somerset flag up on the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
And it's flapping.
It's kind of
the flagpole's sort of rocking a bit.
Blowing at the moment over sort of Jordan Clark's right shoulder from, I suppose, what would it be for the batter? It's going from sort of mid-off to fine leg.
Maybe, yeah.
Looks like that's the angle of the wind. So love for an away swing bowler, beautiful wind.
It is.
Maybe not so much for the guy coming from this end, the Marcus Trescothick stand end, into off the left shoulder. For any golfers out there, that is the worst wind, the old accentuate the high fade, turn it into a slice out of bounds. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how far left you aim. Don't go there.
Well, further left you aim, the more right it goes.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember that. But you can tell Somerset are minded to try and take advantage of this. They're looking for runs every ball. Banton's backing up a long way down. The field is spread.
Dynamic, very dynamic. The Somerset middle order, they bailed poor starts out time and time again to be in this position they're in, coming into the final stretch of the season. 1 run away from a batting point. I think both batters are hoping Cam Steele's going to get another over, but I think it's going to be Tom Curran, who's just given his hat to David Mills, thanks to WPA Health Insurance for sponsoring our live stream. Look at there we go. We've got the beautiful Somerset flag on the top of the church here at Taunton, confirming what the weather vane is saying. hooly wind up there. Taking a trip this evening to Street Football Club tonight. Watching the boy play.
Ah, right.
Yeah. Get myself a bovril. Glamorous evening. Current starts with what looked like a sort of off cutter, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It could just be a loosener. He looked a little bit heavy legged running out towards mid wicket early on. He's
not used to bowling with in long innings, but he is, of course, very adept in one-day cricket of changing his pace, isn't he, and taking the pace off. And
it might come in handy for this
Yeah,
period. He's got 2 scouts out on the leg side, bounces, slower bounces. You never know. They'd have been playing against each other in numerous franchise competitions. Beautiful shot out to the offside.
That's the point.
Classic cricket shot there from Tom Banton. He's got all the shots, the funky ones and the pure, brilliant Wisden Almanac style ones as well.
And he's got 98.
Really has.
But that was classical, wasn't it? That's the old sort of vertical back foot drive.
Really has been a coming of age season for Tom Banton in this format of the game.
Can't get it. He needs a couple. Thought that might have been it, but straight to backward point. No slips now.
Yeah, certainly.
It's an archetypal one-day field.
Yeah,
really.
I was just going to say, yeah, it looks like a sort of T20 field that TC would be pretty familiar at bowling at. Looks like he's brought the...
He's even bringing third man up. Is that because he wants to put another man on the boundary? You know he can keep him there if he wants to.
It's got to be a backer down slower ball, Vic. And he's going to play a reverse slog sweep on 98.
Over Roach, who's come up from third man. It's lovely when you've got, you know, the strength that means that mid-on fielder is about 20 yards behind the stump. So if you just pat it there, you've got one without doing anything, which is fine in a T20 match, but for the bowling side, but not so good in a championship match.
Dangerous time here for Surrey. I feel like the body language is sort of reflective of the scorecard at the moment. New ball due. They're going to have to somehow change the momentum of this innings at the moment before things get away from them. If Somerset rack up 400, 450, it's going to be a long slog for them to save this game this week. There's no doubt they've got a fantastic batting lineup.
That was an odd one because, I mean, I think it was going down and he might have got a bit of an inside edge on it. But Tom Curran was really very interested in Ben Folkes behind the stumps. Barely moved a muscle.
I mean, if Ben Folkes isn't appealing, you know it's unlikely to be out.
Well, I got this picture of you facing this guy when he was bouncing it off the pool.
Good times.
Of course, I played against Kevin Curran. Well, he played for Gloucester. If he played anywhere else, he might have played for Northants as well.
Northants and Gloucester, yeah. What a fantastic guy. He's an incredible athlete as well, wasn't he? He's such a strong man.
Well, he's a strong man who was a very aggressive cricketer, but very aggressive batsman.
Proper all-rounder.
Yeah, bold, hasty, medium pace, and of course never gave up.
Just keep your eye out on the Somerset website for entering the ballot for some England women's games. The 7th of June, a women's ODI versus the West Indies. Well worth getting online and picking up one of those. Expected to be a sellout, so make sure you get online, get goggling as quick as you can.
So Banton, he's on 99. Hence, the sweepers. One of the sweepers have come up. In fact, all of the sweepers have come up on the. No, quite right. They've all come in. Mid-ons come in much closer. Stay calm. Watch the ball.
Oh, that's the way to go. Inside edge just misses the stumps, and that's Tom Banton's third first-class century. He's played beautifully today. His stock is rising, and he's done a brilliant job today for his team. 100 up for Tom Banton.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the most taxing conditions he's ever batted in, but it's a very big game in the context of the season. You don't have treasure blokes who get runs in the game that you really need to win to have a chance for a trophy. And he's got that 100, and he's batted pretty flawlessly. That was probably one of the the luckiest escapes, one of very few, if any, that he's had in this innings.
As we said
apart
earlier,
from the
Vic,
drop catches.
As we said earlier, Vic, great players play with the inside edge of the bat.
Yeah. Well, he got it past the leg stump, all right. He was dropped, of course. Has he been dropped twice? I think he might have been. He's been dropped twice. So it's not a flawless innings in that sense, but my goodness me, it's a valuable one. And he's up the tempo beautifully. So the message is, for him's sake, keep going.
Yeah, he looked like he really enjoyed that as well. And there was some sort of sign back to the balcony, so always a good indication that a lot of people up on that balcony are very much supporting him and how well he's been playing this year. Brilliant to see him chalk off a third first-class 100. Vic's going to leave us. I thought me and Charlie did a deal that I was going to disappear off, but Vic's had enough of me. Hey Vic, if you go downstairs on the balcony, layers, mate. Remember your layers, all right? We need you. There's 21 overs to go. You've got more work to do. Superb from Tom Banton. How good was that, Charlie? He enjoyed that one, didn't he?
It isn't the way he wanted to bring it up, but he won't mind. It'll go down as 100. What an innings that's been so far. As Vic said, dropped a couple of times, once on 26 and then on 59. But those players that really punish the other team, those are the ones who get teams into winning positions, and I think he's been brilliant today, Tom Banton. I think he's been brilliant all season. He's only reached 100 once this season so far, and a lot of scores over 50. In fact, I think 6 over 50, but only 100 up until this point. So well done him, 100 not out, and he's put Somerset in a good position here, 253 for 4. So first batting points up with 6 wickets in hand. Still 4 overs, still the new ball where they can hopefully make a bit of hay. That's the plan anyway. James Rue on strike to Clark as it is.
Yeah, really pleased for Tom. I think in some ways, not only the fact that he's worked so hard, feedback from coaches that I have a quiet word with from time to time, checking up on how the guys are going and like waxing lyrical about the effort level. So that's one thing, but also, because how good Tom was, and we just celebrate that 100 partnership that they've just ticked over, Banton and Rue. What are the things that has been something like unfortunate in Tom Banton's career? When you burst onto the scene and you're so good so early, you come with such a big billing, it adds so much pressure.
Yep.
And, no doubt that he would also put his hand up and say, has it been perfect? Has it been a seamless journey? But you really feel like this year he's put a marker down, and I think his game's gone to a whole different level. Yes, he was great in one-day cricket, all the reverse sweeps and the flamboyant shots, but really looks like he's made himself into a very complete multi-format player, and all credit to him.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. His consistency has been fantastic this year. Before this game, averaging 47 in red ball cricket. That's by far and away his most successful season in red ball. So congratulations to him, and he's still going, 101, and Surrey now being made to pay for drop chance. They were tough chances, both of them. Dropped by Ryan Patel. Probably should have been taken, that one, actually. I'm calling it tough. I don't
Was
think
that
that
the
one was that
mid-wicket
tough.
clip?
Yeah, it should have been taken. The other one was tough. It was Sibley in the slips, and it was a long reaching. In the end, it came off his... He overreached to hit his wrist. But it was a tough chance. But, well, he's making them pay, and that's the key, isn't it? You sometimes see those dropped catches, and they get out within 5 or 10 runs, but those great players, they ride their luck, and they hang about, and they score runs when the going's good, like it has been in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, so they are guilty runs. They're hard to score sometimes when you've got away with a decision or a drop catch, but yeah, ultimately you've just got to move on, because you'll get a bad decision, or someone will take a diving one-hander from time to time, or bowl you a Jaffa. You've got to cash in when you get a chance here, and Banton certainly wants to pile on a few more than that, and I suppose the real goal is to be there at the close of play. New ball's going to be due in 3 and a bit overs time. Will they take it? Plenty of questions to be answered. Very exciting last maybe hour and 15 minutes left of today's play. It's been a really exciting day's play. It's lived up to the billing, I think. You know, that tension at the start, the brilliant opening spell. I thought excellent batting, and I think actually someone who needs a massive sort of pat on the back for what's happening now is the amount of balls and how well Archie Vaughan played early on. You know, it was better than a 42, wasn't it? 44. It was better than a 42.
Yeah, it was too better.
It was better than a 44.
Yeah,
really. He batted 107 balls. You know, he wore the bowlers down. He frustrated. He got that hardness out of the ball, which allowed, you know, Banton and Ruin able to come in and flourish. So yeah, brilliant performance for the young man at the top.
I think also someone else who deserves a lot of kudos this year, Shane Berger, the batting coach. Somerset this year, their batting has been a massive leap ahead of where it's been in recent seasons, in my opinion. It hasn't been perfect. Well, we shouldn't say it's been perfect, but a lot of players, and Banton's a great example. I'm sure he's worked hard with Shane.
No, he has been exceptional. The guys speak very highly of him, and certainly my interactions with him, he seems a top fella. He's asked a lot of questions. Well, when we have spoken, he's actually really interested into what's he like as a character, a person, and that really gets a sense that, you know, like a lot of great coaches, you know, you sometimes need to unpick personalities as well as techniques, and I think he sort of works across all fields. Maybe maybe the club just need like a specialist opening batsman coach. I don't know. Is there such a thing? I mean, you know, it just seems to be such a frustrating part of the Somerset season. They're always kind of on the clutch back a little bit, but like I said, the work that he's done with the middle order, one of the openers has always done pretty well, haven't they? But we just haven't found that combination yet.
I'd have to look back at the stats. I haven't got them in front of me, but it doesn't feel like we've had can't think of a really big opening stand. There might have been one, actually, comes to mind, possibly when Renshaw was around. But it always feels like there's an early-ish wicket that falls. But as you say, well, as I said, I think it has been a lot better. Somerset, when they're 0 for 1 or when they're a couple down early, haven't crumbled. And that's been really pleasing, isn't it, from a Somerset perspective? In games where perhaps previously they might have felt pressure going into it. And what's helped, Tom Abel coming back in exceptional form, that's really helpful. Banton being in such good form. They look a different team with the bat, certainly, than they have done recently. And that's why they're pushing at the top of the table. That's why they're taking Surrey right through to the final throes of the season. Surrey, might be in other systems, they might be wrapping it up by now, thinking, yeah, we've done enough, but Somerset pushing them all the way.
I think that's all you can do. You think about other great teams and title battles is make Surrey win it, and that's probably what they're saying to themselves in the dressing room. Make them win it. Make them continue this great run they're on. But if they slip up, we're on the heels.
Yeah. Well, as we've said earlier on, Surrey have got to go to Essex, and that is a tough away game. Still got to win this game or avoid defeat, Surrey, if they want to continue their march for a third consecutive County Championship title. It's very much on for them. They're a good distance ahead of Somerset. 24 points is a long way. They've already got some bonus points here, so they will still be ahead of Somerset at the end of this match, no matter what happens.
Yeah, they have created a magnificent era for themselves in Championship cricket. Credit to what they've been able to achieve. Yes, it's, you know, people sort of focus on budget this and budget that and this, but you can't. That's not what it's about. You know, led by, you know, Alex Stewart, they do so many things. They get the right staff in, the right feel. They clearly, you know, to win a championship, you can't. It takes an awful lot of hard work behind the scenes on the field. You can't just, you know, open a checkbook and sign the best team. You've got to have that, you know, that chemistry within the team that they've got right. There's so many levels that span beyond what people will obviously focus on. That it's Surrey, they should win. I mean, they've done a great job, and credit to them. But it's great to see Somerset pushing them hard.
Yeah, great depth for Somerset as well. Academy players coming through, some very canny signings. Someone like Jake Ball coming in brings a lot of experience. He's had a lot of balls bowled. He's worn a lot of that on his legs, so he's not coming in as a fresh player. But what he does is he adds a bit of depth. He's a useful player coming in. He's taking wickets. Not selected for this game. Somerset look towards more of a spinning option, but those young players coming through. Ogborn, one of them. Aldridge, who's really made a place his own this season. Those kind of players have just added a lot to Somerset this year. Perhaps the depth they didn't have in the last couple of years. That helps as well. You've got to rest and rotate, especially when you players like Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory. You're doing well if they're playing every single game. And they haven't been able to do that. He's bowling a little bit slower there. I wonder what pace that was. Didn't seem very quick.
What does the old Eurolay speed gun have for that delivery? Yeah, I think
64.
I think there's just there's a time and a place for bending your back, and I think there is a feeling at the moment out there. It certainly looks that way, that the seamers have that sort of. You know, it's inevitable that this delivery isn't going to go that well. You just kind of like trying to get through the over. Yeah. One more until the new ball. Get through the spell.
Rue's strike rate just around 50, so his pace has been quite good. His strike rate pretty good this season. A bit slow in this game, but at the moment he's the junior partner to Tom Banton, who's been going at about 75 strike rate. There'll be a run there. Quick one. So we'll see, I imagine, a bit of Roach and Worrell, you'd have thought, wouldn't you, with the new ball. Assuming they go for it straight away, and the way they're bowling, I can't see why they wouldn't at the moment.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. Like I said, the only defence to maybe leaving it 10 overs would be that feeling of having a new ball in the morning as well.
Was that a shout for LBW? Sounded like it came off the bat.
BBW.
Well, whenever it seems to be that whenever Curran does anything like that, it's a bit of an ironic cheer that goes up around the ground.
Yeah, that is what happens here. You say the wrong thing in the game, or you send the wrong tweet, and people remember.
Yeah.
They've got long memories. The old county cricket fans, like elephants, aren't they? They never forget the enemy, especially if they step out of line. Oh, that's a brilliant piece of bowling. Felt like there was nothing going on, and he's turned the ball round. He's got it to reverse away from James Rue, and he's just feathered one through to Ben Folkes. That will feel like an absolute steal for Tom Curran and the Surrey team. Yeah, that's a good piece of bowling. I think Rue will be a bit disappointed in that. Set him up with a number of little in-swingers, and he's just flipped the ball round, and he's done enough. That's a big wicket at a crucial time in this innings. 162 for 5 now.
Yeah, as you say, crucial time. 7 balls till the 80th over has been bowled, and that will mean a new ball and a new batter at the crease. So For Surrey, that is a huge moment. It's James Rue on 38, and you know what he can do. If he stays in, he gets set, especially with the new ball. Runs may well have flowed nicely off his bat, but Somerset will have to cope with that. We'll see a bit of Aldridge or Gregory here. Who's it going to be? Is the skipper walking out? Looks like he might be. No, I think it might be Casey Aldridge. Yeah, it's Aldridge who's coming down the stairs.
Very, very canny move there from the captain. You know what? Big, tall all-rounder. You get out there, lad. You're shaping up nicely while the new ball's due. He's a smart cookie, is our Lewis.
Gregory, he's playing the luxury role now. He like when it was the T20 quarter-final, decided to put himself above Tom Abel, one of the best batters in great form. Decided, do you know what, Tom? You're going to be a specialist fielder today. I'm going to send myself out. And here, exact opposite. Actually, do you know what? Out you go.
He has the knack of just getting it right, doesn't he?
He
I think people may have sort of like raised an eyebrow at that if he'd have gone in and got 10 off 10, but he thumped it, didn't he? In that.
What's that
really
reverse?
Important game. The reverse shot and
dinky shot. Yeah.
I spoke to Dicko when they got back the day after. I was like, unbelievable, that reverse scoop, mate. Fair play. I can't imagine playing that. He goes, yeah, but what about Lewis? He's never even practiced it. Played it before. It was just. And I saw him about 10 minutes out. I said, "What's the story that you've never played that shot before?" He's like, "Yeah, I didn't feel like I had any other options, so I just thought, why not?" And hit it for 6. Unbelievable.
Incredible shot. Great game. Brilliant game, actually. Because for a long time, Northamptonshire pushed Somerset. For a while, looked like they might just do it, but Somerset in the end doing enough to get to finals day against this lot that Somerset facing now as Aldridge defends that one. End of a successful over for Tom Curran. He's got the Alice band on, keeping his locks out of his face.
Yeah, it's really well bowled, that Tom Abel. Next to WPA Health Insurance on the screen now, keeping the wheels turning, as I keep saying. Great to have so many invested commercial partners. Not only do they support us, but they get around the place, they come and watch, they feel like they're big supporters of the team as well as the backroom staff. Jordan Clark continuing from the Lord Botham stand end or river end.
Saw an advert with Ian Botham in the other day.
So the one about the feet thing,
yeah,
the foot
it's
thing.
still foot massage.
Needs an angle grinder on that big toenail. I did notice that, actually. I was like, that toenail looks a bit thick, Syrian.
Problem is with these days, everyone's got massive HD TVs. You're doing an advert for foot massages. You're going to get people are going to see. There's no hiding, is there?
Well,
you probably had it in full HD, did you, on your TV?
I paused it. I zoomed.
No one wants to zoom in on Ian Botham's feet. He's done a lot of walking in those.
I thought, mate, you don't need that massage thing. You need a farrier for that thing.
Someone bring an anvil. Yeah. That's a good shot. I'm going to pick up one, I think.
When do you need a foot massage carrying them toenails around? Gee whiz.
Yeah, he was sitting at his desk, wasn't he, with his feet in something, vibrating his toes around.
There is a time when the sponsorship deals slow down, and sometimes you just got to say no. Do you know what I mean? But there we go. Cash is king.
I remember him doing shredded wheat for a while. Is that right? Did he do shredded wheat adverts?
Lammy and Beefy did something
yes,
for the British
that's
beef,
right.
didn't he?
British beef. Yeah.
Lammy and Beefy. That was a great advert.
Yeah,
I loved that one.
Yeah.
He had the Duncan Fernley attack. Great bit of marketing there from Duncan Fernley.
Oof.
We've had many good sponsors. When he used to do all the charity walk-in,
yeah,
I think the old they're now like pub trainers now, aren't they? But back in the day, used to wear like the Pegasus Nikes, like now called retro. Very, very cool. Always had the hair and the beard or the tash, the mullet. Brilliant.
Great pictures of Beefy up in the Ian Botham stand.
Yeah.
Sort of wander around the back of it. Fantastic shots of him in action with the bat in all sorts of funny positions from his shots.
Yeah, there's one of the brilliant ones in there. No helmet on, with the flowing sort of maybe sun-dyed mullet, and he's hooking without a helmet. We think it would have been a ball from Craig McDermott in that particular series, but yeah, brilliant. What a hero.
Yep.
Talisman of the club that flag flying there represents. It was great for all of us having Joel Garner.
Oh yeah,
one of the superstars of that team. Lifelong friends, lots of stories from that era. That's what, about 2 or 3 weeks ago now. Very cool night.
I saw a picture of him sipping from a big pint of Thatcher's, although it looks small actually in his hands, doesn't it? A pint of Thatcher's looks like a half pint.
Mountain of a man, but such a beautiful nature.
Yeah.
Telling all the stories, and he's got that lovely West Indian accent, and he just offered him do you want a cup of tea, Joel, or do you want anything? He was like, well, I'm in Somerset, I'll have a pint of cider. Should we? He just looked at me and Walsh. I think we'll have a drink. Let's have a drink. So he just had a few ciders.
Nice.
He's brilliant. A lot of the people that came to the evening in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, he was genuinely quite familiar with them as well. Nice. So you always got a real sense that back in the day, not that it isn't still now, but there's very much a family feel, and all the supporters would share drinks back in the day at the bottom of the stand, and it was very, very nice.
Well, that's 80 overs bowled. Tom Curran is continuing by the looks of it. Just a bit of a run-up.
Has he earned an over with a new ball?
They're bowling the ball into the ground a bit here, warming it up. Is that Worrell? He's just throwing the ball, giving it a couple of bounces through to... I can't quite see who that is under the cap there. But
David Milnes has just asked for the ball back, which he'll probably...
Yeah.
He's already waved to Polly, the scorer, and Tom Curran is running in with a brand new kookaburra.
Shiny new one. Let's see what he can do with it. Yeah, a bit of movement early up. A bit wide though, no reason to play it for Casey Aldridge, who's on 1. And at the other end is Banton on 105 not out. Lovely afternoon here in Taunton. Makes a nice change. It's been horrible, biblical last few days. Straight and full. Okay, you can see the Eurolate speed. Camera's just picking up those speeds, around 66 the first one, 76 and 74. So yeah, quite a lot quicker than what he was bowling with the old ball. Getting a bit more bounce.
SDC!
Couple of slips in now, so just realising a little bit more likely to happen with the newer ball. Somerset got to be watchful, but it will give them options to score runs as well. Harder ball, come off the bat quicker. At the moment, Aldridge happy to defend.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Dan Worrell's not going to be taking the new ball up to the other end.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe a few from Curran and a bit of Roach. That's the end that he started this morning, so suggests that there's a bit of a preference for the two opening bowlers. Jordan Clark, though, might they give him an extra, like an earlier bowl? He's bowled an awful lot for Surrey over the last few years with a new ball. Excellent sort of flop there from Cam Steele. I'm not going to call that a dive. That was had a bit of a flop to it, didn't it?
Well, he stayed down for a while, didn't he? So if you like a fish out of water for a bit. Wasn't a dive like we saw from Petrie go of old. He never flopped.
Tell you what, if I dive now, I would stay down for an awful long time. I assure you that. You watch me get out of this chair enough on a day-to-day basis, don't you? It is not. I never. You know, like you look like an upturned turtle. I reckon I could add tax to that. Upturned turtle on a beanbag.
Yeah. Well, beanbags are tough to get out of at your great age, Pete, aren't they? You've got to be, I think your beanbag days are behind you.
Well, you've got to roll off onto terra firma and then get up, haven't you?
Oh, I'd love to see it.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Don't even attempt it. It's not a thing.
How many overs did you bowl in your career? I bet you know that, don't you?
Yeah. I'm not sure.
He's going to make me look it up. Hang on.
We need to do the across the cricket one. I know Ben's got the old cricket archive thing.
Oh yeah, I've got that. Yeah.
Cricket archive, all cricket. I reckon that would be an interesting number.
Yeah.
I know Cadix is insane for a seam bowler.
Right, here we go. Let's find you on him.
I don't know. I'm even leaning.
PD Trigger, but you? First class. 25,198 balls bowled in first class cricket.
Go to the matches and detailed things.
Where are we looking here?
Yeah. I think is there a grid?
First class matches.
The bottom one.
This one?
The bottom.
That one? Player name, right? Let's see if we can work this out. That's defended.
Yeah, submit that bad
Just
boy.
submit it, okay. Need to try and find the way of getting your name right. How have they put you in here? Let's get rid of that.
Well, Charlie's doing a little bit of googling. Somehow justify having a really bad ankle. A massive flashing drive from Banton over gully. Brilliant dive, very goalkeeper-esque there by Ryan Patel, but he's going to pick up forwards all the way to the bottom. Like,
See, you've done this before, Pete. You know where you're looking.
Years ago it was done. Oh, they normally have a...
Anyway, he's looking up his own stats now. I'd love to know. In a career, long career. How many years did you play? How many seasons?
I know that one that's really worth doing is when you do Cadix. That is absolutely remarkable.
Oh, lovely shot. Down the ground from Tom Banton. Frustration for Worrell. Somerset continue to pick up runs here. New ball hasn't stopped the flow. Absolutely no protection there, so Worrell was asking for the shot to be played. In comes Worrell again. More runs. 272 for 5. It's a tight game. Somerset working hard to score these runs. Surrey having to work hard to get wickets, although they have dropped a couple. In fact, they've dropped Banton twice. Both of them were off Banton. Once on 26 and once on 59. And now he's there on 114. I don't want to take too much time to get to a total, Somerset. That's the other issue. They've got to think about time in the game.
Found it.
Oh, he's got his figures. Go on.
Right, have a guess.
Well, I know in first class cricket it was around 25,000, so we're including all other forms, are we? And we're talking professional cricket, not including your...
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Not including my 36 games for Burbage and
Okay, we're not including that. Fine. It's going to be loads, isn't it? Well, it's going to be something like balls bowled around 43,000. I'm going
949 games. 50,540. It's amazing.
Whoa.
I can even get on a beanbag.
50,000 balls bowled in his career. Oh, over the top.
What?
I think he's meant to do
What is
that. It looks to me like he's deliberately done that, just top-edged it over the keeper. He just seemed to play it deliberately. Let's have a look. It's a weird uppercut shot. It's not quite your textbook. He's definitely used the edge of the bat there. Deliberately or not. It's gone for 4. Aldridge moves to 5. Sorry, yeah. Well, it's a bit frustrating for them. They want to see runs coming quite this easily. He's still looking at his stats here.
No, Andy Caddick's.
Here we go.
So he played 200 odd games less, 85,000 balls, and he took 1,877 wickets.
Wow.
No wonder he walks like he's just been to the toilet. No, he doesn't.
You can tell
He's
him
an
that, not
athlete.
me. What about Vic Marks?
Vic Marks.
How many balls did
This
Vic
is
Marks
fun,
bowl
isn't
in
it?
his career?
This is so much fun.
So that was 80-odd thousand.
85,000.
85,000 balls bowled. Wow. That was Andy Caddick.
No, you didn't. That was Caddy.
Clark it is. 14 overs bowled so far today. Just the 1 wicket. 1 for 46 he's taken. 1 for 47 now. Well run. Sound quite breezy out there. A lot of wind on the effects mic. The flag is flapping furiously.
First game I can see on VIX is from 1971. Somerset versus Wiltshire or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
He played a lot of cricket, did Vic?
Oh, yeah.
Crikey. Even Google's gone into black and white at the start. Vic Marks, 81,678 balls, and he got 1,286 wickets. What a man.
So is that better stats than Caddick, isn't it? More wickets, isn't it?
No.
What was
Caddick was
Caddick's?
1,800.
Oh, 1,800, right.
Tell you what, Vic, you got some
Pretty
runs
good.
as well. You got 20,000 runs in his batting life.
Trigo, Pete, you do sound very
13
surprised
centuries.
at this. Oh, he was, yeah.
It's actually it's a great place to be in life when you're always surprised.
You're a positive parsnip, as we've been saying, aren't you? That's, forecast not great tomorrow here in Taunton. Somerset will be aware of that. For Surrey, it's no bad thing, really. A draw is not the end of the world for them. Pulled straight to the fielder.
Bit annoyed here, actually. Vic got about 150 more wickets than I did.
He bowled a lot more balls, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Bowled 30-odd thousand more balls.
I don't mind losing to a man like Vic.
I'm going to throw my laptop out the window
You can
now.
almost, like, these... I mean, it's funny. You almost sort of start to appreciate them when you get old, those sort of things. Do you look at those sort of things, Vic? Give me a nod. Or do you... No. Which is?
Well, we've got to get him on to talk about this.
Vic,
statistic.
during the 80s, which was a great year, great decade, he conceded more first-class runs than any other bowler in the world or in England. In the world, you were the world's most expensive bowler
In the 80s, specifically in the 80s, is that the?
I mean,
right,
any man that can reel off that stat and look as joyfully as he is right now must be a great human being. Do you know what I mean? I suppose the modest side of it is that he'd have probably taken nearly the most wickets as well, or nowhere near. Right.
He was up against some good players in that decade, to be fair.
Brilliant stuff.
Well, there you are, Pete. There's you know. Problem is, you weren't up against him in the 80s, were you? So
I remember.
It's not a like for like comparison.
You know when you're sort of you're young and you maybe don't appreciate things that are happening to you until much later. I can remember, when I first started coming to the county ground and practicing here, and lots of old duffers would be around. And you're at a certain age where sort of everyone maybe over 40 seems really old to you, don't they? When you're sort of, I suppose, 14, 15. And we'd have training sessions, and Pete Robinson would be sort of in the nets, and he'd sort of get frustrated at the practice, and he'd inevitably couldn't help himself but to have a little bowl. And then Robbo would start talking to someone of a similar sort of age, maybe a little bit younger, and they'd start having a bowl as well. It's like, hang on a minute, I'm at an under 15 nets, and I got 3 old codgers bowling at me. Pete Robinson, Vic Marks, Dennis Breakwell. Brilliant, wasn't it?
Gosh, yeah, you're lucky, see.
We always Robbo used to debrief my net session. It would go something like that. Yeah, not bad, lad. I thought you were about 300 for 27 there. Well done.
Oh.
Brilliant. I think I'm going to cry, so I'm going to have a rest. Anyone want to come in for a bit? Oh, brilliant times.
Great to have Pete Trigo alongside us. We're going to have his net bowler coming in now. You still get Vic Marks doing a bit of net bowling, I reckon. When was the last time you bowled a cricket ball, Vic, taking a leading edge?
A long time ago. Yeah. I mean, I haven't played a game of cricket since 2012.
2012? And what was that?
Well, it was an international match. It was the Old Blundellans against France.
Oh, against France! Wow.
Yeah. After which I declared.
Oh, was it your
I declared my retirement from international cricket.
From international.
But I don't think I bowled. I'd be surprised if I bowled. I can't remember.
I expect someone's got the scorecard somewhere. That'll be a run. Vic Marks' last ever international match. How do you feel hearing, what was it, right? 85,000? No, that was Caddick, wasn't it? About 80,000. 81,000. That's a lot of balls bowled in your career.
Yeah, well.
You feel it in your knees now? Or,
no.
I guess you're a spinner. It's slightly different.
Yeah. I mean, Caddick, romped in and plonked his big left boot down, but I just ambled up. So, no real remnants. I still can't believe it. It's a long time ago. More relevantly.
Yes, get back to.
Banton's playing well.
Well, he's doing very nicely. 115 not out. Aldridge at the moment, defending there. But he's been brilliant, and you could see the relief almost from the. He didn't bring his 100 up in the most traditional way, if you like. It was an inside edge, just missing the stumps. But both arms in the air as he ran through to the other end. You could see how much it means to him. That's great.
And also he'll be aware that this is a big game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one they've been sort of building up to. They've got a wonderful busy end of the season. It's exhausting maybe, but it's terrific to be playing in matches at this time of year when it still really matters. And they're relishing that, it seems to me, and that's fantastic. But it's been a sort of landmark season for Banton against a red ball. And interesting too to me how, Rue goes. Who comes in now? Not Gregory, who's terrific record really with a bat, but Aldridge. That shows you how they rate him as a genuine all-rounder, and the evidence is building up that he is. It was Gregory sort of giving him his head, and I like the way who do they send in first when they need an opener? They send in the 18, 19-year-old Archie Vaughan. We think you can do it. And when we get to the all-rounders, there's 3 capable all-rounders, obviously Gregory and Overton, and apologies to Jack Leach, or possibly Brett Randall. But who do they send in? Casey Aldridge, he's our man. He scored a lot of runs this year, actually.
Yeah, he's plenty of runs, isn't he? He's over 80 odd. He's batting a bit low down.
Last year, of course, he got runs last year.
At least one more there, yep, just the single.
But it would take people a long time to bowl 80,000 balls nowadays. It'd take more than a decade and a bit, because
well, if you're going
you used to bowl, 850 overs a year, sort of thing.
These days,
before you went on tour or played overseas.
Of course, yeah. How many seasons of Sheffield Shield did you do?
Just one. This one.
Not a great deal of English players could say that. Not the leagues aren't filled with overseas.
Well, you'd be amazed who the 2 overseas. You know both of them. The 2 overseas superstars were in Sheffield Shield cricket that summer, or Australian summer.
Were they both Somerset players?
No, not quite. But I was one, and we won the Shield. You'd like to know that. And in Tasmania, they had one. Who we saw the other day. Richard Ellison.
Richard Ellison, how interesting.
That was about it from overseas.
Well, yeah, that was
because, of course, there was a test series going on around the world. In fact, that season, fetch that picture, just the one. That season was fantastic because it was 86-7 and England were winning the Ashes at the same time. So I could go around our dressing room and offer my condolences.
I expect you were very popular in the dressing room when England are winning down under.
Oh, yeah. But it doesn't happen very often to be an Englishman in Australia when the Ashes were being won. But there were 3 or 4 of our side, 2 or 3 of our side were playing in the Australian team at the time. Well, that's always a plus, but it's not really quite a good ball, not very well played, but one more.
Yep. Their scoreboard has been ticking over nicely, even when boundaries have not been flowing. They've been the odd one, but it's...
Yeah, there was a flurry, wasn't it, just after tea with the old ball. And then they got it back. It suited, obviously, Surrey to get that wicket just before the new ball.
Probably slowed Somerset's
a little
progress.
Yeah, that loss of the wicket might have done. But this new ball doesn't look so venomous as the first one somehow.
No, Worrell not finding quite so much movement from it.
So we're on the bike tomorrow then, Johnny, is it?
Love to be on the bike, yeah. I cycled I did the 2 miles across Taunton today, but that doesn't really count. I've got one planned for later in the week. I'm going to go out onto the edge of the Brendan Hills, I think. If the weather stays nice. But I was planning it last week, but I just didn't want to risk it in the pouring rain.
It's windy though for some reason.
It is windy. You've got to plan. You don't want to be going uphill into the wind. So I've got a couple of routes where, depending on which way the wind's blowing. Although, I mean, if you want to get really fit, you go uphill into the wind, and then you find your fitness goes up. But that's not doesn't tend to be my plan. See, Virtue, the match sponsors. If you've got your earpieces, then I'm sure you'll have seen that written on them. Virtue Motors, big sponsors of the. Well, they've been a few seasons now with Somerset.
Shakib is back. He's had a bit of a break. Just the 1 wicket from his, I think it's 28 overs he's bowled already, actually. Obviously, he's been on target, but not too many balls have turned. Banton has given him a little bit of treatment.
For just under 3 and over.
Yeah, well, on the first day, I mean, that's what you'd expect, I guess. A few balls have turned, but not quite as many as one might have expected. Yeah, the ball's pretty hard now, though. It's just a 6 over with the new ball. What's Banton going to do? He's going to have a look first.
Yeah, I think that's wise.
Well, there are a few scats at too. There's a long off, long on. Deep square leg and probably
deep point.
A deep point as well. Just the one slip. Might change a bit when Aldridge is on strike.
We'll find out. Strange figures for Kemar Roach today. 10 overs, 3 maidens. But he's gone for 60 runs from those other 7 overs, so it's been expensive.
Yeah, well, he was particularly expensive just after tea with the old ball.
Yeah.
And he was probably with a wicket with his second ball of the match. And then I think he bowled a succession of maidens. But since then, some fairly harsh treatment. Now the field come in a bit for Aldridge. That turned.
Yeah, good ball.
Well, every time.
You like it, don't you?
Well,
a little smile across the face.
They'll like to see that in the dressing room. That,
Yeah,
you know, that's a classic delivery, and Shakib feels no justice.
Wow.
Especially when the next one, well, he's only gone for 1, but he's dragged that from outside off stump. You think the forward defensive, that doesn't seem to work.
A lot of players do that, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Fancy themselves surviving better with a sweep shot than a defensive shot. Had to take a few shuffles over to his right to reach it.
Field spreads again for Banton.
Waits for that one. We talked about how risky that shot can be against Shakib. Just got to be very wary.
Yeah.
The one that got Abel was stayed a bit low.
Kept coming in.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite wide enough, but.
Reverse. He's nailed it, but the fielder's there.
Yeah.
Come through for a single. He's been good actually. The reverse, although the reverse hasn't always gone for 4 because they've put a man out there. Actually, every time he's played it, he seems to have come out the middle of the bat.
And to be fair to him, he's only really played it in the sort of post 50, 60, 70.
Yes.
He didn't come in and start doing it.
No.
He was happy to trust his defence initially. So it's now the close of play. We have to get adjusted. It's 5:30. There are 10 overs remaining. So I think Surrey, they are playing a kind of cagey game. They will bowl 10 overs and no more probably, unless there's if there's a flurry of wickets, it slows things down anyway. But they don't want to give Somerset extra overs. I don't think they're just playing a cagey game, and I'm not actually sure the wisdom of it, because I just feel if it stays rain-free, I think there'll be a natural result in this game, because I think it'll start to turn a bit more. We'll see. We're having a look at the weather, though. Perhaps they've done that. This is tomorrow, and this is probably the BBC, so we obviously believe everything. And there's a very good chance that there'll be some interruptions, I guess, especially towards the end of the day. But you never quite know exactly how much, do you?
Taunton can be funny. Sometimes it gets the worst of it, and sometimes it seems to skirt around it. It's a funny place. But yeah, it's not blanket rain, but there's sunny spells, there's a bit of mist, and then towards 5 o'clock onwards it says heavy rain, so that's towards the end of the day. Wednesday and Thursday, Wednesday in particular, looking as if that should be all right, but it's a bit changeable and it's a bit hard to predict. I think that's what the forecasters would say. They'd say, don't really know with certainty.
You've listened to a lot of forecasts, I suppose,
do.
in your job.
Yeah, I do, really. Oh, yeah, I have to, really.
Well, you know...
Well, I mean, it comes with it.
Well, I'm sure you have to sort of keep morale up to your listeners when they, forecast thunderstorms. You say, but
it's always positive.
Come Tuesday.
Yeah. Or I say it's good for the gardens. Yeah, that's a good one. The farmers will like it. One run here. Look for 2. They'll get it. Should do. Yes, it does. It's appreciated. Approaching another batting point here. Somerset will be very keen to pick up those. Any points they can get here will chip away at Surrey's lead at the top of the table. Well, any points that Surrey don't manage to get in this game. 1 apiece at the moment. Considering it was 0 for 1, I think Somerset will be pretty happy with where they are at the moment.
It looked very tense, didn't it? 0 for 1 and no one scored, and Vaughan didn't score for 20 minutes. You thought, oh, how's he going to get on? In fact, he played all through that session. Shot, shoulder, cuts up. Lovely shot. Well, that's that beautiful timing, and that hard ball just travels a bit faster once you get it in the middle of the bat. And it was in a good slot for him. He's put it away. He had to stretch a bit, but nice. Raced away.
I think this is talking about the way the game's going. I think it's a really good pitch that's been created here, considering especially all the rain that they've had in the build-up. I think it's turning a bit. Runs are being scored. Not doing an awful lot for the seamers, but they're getting a bit of movement up with the ball. Reverse swing or a swing early on. Another good shot. Oh, lovely.
Even better.
Yeah. Finding a gap. Barely any follow-through, really. Just leaning and pushing against it and allowing the timing to do the rest.
Yeah, I mean, that was a better ball. In fact, it wasn't quite a half volley. Just back of a half volley, but he's just hit through the line beautifully in the placement. I mean, there's no great effort. It's just pure timing. First one was not a great delivery, but that was, not bad at all. And he's just caressed it wide of mid-off.
Showing them the maker's name.
I mean, talking about the pitch, I was hearing from Ben, our leader, about how he was around Taunton 2 or 3 days ago at 9:30 at night, and he saw the lights, one of the lights on, floodlights. He told you this?
Right. No, I hadn't heard this. No.
So one of the floodlights was on.
Oh, right.
Thought,
hello.
Something's happened. Someone broken in, or is there something malfunctioning?
Yeah.
So, like a dutiful person he is, he popped in to see what was going on.
Oh, he's never off duty, is he, Ben?
Never, no, of course not. So he's paid not very much for it, I expect. And he explained to me how actually what was happening, the rain had just stopped, they'd taken the covers off, and they've got these bulbs, these heating bulbs that they used last year. Right. They've got those permanently now. And the ground staff, or the groundsman, and I don't know whether he had any help or not, he probably did, but he got the covers off after the rain had stopped, and he wanted to get some heat onto the playing surface because it's been so wet, and he was overseeing that for a couple of hours between the as of about 9 and 11. Brilliant. That's dedication for you, isn't it?
Serious dedication. They had the women's game here after that, but also I'm sure they were looking at this pitch here too for this game. Brilliant. That is this isn't Surrey, this isn't a test match ground, this is a ground which requires that kind of care, that sort of work and dedication. So hats off. I said it earlier on, but I'll say it again, that to be playing at 10:30, considering the amount of rain that we've had over the 4 days here, and the fact that that really curtails any sort of prep you can really do on a pitch. Hats off to the team that's made sure that we're seeing cricket today, a full day's play as well. And a great, as I was saying, I think a really good pitch.
Well, it
really
looks
good.
Like it's
bit of everything.
Well, we think it's going to turn a bit, but obviously look at the scoreboard. It's not Hyderabad. It's 297 for 5, and so there are runs to be had. It's a perfectly good surface. I mean, if you're actually in the Somerset dressing room, you're just a bit concerned that there are too many runs out there, because Somerset will want to obviously feel they've got to win this game to get right up there. Or fetch that.
Well, this is a good shot from Aldridge, the way he's come forwards, been aggressive. First time we've seen it really from him coming down the pitch like that.
That's another point on the board.
So he is 300.
He wasn't actually at the pitch of it, but he just swung through the line and he timed it beautifully, and it sped away to the boundary through extra cover. Not so much protection for Aldridge because he's the young man come in. I wonder what Shakib makes of that. Well, I mean, if you can get past him when he's halfway down the pitch, he's got a wicket coming because Fetch won't miss it. Oh, he's sweeping him now.
Funny sweep shot there.
Yeah, he was sort of waiting for him there.
Slow-mo almost. Picks up a run.
Another premeditated one. Anyway, Aldridge is playing without inhibition. Good little partnership building up.
Banton goes into the 130s. His high score in first-class cricket is 133.
Is that right? We've got two players then. Lammonby's like this too, who get to 100 but never really got that, you know, that 190.
The daddy 100,
well,
as they
yeah,
say.
I never.
Don't like that, no.
Well, I don't mind it, but yeah, that's the one.
That's the word. The big hundreds, the ones which you don't just get 100 and out, you keep going.
Yeah, yeah. So here's an opportunity for Banton.
Well, Abel is, for a long time, Abel took a while to get past the sort of 115 mark, didn't he? And then they've come a bit more. So his high score this season's in the 150s, I think. But yeah. Lammonby similarly.
Yeah, yeah. I've had a stern word with him once. Well, I don't know. No, I don't know. So.
I can't imagine you having a stern word with anyone, really.
Well,
you got a stern side, have you?
Well, I didn't think so, but actually, I saw Richard Harden the other day. Do you remember? Well, slightly before your time, but he was a stalwart Somerset batsman, gritty from Burnham-on-Sea.
Excellent. Barbados.
Yeah,
so I call it. Yes.
His father was a cattle brander, as it happened.
Oh, really? Yeah, there we go.
But he was a really good, gutsy, and scored a lot of runs for Somerset. And he was one of the younger pups when I was finishing, but he was established in the team. And I remember him saying, "You always give, tickings off to us young ones, but you don't tick off Pete Roebuck and Chris Tavery," which I wouldn't. But I was quite taken aback that he felt I was so fierce on, if they misfield or something like that.
Clearly having a go at all of them.
I didn't have a go at Chris Tavery or Roebuck, but I might do against Richard Harden and. That's another. So it may only be one, but it's. They're coming back for the second, and they will get there.
Banton one short now, 1-3-2. He moves on to good running and well appreciated here again at Taunton.
And he could be a tough, grumpy. But later in his career, Richard, didn't brook fools too gladly. I mean, he had a really good career. You want to look him up too.
Yeah, well, Pete will have to show.
But he was back. He lives in New Zealand now, but he was visiting. And it was good to see him. Well, no, I didn't actually see him. I only spoke to him. So he thought I could be tough. Well, not tough. I'm not sure that's tough. It was too... certainly grumpy.
I just can't imagine grumpy, Vic.
300 for 3. Drop catches. You put them in.
Yeah, okay, maybe I can. Maybe I can. I'm giving a flavour of it there. Banton waits for Dan Worrell. Oh, big swing.
Yeah, that was sort of in the one-day sort of slot, but it was actually just a good leg ball that swung away a little bit, and now Worrell's just wanting to...
Let's break it!
Trying to adjust the man at deep extra. I think he wants him... I don't know where he wants him. He's moving a bit to his right. No third man. I mean, you've got to be thinking, if you're getting that sort of width, I'll just guide it down to third man. That'll annoy him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, go for 4, wouldn't it? Got enough on it. Get it past the slip. That's been a lovely day. I was here actually on Saturday night after the Western Storm game for their legacy dinner, as they called it. Bit of a goodbye.
Oh, yeah.
As the team is disbanded and then the county setup comes in as of next year. It's a very lovely event. A little bit emotional from a lot of the players who've been together a long time, but lots of smiles, lots of good memories to look back on as well. And he's bowled. He's taken a big swing at a straight one, and he's missed it, playing right across the line there, and that is not a nice way to get out. Tom Banton falls one short of his high score, 132. What a brilliant innings, though, up until that point.
Yeah, it's a lovely piece of bowling, actually. It's not a great piece of batting, but that was very much a slower ball. If you watch this, it's at the back of his hand, so he's played far too early. It's a sort of one-day delivery. And Banton is swinging as if it was a one-day game. We talked about his fact that he hasn't got beyond 130. We ain't going to today now, but nonetheless, it's a terrific innings, and he was duped at the end. He played a bad shot, actually, almost the ball before. And it was a clever piece of bowling from Worrell, who was thrilled to bits with it, actually. And celebrated quite oddly, running around, avoiding his oncoming fielders. But if we get, it's like an off-cut.
It almost comes in a lot, doesn't it?
But if we get the pace of that, if we can get the pace of that, it will demonstrate that was, if the system works, that was a very much a slower ball and very well disguised.
Yeah, I've actually.
There we go. It's almost, it looks like at the back of the hand, but it's come in like an off break.
Yeah, it has.
But it wasn't that defeated Banton so much as the lack of pace, the change of pace. So he deserves that. He's been the best bowler actually.
Yeah,
today, Worrell.
I sold him short, didn't I? Saying it was a straight one. Actually, it is a better ball than it looked.
Nonetheless, it's not a great shot.
No, he did play all across the line, didn't he? Which,
and he was duped by a very good variation.
Yeah, very well. It's a very good ball, which I don't know. Maybe Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory starting to think about the variations they might fancy. Well, Gregory's out.
I mean,
there
they're only really effective if you've got batsmen who are set to play the big shot, I think. But nonetheless, it's a very clever piece of bowling.
It's a shame for Banton that the way he got out looks quite so. Well, it's a bit brutal, isn't it? After
when you see the highlights package.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there'll be lots of highlights before that point at least.
But it doesn't look like a great shot. No. But nonetheless, that was a really significant innings, 130. As I said earlier, to get a substantial score, you need someone to get three figures. Well, Banton's done that. And there's still power to add, no certainty, but you've got Gregory. It's pretty handy, number 8. And Aldridge. It'd be nice for... Actually, Gregory came out and played quite nicely in that T20. I'm thinking ahead that he hasn't played that much cricket. He got a few runs against Durham, played a few nice shots.
Oh, there we go. Absolutely perfectly demonstrates your point there. Look at the fifth ball, 59.8. That was the wicket ball.
Yeah, well, that's 25, nearly 25 mph slower than its predecessors.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good.
But so a good, very clever piece of bowling. And a grand innings, but a sort of ugly end. Oh, and that is also an oddity.
Oh dear.
I mean that's I don't like that.
No.
Well, it's just that when you lose a wicket, the standard procedure. We've got 2 batsmen now on naught. Gregory having faced 1 ball. Suddenly it's 305 for 7. And Somerset are no longer looking at all unassailable.
Well, it's
so the normal practice, obviously, is if you lose a wicket, you just consolidate a bit, allow your partners to get in before resuming. As it happens, he's just run down the wicket and had a horrible swish. I don't understand that.
That's a bit of a brain fade, I think.
I think so.
Casey Aldridge, who, with Banton, you almost say, well, he's got the right at 132. This is not a great shot, but he's kind of built himself out the right to play like that if he wants. But when you're on 15 and a wicket's just gone down the other end, it doesn't look particularly good. But there we go, Overton coming in.
So we've got Gregory and Overton both on naught now. So the game has changed rapidly. We've got Worrell with his tail up, and now actually Shakib, who's bowled a lot of overs, but now he's got his second wicket and can smell the tail, even though it's a pretty good looking tail, and I hardly refer to Overton in that mode, but you know, we could have visited Somerset failing to get now another batting point. And we talked about 350 being, you know, round about par. Well, they wanted better than par. Anyway, we'll see. He's got a man at long off, and a sweeper on the offside, but the rest are huddling around Overton, who's off and running actually with a nice little flick on the leg side for a couple.
Yeah, it's a bit of experience, isn't it, with Aldridge, Dave? You're lucky someone who's still very early in his career, but...
Well, it's a very delicate... You want players to express themselves and be aggressive, but also at some point, I imagine, someone... That's short, he's just put it away.
Fair enough.
I imagine someone will say, well, tell us, what were you thinking?
Yes, yeah. Talk me through it.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, again, and you could hear that the fans here were not happy with that. Having just seen exactly the same thing happen the other end, and you think, well, okay. I said about having the right. You think, well, Banton 132, fair enough.
Yeah.
Just doesn't. You don't quite have that excuse when you're only on 15. But there we are. Overton, as you say, it's not. It hasn't exposed a tail because Overton and Gregory are, in their own right, fantastic batters. So
well, they're good.
yeah. I mean, yeah, fantastic as far as tail enders go. Yeah,
but
absolutely. They're not number threes, but pick up runs.
Oh,
Gregory says no. Actually, no, thank you.
He's kind of a grand old man there, Gregory. He's now put his hand up to Overton and said, "Sorry about that. There might have been one there."
Well, it's captain and vice captain, isn't it here for Somerset?
It seems to have worked pretty well too. Flipping him.
Now he's gone. He has. I thought his foot might have been back, but once again, well, that's 3 huge heaves that have led to 3 wickets in how many balls is that? 6 balls now. So 3 wickets in 6 balls, and none of them will make particularly good watching for Somerset fans.
No, he thought he got his foot back, but he's. I don't know what's happening. He's had a great big swish. If only Gregory had taken that single, you're thinking. So we thought this was a wise old bird in Overton. 3 wickets just completely changed the picture of the game and makes life more difficult. I wonder whether I wonder if we had a review, whether that would have been quite so clear cut.
Well, he's got his foot down there.
Yeah, I can't see the white line.
No, if we had another view, his foot is definitely down. If there's any other view where we could see the line, fantastic production team might be able to find one because his foot is down when the bails come off.
Yeah, we just can't see the line. But he has lurched it back.
It's not. Again, it's not the most sensible shot to play.
Well,
but this is the modern game, isn't it? All right, we might get a view here. Again, that white line, because it's so dusty, the white line isn't easy to spot, but he definitely comes forward. He's got such long legs, though.
Yeah.
So that's what we want to zoom in on.
It's not conclusive.
No. It's.
He will probably feel aggrieved, but
I've got a feeling he feels quite aggrieved every time he gets out. So.
But the shot selection defies logic.
Yeah. Yes, I'm afraid so. It's
who have we got now? We've got Randall.
Oh, Randall at number 10. We had Leach down at number 10, but
I think that's that politeness.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough.
Well, we don't know. This is Brett Randall, all the way from New Zealand, who's played a very nice backward defensive shot. And we do know that he averages 16 in first-class cricket, so I don't think he's going to be, a rabbit. And if he goes in front of Jack Leach, he must be pretty jolly good. But he must wonder what's been going on. He hasn't had much time to think about his innings, really.
So what was the collapse there? No, I'm going to call it a collapse. 305 for 5 they were. Now they're 311 for 8. Well, it's totally transformed the game.
I know.
Completely.
And the ball's still quite new. Shakib is right in the game. Worrell's been bowling beautifully. It's a source of some frustration.
You just cannot afford to give Surrey wickets.
No, exactly.
You just cannot. Some teams maybe, but Surrey are going to punish you, especially when they've got someone like Shakib on whether it's a one-game deal or whatever he's signed. You've got to make them work for the wickets. Very disappointing. But Somerset are still batting. That's the point. So what are they? 39 runs away from another batting point. In the end, 300 plus might not be a terrible score, but when you've got the opportunity to go big, you need to take it.
It takes the pressure off, and you have the wicket is probably at its best today and maybe tomorrow, if it follows the pattern of the Durham game. So you want to do the bulk of the run scoring, as Somerset did. Took the pressure off their second innings. They didn't enforce the follow-on. They had the chance, but it took the pressure off. And they still needed to, they still get 280 before they declared. But that now is, unless Surrey have a nightmare with the bat, that scenario is, gone. We'll see. Well, we'll see.
Rory Burns is coming off the back of back-to-back double hundreds, just to remind us.
Due to fail, then surely.
Well, that or he's in great touch, one or the other. Yeah. So very frustrating. If you popped away to get a cup of tea or to the toilet or something, I'm afraid.
Must wonder what's happening.
Yeah. I'm afraid it's been, and I wouldn't say Surrey bowled, really got them out. I'm afraid Somerset have given away 3 wickets. Good leave, brave leave.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, the best piece of bowling was when all was was Worrell to Banton, who Banton was playing expensively, but he ended up completely duped by a slower ball, a significantly slower ball, and there was no safety valve. He just kept swinging, and it clipped his off stump. And then, as I say, Aldridge and Overton, for whom we all love, and who've done some grand things with the bat this summer. Hard to explain what they could have been thinking. And Gregory just picked. Overton had just plucked out 6 runs and 2 balls. And he may have got his foot back. I don't know. I mean, the replay we saw was nowhere near conclusive.
No.
But he certainly had his foot grounded and had retreated it backwards. And he looked grumpy when he was given out. I think Milnes probably thought that was a terrible piece of batting off here.
Yeah.
I don't know. We couldn't see. So you can't be dogmatic about that.
Well, the other thing is you've got to remember who's behind the stumps.
You've
got Ben Folkes.
Well,
there.
he's not. I mean, that was a straightforward
opportunity.
but
even then, you've got to be. He is quick as a flash, Ben Folkes, as a lot of keepers are, but Folkes in particular is lightning quick.
I mean, had it been a test match, it would have been interesting to see.
Yes. Well, they certainly would have gone upstairs. Wouldn't they, I think. Yeah. Or they would have sent it upstairs, Craig Overton, if he felt he was behind the line.
They always go upstairs.
They do, don't they?
And quite rightly too, anyway.
Oh, another one. And I think that's a very good ball from Worrell, because Gregory's tried to defend it, and does it come off the pitch, jagged off the pitch? It's knocked his off stump back, and it's another one down, and Somerset just cannot get going now. 311 for 9.
Well, there you go, you see. You think you're all in clover, and everything's under control, and you can lose your concentration and focus. No, I'm not talking actually about Gregory's dismissal there. I mean, if you want a what if, and it's not a useful one, but what if Gregory had taken that single to short fine leg, which was probably there, for which he apologised, after which a couple more wickets fall. But this is a defensive shot that, again, he's beaten on the outside, a bit like Goldsworthy this morning. You think it's nipped back. He angles the ball in, but if Gregory's bemused, he thinks it must have just held its line. So it's, he's been bowled out. And that happens with a quality bowler like Worrell, with a relatively new ball. But they've been given the opportunity now just to dominate this last. I can't quite believe it. That's, what was it, 305?
305 for 5 it was.
Yeah, has become 311 for 9.
6 runs for 4 wickets. 4 wickets
and
for 6 runs.
It's seemingly sort of self-destructive in so many ways, and I'm just trying to fathom it out. Not so much, as I say, that dismissal, but the last 2 from Overton and Aldridge especially, I just can't get my head around what they were trying to do there.
Well, there's an opportunity now that Somerset might have 2 overs. If this wicket falls quickly, 1 or 2 overs at Surrey at the end of the day, which, when they were 305 for 5 not very long ago, it looked completely unfathomable that could be the case as Shakib comes in. He's into his 32nd over. He's bowled basically a third. He has a third of the overs today.
Yeah, well, given that he's just flown in, he's had a bit of help lately. I mean, he should have. Well, he could have had a couple more wickets, I suppose. He's had one drop at slip, certainly. Not an easy one. But he's sort of been gifted 2 wickets in the last, and he'll feel more comfortable with life. Even the great bowlers, they like something in that last column. And now he's bowled 30 odd overs, he's done what he's been hired to do: lock up an end, take some wickets in the first innings, a few wickets, and be lethal in the second.
That's the worry, isn't it? What's he going to do then?
Mm.
As far as Somerset are concerned, a bit like Leach in the previous game, took 7 wickets against Durham in the second innings.
Yeah.
312 for 9. And Leach getting behind it. He won't give his wicket away.
You say that. He's become very aggressive in his.
He has become aggressive. He has become aggressive.
I mean, he might. I don't know. He's, after what we've seen,
it's a good shot.
I'd be amazed if he runs down the wicket and has a mighty swish. You won't like the opposition left-arm spinner being gifted wickets. You don't like that.
No. Somerset might have to settle for just the 2 batting points here, which it's a good drive down the ground, a little bit of indecision. They're going to be safe.
But he's just acclimatising new partner.
305 for 5. You're thinking at least 350 here, aren't you?
Yeah, you're thinking 400.
Yeah.
With 5 wickets left. And therefore pressure on the Surrey batsmen, perhaps, when they start.
Yeah.
It could be worse. It could be after 0 for 1. It could have been 150 all out from a Somerset perspective. But having got to 305 for 5, to be languishing at 312 for 9 will be a source of disappointment to our boys.
Well, what Somerset will want as well is if this game does go to a draw, which we think there's going to be some bad weather around tomorrow. If it goes to a draw, what you don't want is Somerset to Surrey to extend their lead through bonus points. Really, it'd only be a point here and there, but any point is crucial now in the end.
I
of the
think
season.
more importantly, it gives Surrey a bit more comfort as they come out to bat, and there's less pressure on them, and they only got to get 200 plus, and they're back in the game. Sort of thing.
Oh, that's a horrible ball. No ball. Quite right decision. What's that? Like a baseball.
I don't know what he was
delivery
trying to do there. There was another attempted sort of early slower ball, but it was just slipped. But we'll see how high
really
it
high.
is.
Horrible. Well, you were saying, weren't you, earlier with Pete, that you'd at the start of the day you probably would have taken 320 and been very happy with 350.
Yeah.
So as you say, 150 all out at the start of the day when Somerset were 0 for 1. It was on the cards, wasn't it? It was Surrey on an excellent bowling side, just an excellent side all round.
Yeah.
So Banton's innings has really put Somerset in a position where they're certainly not.
They're in the game.
Yeah, they're in the game, absolutely. And it might not be a bad thing actually to keep the game moving in a way. If we do lose a lot of overs tomorrow, a result, although Somerset, they want the runs, but actually keeping a game ticking over.
We're all very good at taking a positive challenge.
A positive parsnip as well. Trying to find them.
I've just temporarily lost that positivity. I don't think it is a good game. I don't think the loss of 4 wickets for 5 runs is a good thing for Somerset just at the minute.
I think if you're offered it, you'd probably turn it down, wouldn't you? However, if you can make early inroads to Surrey tomorrow before the rain comes, not be the worst thing. Yes, some questions to be asked about mindset, I think, in those 3 of those wickets which fell. 3 overs remaining in the day after this one. He's trying a late cut there, trying to force something through the backwards of point, but nowhere near it.
Yeah, it was a siding shot, that was. Not very close to the ball,
No.
but quite an exciting looking shot. I've seen the best of Leach with the bat this year. He hasn't had much opportunity, to be fair.
He hasn't really. He hasn't had many night watcher duties. Occasionally he gets in there, but that just hasn't really happened for Somerset this year.
I think he might have had one opportunity which he failed. Anyway, here he goes.
No ball.
No.
Just drops short, I think.
Well, I'm not sure he hit it.
May have hit the ground.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Puff of dust we'll look for. Oh yeah, I think he's a bit late there.
Or it didn't
It
carry.
just-
It
no, it
neither
didn't
carried,
carry.
nor do I think he hit it.
But apart from that, it's not a bad shout.
Yeah. Bit of dust flew up. And dust could be an ally. It's important. I think looking at the Surrey lineup, what is critical would be just trying to get early wickets. We know Burns has got a very good record against Somerset in my memory. He's in terrific form. And you go down that list, and if you could get those two openers, they know their business and they can play big innings, long innings. It would make a huge difference, obviously, if they could get through those relatively quickly. And then you might be able to work around some of the others who are not quite so established. And we anticipate that happening, not tonight, I don't think. But it might well be happening quite early tomorrow, weather permitting. And Somerset obviously don't want any more interruptions, or any interruptions. But in a curious sort of way, even though 300 runs have been scored, if you go to the dressing room this evening, I know which one will be the chirpier.
The one that has had the most success.
Well, just in the
recent
last session,
half an hour.
they were facing the prospect of a total that might be as much as 450, 400 anyway. Realistically, 400. And now, unless this pair do something staggering, that's gone out the window.
Yeah. Be interesting to see Randall bowl as well tomorrow. I think that'll be new for most of us.
It will be.
Assuming we get play tomorrow, hopefully.
I think we'll get some.
Yeah,
surely.
in the morning, I think.
Well, there they are, old England teammates.
It's a nice sight, isn't it? Two of them together. Oh, he had to hit that. He had to hit that. Hands on heads all around those men round the bat. Shakib is very expressive. It's Bangladesh fans here we saw earlier on. I wonder if they bought their ticket in the last 24 hours. I can't imagine they would have been here otherwise if they didn't. See that their superstar is here. On the run to Randall, who pinches the strike. We've got 2 overs left.
Well, we're almost going to finish on time. It's 17:27 on the scoreboard.
Have they fixed the... no, they haven't, have they? The pavilion clock up there?
No.
Saying 23, 24. That's probably a winter job, I suspect. Get someone up a ladder.
Well, I live next to, and there's a lovely clock tower very near by, and I think it must have been about 4 years where it's got about 3 clocks, facing in different directions. They were wrong.
They're all different, all wrong.
Yeah, all wrong for about 3 or 4 years. And I thought, as the election came up, I thought, well, I shall give my vote to whichever one guarantees that they get that clock tower working. But curiously enough, just before the election, it was working.
Oh, really? They sorted it out
without any prompting from me at all.
Oh. So when they came around door knocking, that was your main issue.
Well, to be fair, either I was never in or they never came. But I had my script prepared,
Do you know?
Forget foreign policy and, attitude to Europe. Just when are you going to get that clock?
Fix the blooming clock. To which the MPs aren't, or the prospective MPs answer probably been, well, that's the council, it's not me.
Well, no, they say that's top of my priority.
Yeah, well, that's true, actually. I'm sure it would have been.
Yeah. Not to mention the potholes. Anyway, it's working now.
Well, that's good news. Had someone up a ladder, steeple. What do they call them? Steeplejacks. They're the people who fix the steeples, really, aren't they? You set your life by that clock. That's what you could have said, isn't it? I've been getting up at all strange times of the day, setting my alarm to that clock. Shorter ball. Randall, the Kiwi, weaves out of the way. Good to have a New Zealander playing for Somerset again after the successes last season of Matt Henry and latterly Ish Sodi.
Yeah, well, I know he's come with a warm recommendation from Matt Henry, which is not to be sniffed at.
No, absolutely not.
And of course, there is the element of nowadays you need to have a little pocket of potential overseas players, because you sign one and then something happens, he gets injured or he gets picked for the national team. So you need a little portfolio of possible options, and if nothing else, some sort of get to know another. I mean, they've done really well. It's notable that the overseas bowlers this year, namely Pretorius and Meredith, are both absent now, but mainly because, partly on the back of their performances here, they've been picked for their national teams, which is something one wants to toss out to any prospective overseas player.
Yeah,
come and play for us. Yeah. You get in the national team.
Got the eye of the selectors on us here at Taunton.
Well,
unless you're an England player, obviously. Although Shoaib's doing very well. Took a great catch. You see Shoaib's catch?
I did, yes.
Yeah, brilliant. Diving right on the boundary, fully stretched. 2 hands he got to it. Very good. But otherwise, a pretty chastening defeat for England.
Well, I didn't see any today. I managed to watch a bit yesterday, but after a while, a bit like watching Somerset in the last half hour.
Standing up tall to that one, Randall.
Yeah, he played it all right in the end. It's not a quick pitch, this. No. We are now down. They're batting as if they mean business tomorrow morning. Yeah.
That's right. You want to see yourself over there overnight. Make sure you're back there in the morning for your maiden 100. Does have a first-class 90.
Yeah, well,
Brett Randall.
And so does Jack Leach. So
yes,
let's let another go and demonstrate what might have been possible.
Battle of the first-class 90s. So 92, isn't it, that Jack Leach made? 8 runs short.
In a test match.
In a test against Ireland.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I don't know how many half centuries has he got. Has he got
3 50s in first-class cricket? Obviously that one in test cricket.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, really. 3 50s. You're a number 11.
Well, he's a good number 11.
Yeah, he could be number 10, couldn't he? Really?
Yeah.
Number 9 in some. You had a couple of bunnies. I think he likes his batting, doesn't he? I think he works hard at it.
Yeah, as he does. I mean, both batting and fielding, he's improved. He's got more shots now. He hasn't played me today, mind. Understandably, but he's going to get off the mark.
He's off the mark. There we go. Cheers around the ground. Four balls left in the day. Potentially, unless there's a wicket. These two do look keen, don't they, to hang around. They're not going to give the wicket away like we've seen them previously. Another defensive shot. This is where it's slightly frustrating, isn't it? Because knowing what the forecast is like tomorrow and the conditions are so good right now, you'd love for cricket to be a bit more flexible and say, well, in the anticipation of bad weather tomorrow, we'll play on for another half hour, but can't be doing that, sadly.
He's going to come over the wicket for the first time. Is he? No, Jack's just standing in the wrong place. But a few adjustments, close of play.
Just a couple of balls.
A few more men around the bat.
Loads of crowd still in. They want to watch this game. They're keen to see every moment. Oh, and there we go. And he's got out LBW. Big appeal. Shaki picks up his fourth. So 4 for on debut for Surrey. Possibly his only game for Surrey, but we'll have to wait and see. 4 for 97 he picks up in that. And Somerset are bowled out for 317, which looked very unlikely when they were 305 for 5. There's the replay. What do we think?
I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's a good decision.
It's hit him way below the knee roll, and I think critically it's turned sufficiently to straighten, to hit the stumps. And there goes, I mean, there's Surrey, they're just doing a few low fives, and I understand why. They were almost out of the game 45 minutes ago, half an hour ago. Not completely out of the game, but 305 for 5 has become 317 out. And for that is a source of some frustration in the Somerset dressing room, I'm sure. But we still got a terrific game on.
Absolutely.
But a really potentially dominating position has been sacrificed. But who knows what happens tomorrow? It may not rain. Wickets may fall. But we do know that when play resumes, Somerset will have a new ball in their hand and they won't be batting anymore.
Interesting. We'll have to wait and see it. And it's fairly rare for the whole tail to fail. Like normally with Somerset you get someone who normally does something and keeps the runs coming, but not this time. Somerset's last 5 wickets falling for just 12 runs, which is not good from a Somerset perspective. Surrey very happy though as they head off, and we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. We'll be back. Vic, you're back with us tomorrow, aren't you? So it'll be me, I think, Vic and Pete again with you tomorrow from 10:30. Don't forget, 10:30 start, weather permitting. We'll see you then. Have a very good evening.
Testing, testing. So it doesn't fall over. It's blown over once already. That is Banton.
Well, Tom Banton, a very good day for Tom Banton. Your second century of the season, highest first-class score, but maybe not quite such a good day for Somerset with that clatter of wickets at the end.
No, I think a very good day. I think if you had offered us that at the start of the day, we would have been very happy. I think, look, the wicket's starting to break up slowly. didn't turn probably as much as everyone would have thought today. I think just because obviously the wicket being under covers, but look, they bowled really well, and there was a period where the scoreboard kind of was still, and I thought I've got to put a bit of pressure back on them and not let them just bowl. But yeah, no, a good day for everyone. So.
Man of the match innings on Thursday against Northampton, century here today. You're in the form of your life?
Maybe, I'm not sure about that. I'm just thinking about trying to win this game for us. Obviously we've got an important few weeks coming up, and hopefully I can contribute as much as I can. Obviously big few days here and then playing these boys again on Saturday, so just take each day as it comes, rest up well, and yeah, come back stronger tomorrow.
How's the pitch playing? What would be a pass score on that pitch?
I think you would have taken that at the start of the day. Obviously they're one of the strongest attacks in England, and obviously with Shakib Al-Hassan coming in, it makes it even stronger. So I was tough to put kind of a score on it really, but look, they bowled well, and obviously it's not ideal what happened at the end of the day, but like I said, that can happen, that's cricket, and I know with our bowling attack that we're going to bowl them out. So.
Was the ball doing anything for the seamers? Yeah,
it swung up top, and then when they came back with a new ball, Frankie Ward got me with a googly we were laughing about. But no, look, it was a good day for us, and everyone's very happy. So.
Taking a bit of spin?
It slowly started to spin. I think if you got the ball in the right area, it definitely did. But I think Shakib was obviously trying to beat you on the inside and target the stumps. So I think that was his real threat. We spoke about. But yeah, look, rest up well and go tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much.